but it's great because Josh has done all this, and none of the people who like are so fervently after this information realize how much damage they did by when a judge said something, they said fuck you and did it anyway, and then they were going to have to ask that judge or one of that judge's colleagues to do a thing for them later, but you defied the order in the first place. Now, I'm not blaming any particular person. Just look at how the judge looks at it. The judge goes, these people defied my order. He doesn't know who they are. He doesn't know where they're from. He doesn't know who recorded it. He just knows that people didn't listen. And judges' entire lives are premised around people having to listen to what they say. And you didn't. And so now when someone comes along and requests access, the judge just goes, well, I told them not to do it before. And now they want me to. No, why would I do that?
You are coping and seething.
Nick Rikita, pay up. Where's my $300?
And he said, no way. And I said, way.
Yes, that's right. He said, no way. And I said, way. That's so funny.
Like the parrot.
From the totally real country of Australia. Bid you all good evening, good morning, or good day. As the case may be, across these many, many time zones, this is the pre-stream. How are we all doing this week?
Doing good.
Pretty good.
Pretty good. Meat Candy says late and Ricada. No, I hit the button when it says go. Hey Daisy, how you doing? Steve Keita. G'day, Preacher. How you doing, man? Tim says he'll be along soon. Let's jump right into it, shall we? No, I'm never supposed to use that term. The Church of England appears to stop using the word church to sound more relevant. Words like community and congregation were widely preferred over church, according to the study. And apparently, Queen Elizabeth has died again. Thank you for the relevant video. The Church of England is apparently dropping the word church in the hopes of drawing more crowds, according to a recent study. The study, called New Things, a theological investigation into the work of starting new churches across 11 dioceses in the Church of England, was conducted by the Centre for Church Planting Theology. Planting is what they call when they set up a new diocese, or like a new, church. The qualitative study inspected language used by 11 Church of England dioceses to describe their new churches. Traditionally, new churches are referred to as church plants. In the study, Centers for Church Planting Theology discovered that even though more than 900 new churches were established by 11 dioceses in the past 10 years, none of them used the words church, plant, or church. Not one diocese used the word church in their main descriptor. Church plant is not used by any of the 11 dioceses. Only one diocese uses fresh expressions of pioneering in its descriptor. Fucking Christ. So I guess they've decolonized the language because, of course, it's the fucking Church of England.
Of course. Jesus.
Can you guys can hear that crackle in my mic?
Yeah, we can hear it a bit.
There is a static crackle. I'm getting it through my local loop. I don't know what's causing it. It's been bugging me for like for the entire week.
Jiggled the cord.
I am wiggling the cord. That's what's making it worse.
Yeah, that's what we can hear
it. Is it still there?
Yeah, I can hear something.
God damn it. You know what? I might just switch to my other headset. Because so give me a minute. You sound extra gay today. I thought it was monkeypox, Crackle. God damn it. We're going to talk about monkeypox.
Yay!
Yeah, the disease that you get it by, we can't really discuss that. How did the children get this monkeypox? We can't discuss that. How the animals getting monkeypox? We can't discuss that. Why is it flaring up in the UK? We can't discuss that. Yes, the kids got the monkeypox the way that the gays reproduce.
God damn it. I picked up
We can kind of hear you.
How about now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so now you can hear you.
You might.
As gay as ever.
As gay as ever. Thank you. Anyway. Sorry, chat.
He's just quiet, that's all.
I'm just quiet. Fucking hell. Okay.
Just a little bit.
All right. Well, I'll have to fix that. Right. Mic volume. How about now?
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, you're in the level now.
Cool. I'll check the reduce mic background noise because I don't know. This is not like a. This is literally the microphone on my what is it, a Corsair headset. So apologies, everyone. So yeah, they're not calling it churches anymore. Since everybody's fucking obsessed with monkeypox, let's talk about monkeypox.
So why aren't they calling it churches? Is to be more inclusive or some bullshit?
Yeah, I think they've decolonized the language because the Church of England is retarded.
I'm retarded.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like, just basically just erasing their purpose as a church.
Yeah.
Hooray.
Because he says, I ruin everything. It's a hobby of mine. Well, yes.
He's very well
And
compensated.
then Candy says, this is a very professional production. Theo had everything ready for us. Costi ruined it. No, look, I should have. I noticed the buzzing like last week in my own ear, like in the local loop, and I should have fixed it then. But I didn't want to just pull everything apart, and I thought, it's probably not coming through because nobody said anything last week.
I didn't hear it last week.
It must be worse.
I don't recall hearing it.
I have to pull it all out. I can't tell if it's like EM interference or something, or if it's just like something on the connections. I'll just have to pull everything, disconnect.
You're using
everything.
a XLR, right, from your mic?
Yeah. So I use an MV7 to a booster to a an Evo. What's it called? What the fuck is it called? It's an Evo something. Or is it? About it is an Audent Evo 4. Is my
Okay.
my interface. So yeah. Anyway, speaking of monkeypox. Okay, you didn't notice it last week. Okay. Well, I apologize. If I drop out some just send me a message because these are rechargeable. Costi gifted 5 Thermo memberships. I really don't think there's anybody in the chat who doesn't have fucking membership anymore. Like, yeah, but thank you. Anyway, yes, UK should have been more prepared for Mpox amid warning it may be here. Dun dun dun. The UK should have been more prepared.
Maybe they shouldn't tighten their fucking borders then.
For the first, well, yeah, they just come across on small boats. The UK should be more prepared for the first case of monkeypox as it may have already spread into the country. It comes as Sweden becomes the first country to declare a case of clade 1 Mpox outside of Africa, with the virus has killed at least 500 people. This one's really easy to stop. And I don't know why everybody's turning it into such a fucking like, oh, COVID's back. Travelers should get the Mpox vaccine.
No, just don't be gay.
don't be gay. Wait, are you gay?
Like,
We
it's pretty fucking
be
simple, no?
concerned. So here's a blue hair to tell us why it's deadly.
Yeah, no audio.
yeah, no audio.
No audio.
Nope.
Hang on. It's probably because I changed the
Input.
redo. I'll redo the screen share because I did see a warning that was like, "Oh, hey, something went wrong," but I didn't get to read it. Why do I have two stop sharing buttons? Fucking hell!
It's all
Damn
breaking
you-
down.
damn it,
left, right,
Costy.
and
Damn it, Costy. Here we go.
of Congo, but it's now, yes, it is inevitable that this new strain of Mpox that started off in 2024 from the Democratic Republic of Congo, but it's now spread to at least 9 neighboring countries, will come to the UK because of international travel. That doesn't mean it will spread widely within the UK, because in the UK we have the ability to diagnose and do contact tracing, and also to provide vaccination to people who have been exposed.
Yeah, and am I right in saying that there is a vaccine, but there's not necessarily enough vaccine to go around? Would that be fair to say?
So there have been severe shortages in 2022-23 to what is in fact the smallpox vaccine that also works against Mpox.
Oh, I'm
we
safe
do have
then.
much better amounts of vaccine.
Also, I'm
but
not
we've
gay.
been giving it to people who are at risk. And we do
So
have
the
enough to
gays.
give to
Oh,
people who
yeah,
are
people who are at risk. Who
healthcare
would that
providers
be?
who are exposed, or people who've been exposed by contact with someone who's a returning traveller. There's enormous shortages in the places that need this most. In the countries that are affected, there's almost no vaccine. And unless we can stop this at the source, because of international travel and migration, this will spread in other countries.
Well, yes, and the WHO is urging wealthy countries to share their vaccine stockpiles to help deal with the spread. Do you think that will happen? There was the accusation that
Yes, share
countries
to relax.
did hoard vaccines during COVID. Do you think lessons have been learned?
Not really, because right now, 2 years on, there's still no vaccine available in the countries that need it most and are most affected. So lessons haven't been learned.
Maybe they should pay for
declaration
it.
of a public health emergency of international concern is helpful because it allows the vaccine to be emergency licensed in those countries. And there has been some promises of donations from stockpiles both in Europe and the US. But this is only about 250,000 doses when actually millions of doses are needed. The company who makes the vaccine is not marketing the drugs in Africa and is saying that it will rely on donations to these countries, but this is tens of millions of doses that are needed.
And you
It's
said
actually on
that
the-
it's inevitable
on the
that
case.
Mpox will come to the UK. Is that something that we
that's
should be
dangerous
worried
'cause
about?
You know
then?
how much Fauci likes black
So
people
this is a more
and gays.
dangerous strain
Double
that was here
whammy.
in 22-23. It's 10 times more dangerous in terms of deaths. So we should be worried, but I think what we found is that it's people that are immunosuppressed who are at the highest risk in the last outbreak. And we know that this will be the case with this strain as well. So people who are who've been advised to get vaccinations should get their vaccinations as planned.
Well, that means if you're gay and have AIDS and are immunosuppressed. Yes, prep takers. Yeah. Oh Jesus.
Yeah.
So she said it was
Kenny says, "Is monkeypox deadly? If so, I have the vaccine refrigerator suddenly stops where he went. Oh, that's harsh. I think.
So it was
I
the
think 'cause
smallpox
it's the
vaccination.
smallpox. Yeah, smallpox. The smallpox vaccine works on it because it's a pox. Like it's related. It's in the same family as the smallpox. God,
Yep.
my brain just stopped then. What's the what pox? What no?
Hey, go on, how's the popcorn? Pops?
Pa.
I love
Go-
how they
go and
just stopped
smoke some
calling it
pipe?
monkeypox because it's racist.
The Mpox, yeah, because look,
It's
oh,
Mpox.
it has racist connotations. Come on.
Why is that?
We know.
Why is it? Why is that it's racist?
They've come down with a pox. I just feel call it the pox.
The pox.
The pox. Anyone can get mpox. It spreads from contact with infected persons through touching, kissing, or sex. Animals when hunting, skinning, or cooking them. That's why it's spreading in Africa. Materials such as contaminated sheets, clothes, or needles. Another reason for Africa. Pregnant persons who may pass the virus to their unborn baby. Yeah, because touching doesn't happen with fucking delivering a baby. Jesus. If you have mpox, tell anyone you have been close to recently. Stay at home until all the scabs fall off and a new layer of skin forms. Ew. Cover lesions and wear a well-fitting mask when around other people. Avoid physical contact. Transmission. Person-to-person transmission of mpox can occur through direct contact with infectious skin or other lesions, such as on the mouth or genitals. This includes contact which is face-to-face, talking or breathing, so spitting on each other, skin-to-skin, touching, or vaginal/anal sex. Something tells me this one doesn't happen very often. Mouth-to-mouth kissing, mouth-to-skin, oral sex, or kissing the skin, respiratory droplets or short-range aerosols from prolonged close contact. So that's spit on each other or blow someone.
Yeah. Or don't get that butt.
Yeah, don't get that butt. Jesus, anybody checked in on Drex? Is he going to be okay? Get that butt. What is mpox and how does it spread? So this is one of the cases in the Democratic Republic of Congo, which is neither democratic or a republic.
But do they have a Congo line?
That's a Conga line.
6-1.
It's Conga. That's next door. That's one letter away. That's one letter away in Africa. The dancing Republic of Congo. So you get a headache, fever, chills, muscle aches, rashes, your lymph nodes swell, and you become exhausted. It takes 14 to 21 days to clear up. If you're a vulnerable person, you might die. So I can't wait until they start forcibly giving us all the monkeypox vaccine, which honestly would be a good idea. If it's the smallpox vaccine, see, it's one shot. If you've been in the military, you've already got it. Or if you're old enough, you've already got it. So, and that protects you for life from smallpox as well. Smallpox is fucking deadly as fuck.
Yeah, except
that's something to worry about. If suddenly there's a smallpox outbreak, then you can worry. Then you can get the blue-haired people on TV to tell us to lock down.
Then you can get them to mandate it. But for monkeypox, it's like no, I'm good.
It's like have gays having to just sit the fuck down for a couple of weeks and let it burn out. I can't. I just have to go out and dance.
They're not dancing that's causing it.
Dancing's good. Coca-Cola releases unexpected new flavor, dividing drink fans. Popular fizzy drink has collaborated with an iconic snack brand to create a new flavor that has left many Aussies divided. Gentlemen, have you seen this? I haven't seen this in stores.
What flavor is it?
Well,
which one?
How about you guess? Chat, you can join in too. What iconic snack flavor do you think? It's an American snack. So it's an American. We would call it a biscuit. They would call it a cookie.
Oreo.
Ding ding ding. Yes, it's Oreo flavored Coke.
Hooray!
Gross.
The beverage has partnered with the popular biscuit company Oreo to make a limited edition drink that tastes like the chocolate and cream snack. Coca-Cola Oreo Zero Sugar is the latest in a long line of unusual flavors, which have been released as part of the Coca-Cola Creations campaign, which first launched in 2022.
Okay.
The new flavor will hit stores in Australia from September 9 and will also be releasing as a frozen Coke variety at participating McDonald's restaurants later.
Okay. Yeah, I can see that being not terrible because of it.
I'll try it.
Like a float.
Yeah, I'll try it for sure. Fizzy cookie
Yeah,
flavored.
I'll give it a shot. It's sugar free.
Tombola says maybe Australians can buy another few 100 million vaccines and hoard it and then sell it at higher prices. Yeah.
There you go.
Look.
Have we
and
gone through the
Tombola,
151 million we bought only 3 years ago?
We could sell them the COVID vaccine and tell them
Isn't that
works.
expired by now?
Probably.
People on TikTok apparently don't like this. I want to try it. I'll give it a go.
When did it say? September 9.
September 9. So in a couple of months, we'll give it a go and we'll report back.
Where will that be?
In stores, in stores across the fucking country.
So like 7-Eleven will get it.
Yeah. Oh, it'll be at Coles and by the end of the year, it'll be heavily discounted.
Probably.
Yeah.
As they're like,
Ooh.
I've made a terrible mistake.
We can do an Australia Day taste testing. Get it for like 30 cents a can.
It's a bit far away, but yeah.
Yeah.
Vegemite is the best. Oh, don't give them ideas, Costy. Can you imagine Vegemite flavored Coke?
I can. I can also imagine no one would buy it.
Yeah.
They'd sell like 6 of them.
We'd have to ship it overseas just to trick foreigners. Japan's Prime Minister Fumio Kishida will be stepping down as party leader in September, which means he will no longer be the Prime Minister. So he's not running for re-election, and he'll be ending his 3-year term as Prime Minister next month. Apparently, his support has been dwindling, and local elections have been lost. There's calls for fresh races after a series of political scandals, and this is all related to that the Moonies, and the guy who shot Abe.
Really?
Because the guy who shot Abe was a Moonie. Well, his parents were Moonies. The Moonies are they're like a Christian cult from Korea.
Yeah.
And they left Korea, like the leaders who says he's a prophet, because they all do. I think it's the Blue Cult. Yeah, I think that might be another name for it. But yeah, they're the Moonies. They're the ones who get the huge weddings. You know, the bulk weddings where they have a.
Oh yeah, there's like 1,000 couples that get
yeah, where
married
1,000 couples get married at once. That's the Moonies. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Good evening, Tim. How you doing, man?
Why do you sound like shit?
Oh, thanks.
Blame Costy.
Jesus, man. Come out.
Man, you all sound like shit. What's going on?
Well, that's you then.
Yeah, that's your problem.
Well, RC, you sound the same as always.
RC's always impeccably sounding.
Are
he
you
does a
in the
sound check
ocean?
with his team. No, so my mic has crackling. I switched to my headset. It's a $400 headset that I got for $150 on eBay.
Well, it sounds pretty good.
You
for a
overpaid.
headset, though.
Does it? No, it doesn't. It sounds terrible.
For a headset with a microphone that's like 12 millimeters at most, compared
Dude,
to
I will switch to the
38mm.
headset on this. Well, let's do a sound off. I'm gonna do it. Hold on.
No, I didn't spend $400, AJ.
Deep in the ocean.
If I was to buy it new, it'd be like $4.99. I bought it on eBay secondhand.
Working? Hello?
Yeah, well, now
Yeah,
it
that
sounds
sounds like
you're under the
absolute
ocean.
garbage.
That is
Yeah.
fucking like garbage.
Does it sound like
good
thermo?
quality.
No,
Yeah,
no.
thermo.
Sounds nothing like thermo.
Candy says, I hear kangaroo tastes like deer. I'd eat the jumpy deer. But aren't deer jumpy deer?
Sure, it tastes like cats.
Deer jump too. I don't think I've had venison.
Is this working?
Yeah, I can hear you, Tim.
Why does it sound so bad? I don't understand.
Me?
Well, I had to throw out my other headphones because they didn't charge anymore, so I'm using a different set.
I just says, I think you sound fine. Just got to promote chaos at and every opportunity. God damn you people.
Well, that's for Tim. Where's he at?
Tim's running late, but that's fine.
What's he doing?
But yeah,
Gay stuff?
this probably But yeah, the Moonies, like this is all because of the Moonies. So the guy that shot Abe, his parents were Moonies, and he was brought into the cult as well as you do. And Abe and the entire fucking Liberal Democratic Party in Japan was heavily tied to the Moonies. They all ran for office. Like it's all just a little incestuous thing going back and forth. So when Abe was killed, there was a fucking outcry because this guy told his story. People were like, holy shit, this guy's a Moonie. What the hell's going on? And it all came out, and this is basically part of the fallout. So it's basically brought down a party. So
Damn.
Nice.
So, and as a result, they get a new prime minister, probably a new government.
So Abe's party stayed in, and he stepped up.
Well, he stepped down, and like he.
No, I mean when Abe was shot, this guy. Oh, this guy.
Well, Abe wasn't prime minister at the time. He'd actually he'd actually retired. So.
Gotcha.
Who's this guy?
This guy's the prime minister after Abe, and now he's stepping down in September.
So as to not get shot.
No, if anything, it might get him shot. Abe was just Abe stepped down. Damn it!
Why does this sound so bad? I'm very confused.
You are chaos given form, my friend. Anyway, Dogpack 404, who is the guy who used to work for Mr. Beast and released the videos. I don't think he released. Is he released a new one this week?
Never trust a man with dead eyes.
Like Jimmy.
Yep.
Who's Jimmy?
Mr. Beast.
Yes.
But yes, his Instagram account just magically got taken down, even though he doesn't actually post anything.
Oh, shock.
Yeah, very, very sus.
I'm gonna change this.
Is this last? Oh no, it was this week. Yeah, I didn't hear. I feel like I would have heard more about this. I should have heard more about this story.
Actual fuck, that's so weird.
Teenage Nazi knifeman streams mosque rampage. 5 people injured after attacker wearing bulletproof vest and mask slashes multiple people while broadcasting it.
Where's the video?
A teenage Nazi knifeman.
He's black?
I don't know why they put Nazi in quotes. But
he's black.
At least 5 people have been injured after an attacker wearing a skeletal mask, helmet, and a bulletproof vest slashed multiple people in the city of Eskişehir yesterday. The 18-year-old suspect. So that would have been Monday.
What country?
18-year-old suspect. This is in Turkey.
Oh, fuck the Turks.
Yeah.
I noticed they've chosen to go with the anglicized spelling of Turkey instead of Turkey.
You mean Anatolia? Surely you mean Anatolia.
Yes, Anatolia. They should have called it that.
Goddamn fucking Turks.
We will take Constantinople back.
Go back to the steps
and restore the church. The 18-year-old suspect, armed with a long knife, broadcast the attack at the tea gardens of the Tepebaski Mosque on X. Ooh, he streamed it on X. The suspected attacker did not say a word during the more than 2-minute graphic clip. Only heavy breathing can be heard.
Glasses and goggles.
In which the suspect runs through a park, train station, and along the streets, randomly slashing at people. At least 5 people were injured.
He's dead now. Oh, he's not dead.
No, he was tackled to the ground by police.
Ballsy police, though. Guys slashed motherfuckers and they tackled them.
You know, it was just an FPS with better graphics.
Yeah, but less good.
He was trying a knife-only run.
Yeah.
The assailant did not shout or express any motivation for his actions, according to the Daily Cumhuriyet, which claimed he was influenced by war games. Several news sites claimed he also wore a black sun, a Nazi symbol made up of several swastikas on his chest.
War Thunder strikes again.
On his chest?
Cool. Yeah.
You got a shot of that, or is it made up?
Maybe.
I don't think so.
It might be like one of those little patches.
You know, all those Nazis in Turkey. That's
Because
pretty.
If you look here, there's like a cluster of white that could be a Sodenrad, which is, I think that's the Black Sun.
Yeah, that is. Yeah.
So For those,
I mean, if you squint really hard, the face mask could be a black sun as well.
God damn it. Oh, for fuck's sakes.
He's got a fucking axe. Like, what?
Right.
This man has an axe.
He's a black sun. That's kind of.
He has an axe on his fucking body, and he's been handcuffed, and no one took his axe away. That's a really aggressive black. That is a real one.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, that's fucking great.
He's got a goddamn hatchet. Like, nobody took that away. Just like, oh,
you didn't even take it out. It's still in its sleeve. It's just on his belt.
Why is it even a sleeve? All right.
What a fucking weirdo.
What a bitch.
Tactical LARPer.
You're not even good at your job. Fuck you.
Costy says 88. I wonder what that means. What an odd thing to say. Follow Bridget says, are we sure he's not Ukrainian?
He might be.
Who knows? Are we sure he's not Russian?
Pretty white to be in Turkey.
Yeah, he is pretty white to be in Turkey. Yep. All right, before Tim comes, let's talk about Nick. Because I know Nick loves.
Nick.
I know Tim loves.
So you said
Tim loves
Nick.
talking about Nick. Let's watch this clip from.
Of 5, the middle kid has.
So I do apologize.
My 2 favorite people.
I do apologize. This may contain Nick Ricotta and Dax Herrera.
I gotta hate that motherfucker.
Coke hair tests. They're not. I mean, you know.
That's not the middle one. It's the next to. It's the next.
Oh,
to
it's the next to youngest. Yeah.
And see that. What's funny though is that despite that, the county never actually alleged that the child had done cocaine.
Yeah.
Or ingested it in any way. And they didn't even allege that we exposed the child to it.
But that's
here's
for the
why
court case.
they can't. A hair follicle test can't tell you that.
Yeah.
And it's interesting. It's almost like maybe there is actual explanation for how that happened. That'll get brought up at some point soon.
I hope so. Oh, there's an explanation for why your child has fucking assloads of cocaine.
I know that Lady Rackets and I never.
I know 9-year-olds not doing rails. That's what I know.
I know that.
Who was saying that though? Nobody was saying that.
But
I don't know why. I don't know why that's such a fucking shocker to people. Oh, how could you? Didn't you see this? How could you support this? Like, that didn't happen.
That's not
man.
why we think this happened.
I don't know what to
at
tell
all.
you.
I know,
but that's
this is something you made.
That's how people.
Why are his teeth so thin?
Thin.
Yeah, they're.
Oh,
very
you mean he's got like
tiny.
chicken teeth?
They're very thin. They're not like they shouldn't be so thin. Does he have more teeth than the normal person? Can we count them? 1, 2, 3, 4.
So I count. So from the edge of his smile, I count 4 to the center, and then another 4 to the outside. So
is that normal?
Seems normal. Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4.
He's got.
It's just his nose and face that's big.
No, he's buck tooth. His front 2 teeth are like very bucked.
Well, they're long, but they're not wide.
No, but that's the thing. They're longer than the rest.
They're a little
so
wide.
He's buck tooth. Fallen Princess said, did Nick not have any medium profile friends left, or did the Dick Show need Nick clout for some reason? The Dick Show always needs Nick clout now. Though I guess Nick doesn't have much clout anymore.
No.
I think at this point, the only reason you have Nick on your show or go on Nick's show is if you want to be on Alyssa Clip's channel.
Nick's bigger than, I would assume, still bigger than green shirt guy. What's his real name? Dax?
Dax Herrera, yeah.
Yeah.
I just says build a narrative and run with it. Yeah. Well,
hey.
No, you refute a lie that nobody's like an accusation that nobody's making.
Yeah.
Or
we've learned a lot from the Democrats.
This insane person is making this wild accusation that nobody takes seriously. Focus on refuting that and saying everybody's saying that.
Yeah, I don't think anybody said the kid was fucking snorting coke, but they all kind of were concerned about like maybe Nick's placating the kid with a bit of coke under the old.
I did hear that. I think that's ridiculous.
They weren't saying that.
Said that at the time.
I don't think it's ridiculous. I don't think it's likely to cause that kind of number.
Retard on Kiwi Farms saying that? Yeah, absolutely. There's always some retard on Kiwi Farms saying something.
I think that's who they're responding to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Eric says straw man. Yeah, build a straw man and burn it down.
All I know is there has to be a real fucking error there to have that much cocaine in the system.
Well, let's listen to the rest of what he
No
has
one
to
can
A lot
say.
of people talk to Jesus too. It ain't fucking happening.
I know and can
You
say
slightly
definitively
balding
that
men
while in our
arguing
care,
over
in our home,
each
those
other on.
children were never exposed to any illegal substances.
Yeah.
Ever.
Not even bleach. That's dangerous.
Another
I
thing that's
doubt
fun is like people I mentioned that at one of our hearings and they're like, why would Nick say that? Is he trying
One
to
of the
head it
hearings?
off or mitigate it because he knew the test was coming? First
No,
of
it's
all,
fatter. If you're gonna do null, you got to sound fatter. Why would I say that?
if they were to read just a little bit before that line, because there's a line that I said in court, and I said that the children have stated that if they were exposed, it would be from someone else.
Yeah.
Oh.
The only reason I stated that line is because that's what the state wrote.
Yeah.
The state wrote that down in their complaint. I was reading that line from the complaint. My children were all interviewed by 2 government workers with no parents, no grandparents, and no attorney present.
Yeah.
Not even a guardian ad litem was
They
present.
got taken out of the.
Like me, Kenny says, this is where Nick is setting up the story that Aaron was smoking crack in the kitchen in the presence of children of the kids, and they got secondhand crack smoking.
Just share some crack with the kids. Everything's fine.
Actually,
Just sprinkle some crack on it.
Hey, Julie, do you want some crack here? Hit this. While he's
It
making
wasn't
her a
spaghetti,
peanut butter
it was-
and jelly
it was
sandwich.
crack.
What were you saying, Baldo?
Oh, it's just it might be in this clip, it might not, but apparently the metabolite is one that can't go through hair.
That's what he
For
said.
crack?
That's not true though.
You
The
can't get.
I've got the next
for
clip.
hair?
That clip he goes through a cope, like an entire cope.
Okay.
About the test and how it's always wrong. It's wrong like 80% of the time. Like
I'd really like if Nick grew his hair
The
out
home
like
when the
fucking,
cops showed up.
Yes.
I mean, I
And
know
so-
it always needs to be repeated, but cops are extremely incompetent.
Actually,
your
they
hero.
got taken out of the home when the cops showed up, and then they were brought back into the home several times
with all the
during the
fucking
search.
cocaine flying around. Really? Good job. Good
during
job,
the
officers.
search-
Dick and cock
retarded.
knuckles.
During the search.
so during the search before the children had been tested. Like
The cocaine's flying
he's-
around though.
no, but
it's
it's
everywhere.
just it's the
They're spraying cocaine around.
No, they put it in the
did he
fucking
say
blender and it's
did he
just
say
everywhere.
with cocaine flying around?
That was
That's
that
why he
whole-
was implying.
Because that he should not say that.
He's a retarded person.
Because-
he's
Oh, sorry,
fucking-
Dax might have been implying that.
Yeah, I think Dax said it.
That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
This
Like
guy is retarded. This guy is retarded.
it's like you just threw it in the fucking vacuum cleaner. It's just all over the air now. Like, oh no, there's coke everywhere. Fucking out.
Cops showed up.
Yes.
I mean, I
And
know
so-
it always needs to be repeated, but cops are extremely incompetent.
Actually, they
That's how
got
small his
taken
hands are.
out of the home when the cops showed up, and then they were brought back into the home several times
with all the
during the
fucking
search.
cocaine flying around. Really? Good job. Good job,
during the
officers.
search-
Dick and cock knuckles.
During the search, the children were brought into and out of the home several times.
Great.
Man has
I didn't
embarrassed
know
with his
this
small hands.
because I was not there.
Yeah, it's the shit around the hair test is so aggravating because people just have no idea. It's not a piss test. It's hugely environmental. They cannot filter out. This is me saying it. I mean, I don't know the implications of even being on a stream with
big
you,
that
but
pen
I
is.
know a lot about drug testing, and the hair
you?
test is just total garbage because anything in the environment can set it off at any moment, and they cannot wash it off. They can't wash it off. They can't determine what's been ingested and what's just been gotten blown on your hair from a butterfly or.
You can't
It's-
wash it
it's
off.
amazing.
That doesn't seem
The-
reasonable or correct.
But the reason that I mentioned that, like, people are like, huh,
Yeah,
what's he trying
That
to say? I'm
sounds
like,
fucking
I'm trying to
retarded.
say that according to the complaint the government filed,
Well,
the
we are
children
listening to
who
a
they
retard.
independently interviewed with no
Nick, stop being
possible
friends with
parental
fucking
influence
retards.
all said
He
that they've
idolizes
never
this
seen
retard.
drugs, they've never seen their parents
know, it's
intoxicated in
disgusting.
any way, and they have never.
Should have been my first red
I'm
flag.
gonna stop you right there. Seriously, they interviewed all the kids and they said they'd never seen their parents intoxicated. I hope they went under oath.
Oh my god!
Come on, yeah.
Don't we have video evidence of them walking in while he was drunk?
Yes, I'm pretty sure. Yes,
There has been a number of times where Nick was doing the show and was inebriated and
he does look better now, though.
I think it's his second youngest who has night terrors. The one who's night terrors comes in and says, like, "Daddy, like, read me a story or whatever." So, yeah.
Juju the cow.
These kids don't know. The eldest probably knows, but that's about it. These kids don't know what intoxicated sounds like, looks like, feels like. It's just like they don't know what drugs look like. Like, come on.
How old's the oldest?
16, 17?
Jesus Christ, yeah. How's the second oldest?
13, 12. I think 12, 13.
Yeah, nowadays those ones will know all about sex and drugs. So,
yay!
And if any exposure were to have happened, it would have come from contact with sex.
That's so incredibly depressing. Damn, thank you.
Well, they were homeschooled, so I want to retract that a little bit theoretically.
Someone else.
Yeah,
that's what they said. Actually, though, what I've learned
to know what drugs. Well, now they know all about drugs. So
yeah, they are drugs.
So the homeschooling didn't really help.
Learned is that that line that the government put in their complaint was a lie. Not a single child said that. That line was sort of fed to them by a county worker. Yeah, a county worker, because it's not something 6-year-olds tend to say, or 8-year-olds, or 11-year-olds, or 13-year-olds, or 16-year-olds. It's just not their normal experience to say that. But it is a county worker who tried to get them to say what they wanted them to say.
Oh, so it's a conspiracy.
And again, and people are like, "Oh my god,
I'm not
saying all this stuff about these people. I sure hope he's there. You know, does he know about defamation? It's all recorded, guys. All this shit's recorded. I'm very fucking confident in saying all of it because it's all recorded.
What's in that weird growler you got there, Nick?
But the kids never actually said that. The government put that in their complaint, and it wasn't true.
Well, they didn't say that though.
Shocker.
Which
But that's
fine.
the reason that I said it in court was because, hey, you even say in your complaint that the alleged victims, the children, have never witnessed any of this. In fact, they didn't ever present a single witness who had. Not one. Not one witness was able to ever say that Lady Rackets or I had engaged in any illegal activity at all. Not a single witness presented by the state.
Where's he
in a
at?
family case.
Good question.
Probably deemed unreliable.
I love watching fucking.
They do a mass spectrometry test test to verify or confirm after the enzyme test.
Spectrometry is how you pronounce that.
Spectrometry.
No, I lied. I made it up. But that's how you say
it's spectrometry.
Spectrometry. God damn it.
Spectrometry. Yeah. This is very. It's going to confuse the fuck out of me. This is very accurate, and they can detect differences between metabolites and the environmental transfer. Yeah, exactly. Tombolites but metabolites may come from other common prescription drugs.
You can't wash it off.
From
memory,
Tombolo, this particular metabolite was one of the two that come from cocaine. Costy says the smugness and gaslighting really changed me from an indifferent to a detractor.
Yeah,
I'm getting there, Costy, man. I've been on the fence for quite a while.
Every time I see Dick Masterson, I go farther into the detractor territory.
I'm starting to tip off that into the detractor territory. I'll never be an A-log. I want him. I like Nick. I want him to turn it around.
Make $1 million.
I like old Nick. I don't like.
I hope he makes $1 million more. I hope he makes $1 million
Elb technically?
I honestly don't like. I honestly don't like Dick. Like I don't like.
I fucking hate.
So, like he's a dipshit.
Yeah,
I hate everything about this guy. Is Elb technically a detractor now, or how does that work?
I don't know. Elb's not a detractor.
All right, I don't know. I don't know how this works.
No, she would be accused of being detractor, but I think Elb just presents the facts. So Elb,
and the fact is, Nick is a piece of shit.
Elb clips everybody. And
how old is Dick these days?
Who she gets permission from, and she shows what they say. That's it. If they most of these people hang themselves with their words.
I do that a lot myself.
Fuck you, Costy. Fuck you. Laughing my ass off them and not liking dick is hard to believe.
R.I.P.
Anyway. Oh yeah, Eric, confidently wrong. Yeah.
Was put on record for that. No one was brought up at all. It's amazing.
Elman t-shirt.
It's amazing. So yeah, when people are like, Nick's never getting his kids back and all this
It's
stuff.
amazing that they have to take your kids away for a month for like
all these people saying Nick's never getting his kids back. He must just read the farms constantly.
He has to.
Because that's the only place they were saying he's never getting his kids back.
Oh, that and Twitter.
Yeah, well, Twitter's not real. Twitter's like Australia.
Farms aren't real either, by the way.
Elvis, the ringleader of the cult trying to take down Nick in service of Monty. Yes, it's all about Monty.
It always has been about Monty.
Yeah.
Is that still going on? Do they still have that?
Yeah,
that's
you didn't see the intro. He owes him $300.
Wait.
Oh, $3 bills.
Nick
Hang on,
owes
he owes him
That's just too
$300.
bad, buddy.
Nick owes Monty $300.
What for?
From you know how Nick and his lawyer Mark Randazza tried to get the Colorado slap statute applied in Minnesota because Monty at the time was a resident of Colorado.
Interesting.
The judge said no, that's dumb. Because of course the judge has it out for Nick.
Yeah,
apparently.
Well, I bet she does now.
They appealed it, and the appeals court said no, it stands. And by the way, Ricada has to pay Montegraph $300 in costs.
Oh damn!
So Nick has owed Monty $300 in costs. No, those costs have to be paid. Even if he lost that part, so he has to pay the $300.
The case is still ongoing. It's just
The case is still ongoing, but he still owes Monty $300. Even if Nick wins the case and it's later dismissed, he owes Monty the $300 for the lost appeal.
I do really enjoy that Nick has still not hit rock bottom, because this Joker fucking painting that he has in the back is just a big fuck you to everybody. Like I enjoy that he just doesn't understand what's happened to him.
Yeah.
I don't think he'll ever understand.
No, he's gonna burn
for close
right
to
in
90 days.
ground.
Yeah. Kiwi Farms people would say he's getting his kids back. It's just a matter of when. Yeah, exactly. And under what circumstances?
Well,
exactly.
Of course you will, but
Fallen
don't
Preacher,
be an
you would
asshole.
get along with my wife. She makes that joke all the time. It's from like God, what movie is that from? I want my $2. It's like a John Cusack film.
Who?
John Cusack, not to be confused for his more attractive sister, Joan Cusack.
Who?
more attractive. You're saying
I'm
John
not a person.
Cusack has some kind of attraction to you.
Oh,
You have
question mark. That sounds like a man is attractive. That's what I hear.
Like something this
Oh,
retarded.
They
Like-
don't have to.
Oh, they don't have to?
No, they could have returned them right away.
You just put them back in the box.
Okay, so let's go through the steps.
Okay.
Allegedly, they found this substance, and I say allegedly
Teeth
because
are so
again, it has
small.
not been
Yeah, they get
tested.
better
No
off dead as
testing
a
has
film.
been done by the Bureau
Thank
of
you,
Criminal Apprehension in Minnesota.
Yeah, right.
So, the government hasn't even
Like 2
performed their
pounds
own
of white powder in bags.
Sorry,
everybody knows it's coke.
I keep
Everybody
pausing,
knows.
but yeah. Meat Candy says Nick won't pay Monty the $300. He isn't even paying the state the $800 he owes
Fuck
Minnesota
the state.
from the traffic tickets he didn't show in court or pay and have the ability to arrest him over.
He does get pulled over a
Can you
lot. Guy
so
lives
imagine he
nowhere.
cops a plea?
It's amazing.
Cops a plea.
He must drive like
gets
an
like
asshole.
probation.
He's an asshole.
2 years probation. Goes to jail because of fucking unpaid fucking speeding tickets.
I don't think you
because
ever
of that
got
stupid car.
It goes on taxes.
That's on it. So allegedly, they found this substance that they believe merits an emergency placement. Well, we can presume that the county sheriff's department does a fantastic job and removes all of the dangerous things when they do a search. So their entire basis for keeping our kids longer was someone might commit a crime at some point in the future. And we were asked to prove that a future crime would not be committed.
How?
Good fucking question. Because when you ask them, what do you need? Because that's all we asked the whole time. What do you need? What do you need? What do you need?
Yeah.
What do you need? They didn't have answers. They never have an answer. Because how do you answer that?
Yeah, what do you got?
They go, well,
Go to rehab.
Yes.
we want to make sure it doesn't happen again. It's like, yeah, we're with you on that. What do you need? What do you want us to do?
Yeah.
Want to come look in our house? You want to go search through every fucking thing? What do
Wanna
you
have
need?
sex?
Oh, it's time to stop watching rackets. Nick, Tim's here.
Oh yeah.
He'll get
Stop
upset.
watching his fucking dicks there. Jesus
His
Christ.
cope.
Just tell us, what do we need
Everybody
to
hates
do to show you that the home is safe for the children? And they couldn't. They
Show us
didn't
the
have
body cam.
anything.
That'll prove it.
The problem was they couldn't tell us what wasn't safe, because the only
The body cam's not going to show you that the house is unsafe. The body cam's just going to show you that the house is untidy.
Yeah, but it'll show
I
you.
want. I really do want to
And
see.
I'm being
it
nice
is.
about
I really
it.
do.
Untidy is like one man's
it was-
untidy. Like
it was-
untidy to my wife would be probably the
Fingerprint
like
on the fucking-
how Nick describes the house would be untidy to my wife.
It'll
Yes.
be, but it'll show you the coke, right? And
I've mentioned this.
It might,
as well.
yeah.
Like, I'd like to see how bad it is. Like,
well, if it shows his bedroom, it will show the coke.
Yeah,
And
will it show all the fucking bondage shit. And like, I mean,
possibly, probably.
Yeah, that's the
Dude.
part I'm looking forward to.
those cops, those like small town Minnesota county cops
They must
would have
see
been
some
so fucking confused. What the fuck is?
I don't
What
think
is
they
this
would.
Have a
roofing?
cross.
Like, what the
You
fuck
think
is
so,
a, what
but
the
like
fuck
that
is a
shit
Baldo?
is that shit is basic in every fucking
Wait,
deep degen fucking place in the world. Like,
Yeah,
there's
true.
people like died of fucking like insertions in my town. Who's like 800 people. Like, it's real.
That's about. Spice is not that much bigger than that. About 1,000 or so.
Look how small Dick's hands are. They're so tiny.
It's almost
a
like he's
very
a tiny,
short
tiny
fingers.
man.
Is he tiny?
Schmo, man.
I thought he
I
was
don't know,
a
but
regular height.
emotionally, he's very tiny.
That is true.
only thing was the alleged substances. And
Why is
those
Nick
were
in gay
removed.
love with this man? I
So-
don't understand.
And just to be
Because they
clear to
don't push
everybody
back
out
on
there,
what he
that's
says.
not an admission that there were alleged.
well,
The
he's,
whole
he
ass
likes
Discord.
Dak. He likes Dax because Dax is who he wants to be. He's like Dax has the life he wants.
Yeah,
Sorry,
Dax
let
gets
me
to say
rephrase.
literally whatever
Dax has
he
the
wants.
life he thinks he wants.
So does Nick.
No. I don't
Nick
recall
can say
Dax.
whatever
Poker,
he
Nick,
wants.
Ralph is 5'1". Yes.
Dax hasn't been accused of giving coke to his kids.
He's been accused of wearing a
I have-
cow outfit and getting.
I have
Whatever he-
photographic.
I don't know
evidence
what the
of-
fuck
of
happened.
Ralph's height.
Do you? How tall is he?
Sounds
5'3". If I'm going 5'2", 5'3".
Is it
I think he's 6 hats tall. Like, no,
How
five,
tall's a
five and
hat?
a bit hat. Well, that's what I did. I measured. I figured out what hat he was wearing, and got the dimensions of the hat. Then used.
You
the
are
scale
fucking
and-
diabolical. I just want to say that.
I did that in the Discord. Like, years
I'm
ago.
never gonna like. Well, I probably do. I don't want you to come after me. Leave me alone. What do I have to do to not make Thermo come after me?
Don't
Tombolo
make
for
him
fun.
angry.
Oh, hang on. I should do the PPP thing.
How have I not done that already?
Tombolo for $5. Sweeping fees for house
You're
cleaning.
blowing out your
Thank
mic,
you,
man.
I'm not using my regular mic.
No, he
Yeah,
sounds
you
fine.
sound, you sound different.
That's
I
great.
wasn't sure.
Yeah, I
I
do
wasn't
sound
sure.
different. Yeah.
No,
It's
he
the
sounds
mic.
really
You
good.
come
He
in and the
sounds
first
perfect.
thing you say was Thermo, you sound like shit.
Yeah, that was my fault though. I admitted that.
No. have we covered the part where Nick is trying to paint the Kiwi Farms as all
When he's
pedophiles?
jerking off.
No, I think
Heck,
we'd,
yeah,
we'd,
we do that.
we'd visit with Professor Ricada and his studies of cocaine testing.
Limo Jones says there's whining in the background. I think one of your kids are crying because they're starving or want more cocaine. The stuff that got you here to begin with.
That's pretty funny. I think one of your kids.
And look what he said. Look, he's looking to the right. He knows it's true.
Yeah, he's looking at April.
Is she really still there?
Yeah.
Yes.
Why?
There's no indication that she is not staying with them still.
Well,
is there any indication she is?
Yes.
Okay.
In that she shows up to the court cases, like she shows up as support to the child case, and
yeah, they took April to the custody case.
Yeah. The custody.
They
thing, yeah.
both of them.
Yeah, Nick and Caleb. Nick and
Caleb. I would have thought that if Kayla would object, Nick wouldn't do it. So I imagine it was agreed by both. So
yeah, agreed upon. I don't know.
This is my support hole. I mean, friend.
Well, Vicky, that assumes Nick can even get it up to get her pregnant. But
who's Vicky?
Well, according
Vicky,
to Aaron,
sorry, from the chat. Sorry, I'm fast. Right. Yeah.
I don't know what's happening.
No.
Vicky T says maybe April is pregnant. I doubt it.
All you need to know, Tem, is that April is involved and at home, and they're basically living in a threesome.
Actually, no. Didn't Nick say? Wasn't Nick? Didn't Nick get the snip?
He says so, but who knows?
No.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
Really?
he said he got the snip.
I think he said he got the snip, but who knows? It's
because 5 was enough.
He says a lot of things. Remember?
No, see, I thought it was something to do with Kayla that was the reason that they medically couldn't have any more. Not him.
No.
I don't. She's had like 5 kids. Like this, that's just not going to just stop.
Eight.
No, they had a lot of trouble.
miscarriages.
So they had a lot of trouble conceiving, and they had a few miscarriages.
5 times.
Like 3 miscarriages, 5 kids.
Yeah, well, keep trying.
And then they had the first child, and then it was like, oh, there we go, all sorted.
Yeah,
and that happens. That happens a lot. Like you would be fucking astounded at how often that happens. Like couples that have trouble conceiving manage to get 1, and then all of a sudden it's like 2, 3, 4. Like it just fucking it's like a
mashed up properly or something.
Yeah, like it just needs a jump start, or
I've heard of that. Like
just
where
right, and then one kid just fucking triggers it.
Where like the women is like they like reject the shitty ass fucking male sperm that's very cuckish, and then like they're just like, this is what I got, so this is it.
Meat Candy, I wouldn't be surprised if Kayla wanted her tubes tied. Like 5 kids, come on, that's a lot for nowadays.
Eric says, if we don't have more kids, how can I get more money from the trust fund? Try harder, Kayla.
Well, if it's Nick's trust fund, doesn't matter who's pregnant.
Eric the Red says, acting like that pedo is the official rep of Kiwi Farms to get out video coverage that he claimed over and over again that every trial should have is the most beta bitch behavior ever. 100% agree, and that's one of those things that tips me towards the Costy
are we talking about
detractor section from the
who's the pedo
I'm
though?
indifferent. I hope
Jason
he gets $1 million section.
Jason Close, the will cost.
Yeah,
some guy on the farms who
some guy on the farms who was a pedo,
and in the court,
and also in Nick's local.
There's no was.
Not a paying member.
The point, Tim, is that this guy, in his appeal to the court, said, "I'm a volunteer member of the Kiwi Farms." He identified himself
volunteer
in
member of the Kiwi Farms investigative team.
Yes.
Yeah.
So he's legally said, "I represent Kiwi Farms."
How
he was Eric says that is correct.
He has self-described himself as an investigator.
So did Jersh say like, yeah, he's our guy?
No.
Jersh banned him from the forum and said, "You're a piece of shit who deserves to go on the wall."
Okay, so he's not a
Jersh disavowed him.
No, but a judge isn't gonna go through all the law history of
no, but that is the angle that Nick is now using to smear the farms. Is that you've got a pedo claiming to represent you?
Also, he lied.
Yes,
he said the first person to apply for access to the body cam footage
on his thing,
was the pedo, but he didn't. Number one, he wasn't the first to put in a request. Yeah. He didn't request the body cam footage. So number one, he wasn't the first to request. Number two, it wasn't the body cam footage. He requested the warrant.
Yep.
He requested the arrest warrant.
Yeah. So Nick
the first person to request anything was fucking Kurt.
Yes.
Kurt was fucking the second he heard Ricardo was arrested. He submitted. he was fucking frantically typing away a request to the Kandiyohi County Sheriff's Office asking for anything and everything related to Nick Riccata's arrest.
The only ones I knew was
the more he knew, the better he could stand for Nick.
Kurt, Sean, Mindset have all, and Josh have all done.
But what I'm saying is, Nick asserts in his filing that this pedo
wanted everything.
Was the one who did it first, but he wasn't. He wasn't the first.
Fuck is his name?
Jason something.
Nate,
is the pedo.
No, I'm thinking like the fucking what the hell? Never mind. Sorry. Go ahead. Doesn't matter.
It's okay. Like there were hundreds of people who attached.
No, like that's all right. I mean, there was like 3 people. It was Josh, it was Kurt, and then
Mindset.
No, not Mindset. Fucking
Me Kenny says Tim, don't doubt she was tired of having kids, but a vasectomy is a preferable procedure because it's a lot less invasive with fewer potential complications.
Oh, I know.
Quartering.
I think quartering submitted too. Yeah.
Those are the ones I
correct.
Yeah. That's fair.
It's an hour surgery, and the only follow up is you got to ice.
Yeah, Sean did, Eric. Yep. Sean. Oh no, you got me.
I'm not saying he didn't. I'm just saying
that's right, Sean.
Right. No,
Sean.
You're right.
Sean.
I think quartering filed as well. No, you're right. Yeah.
It was like what I remember is quartering, and then Josh. Well, quartering probably saw Josh, and then like Jersh was first. Then well, maybe I don't know. I don't fucking know. I don't know what's happening. I'm barely alive. I don't fucking know what's happening.
A lot of Nick's former acquaintances have filed. To have the
I don't watch Kurt that much anymore.
I don't watch Kurt at all.
Yeah, no, I
Kurt's
only get that information secondary.
Fucking Kurt's Kurt. Like he's like I just don't want to be a serial killer, but he's trending that way. So
either way,
yeah.
Okay.
Oh, poor Kurt.
Sean.
Sean's not here.
All right, Sean.
Go home.
Guys, the kids were never on cocaine. That's like if that's
Drug
not
test
what
says
you get
otherwise,
from this, the state saying, "Oh yeah, you could have your kid back," then you are a fucking retard. Which I've been telling.
That was weird. I just noticed that. Watch what he does with his mug.
Saying, "Oh yeah, you could have your kid back," then you are a fucking retard. Which I've been telling you.
He just handed it off. They handed it off to someone to refill.
Yeah, because it's being refilled with alcohol off stream.
Retard from the beginning, but I was willing to let this work out before I say, if you don't get it now, that there was never any issue, you're just straight up fucking retarded.
If you guys had, if you guys don't realize that if the state had any inkling that we had given a child cocaine, that we would be charged with felony child abuse. Like
you'd be dead.
The kids would not be around. That would not be a thing. Like not just not be around. Like we may not be out of jail until our hearing or until our like trial. Like that's
drugs.
It's an extremely serious crime.
With guns.
The problem was, I mean, hell, one of the
not
state
that
workers
serious. It is serious.
Flat out said they don't believe that the child had actually ingested anything.
Yeah,
they brought up environmental exposure. I haven't had an opportunity. That was actually my big problem with the whole thing was that that test was dropped on us less than 24 hours before our hearing. We had no opportunity to hire an expert. The state didn't have an expert, and we didn't have. That was the point of my entire objection. Was all I wanted was an objection to the admission of any discussion about the test until we could have it reviewed.
Yeah,
or a continuance so that we could have it reviewed. Because when the state told us about the test, I fucking lost my mind.
His kids back allegedly.
I said, that's impossible. That's fucking impossible. And by the way, the state worker tried to lie to us and said that false positives on hair follicle tests are impossible. They said they cannot produce a false positive. That's the state, ladies and gentlemen.
Really? What if you misread the document right now? What about that?
That's the state.
False positive.
People ask, well, why didn't you get the child retested? We tried. They wouldn't do it.
Misread the document.
They wouldn't do it.
What does that mean?
Yeah, of course not. Once they get what
they
need,
they're done. Nick?
Yeah.
Why would they need to?
Actually,
they've given a test and they've submitted evidence.
Well, the county is not interested in pursuing a second test.
Yeah.
Yes,
that was
state.
Because I said that's impossible. There's no fucking way that test is accurate. not a chance. But it's
why couldn't he have his own kid tested
insane.
outside of this?
The last thing I was saying, I don't know where I got cut off. But the last thing I was saying is the fail rate on
I'm
hair
pretty sure
follicle
there's
tests for
independent
cocaine is
testing.
35%.
Maybe
I
there
bet
is.
he
all
never
ages and
requested the
populations.
independent testing.
I bet he's lying about everything that he's even talking about here.
Yep.
I bet he's deflecting. I don't know that he's lying.
Again, but he's also misrepresenting the accusations against him.
Then
Yeah,
why
it's
would he have his kids back if he's lying about everything?
Well, that's the
Like,
thing.
you
Does he
think
actually
it's
have his kids back unsupervised? I don't believe that.
No, I 100% believe he has. Yeah.
I don't believe that at all. Unsupervised?
No, believe
Yeah.
it.
In the face of cocaine
One-time
allegations
offense.
and pending
Not
criminal
violent
charges,
crime.
like
Tell me
pending
that
criminal
you've,
cases.
You wireless. There we go. Oh, no.
Yeah, no.
There we go.
How the fuck does it? This is so. I'm sorry.
I think he has the kids back. I think they live with him. I think the only supervision is occasionally Alicia Sweep has to drop around, or someone from the DCS or whatever they call it in Minnesota.
Whatever child service
Has to drop around. Child services has to visit occasionally. Just to
Nick's lying about
check
this.
that
His own
everything's
father
all right.
lied on the stand. Like, I don't believe anything coming out of his side.
Yeah, but on the same note, I don't trust the government.
I don't trust the government either, but they're the only ones who've produced any sort of evidence. He hasn't produced evidence to the contrary.
Yeah, but he doesn't have to produce evidence to the contrary.
No, but as far as in terms of
But we're not.
discovery,
We're not.
he
that's the
hasn't
thing,
presented
Baldo.
any.
We're
he
not
has- he
charging
hasn't-
him with a crime.
No, but he hasn't attempted to present any exculpatory evidence, if such
To who?
if such things exist. So
Exculpatory evidence to who? His trial hasn't started yet.
Yeah.
no, but the
Who's-
allegations
who's-
of his abuse,
Yeah, but-
like
But who's he meant to produce them to? The public?
it's all part
And
of lawsuits and
potentially-
discovery.
Hang on,
And
well, hold on a
potentially
second.
fuck his own-
It's all part
Hold on,
of
hold on.
but it's all part of discovery.
Nick's not been accused of abusing the kids.
No, he wasn't. That's right.
Neither of them been accused of abusing the kids. So he's
No,
right
no,
about that.
in-
Neglect. There's a neglect
neglect.
charge.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for. Sorry, neglect. Yeah, that's right. No one's accusing him of again, as I said, nobody's accusing him of injecting his kids with drugs or making them ingest
there's a
it.
criminal neglect charge.
Yes, that's what.
As part of the filings.
Yes.
So that'll be handled. Like I don't think they were actually neglected. Do are kids hungry sometimes? Yeah, absolutely.
Mm.
Like, and if you're distracted with your extra wife, yeah, okay, I can understand kids being forced to miss meals, because you didn't feed them.
Yeah,
or they
it's
can't.
it's misdemeanor.
Or the other cuck in the house wasn't there anymore to be able to open a can of.
It's misdemeanor child neglect, but the drug charges are felonies.
I have a personal anecdote for this kind of thing, which is part of the thing.
I love personal anecdotes.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So when I was in
You guys
kindergarten,
eat SpaghettiOs in that situation.
Anyway, so when I was young and retarded, which I still am, but anyway, I complained because I wanted more food at fucking lunch to my lunch ladies and teachers that my parents didn't feed me. And that got CPS called and a whole bunch of fucking bullshit. And it wasn't true. I was just wanted more fucking food. So I said, oh, they don't feed me. Like, they don't feed you at all. I'm like, no lunch, no dinner, no nothing. And then they called the goddamn cops. And then they came into my house and it's like, oh, like, you're not feeding your child. Despite the fact that I was mildly fat as a child. Like, clearly not true. But these dumbass fucking lunch ladies, because they're women, decided that was absolutely fucking true because they're retarded.
Like, putting all this aside,
it was the first step in me not trusting
women
to do anything intelligent ever.
Even if I grant that his kids are back with him, he's still a drug addict. He's still got his criminal cases to go. And again, Nick has not been.
Hang on a sec. No. I'm gonna nose guard for a second here.
Well,
he's not an addict.
If they're
obviously.
gay.
No, he's a fucking addict. Let's not.
What do you mean,
let's not
obviously?
bandy about the bush.
He's not a drug addict. Don't be
drug
user. He is a user of drugs. He's not.
The guy has shit housed his entire life. What are you
I
talking
wasn't
about?
accusing him of being a crackhead yet.
No, but you were saying he's a drug addict, and I don't think that's a fair descriptor.
Alcohol is fine.
Alcohol-
it was the
alcohol is a
fucking
drug.
Coke.
The man
He's
is
managed.
A
He's managed. So a drug addict can't piss clean for 90 days, which is what he did.
Yeah, I don't.
So-
I don't believe.
No,
he
according
did.
to A or fucking what is it? Alcoholics
exactly,
Anonymous,
Eric.
AA.
So, are we supposed
According to AA, anything that
he's
impacts your
100%.
life
He's
means you're a
100%
drug addict.
alcohol. I do think he has an issue with alcohol, but I don't know that he's an alcoholic.
No, he's an alcoholic.
So
He's an
I think
alcoholic, and he's using harder drugs on the side. Like that should not be in dispute. So, right, whatever you want to call it.
It's not an ad. I'm not
exactly, Eric. He's still pissed hot until
fallen
the court
preacher,
told him he
baby. That's a lie.
Yeah. Yeah, he's still pissed hot for alcohol until the court told him he couldn't drink.
Yeah, that's right.
He paid that to not have to do that. Though.
Congratulations, you passed a piss test for 60 days. That doesn't.
Well,
that doesn't
Eric, I
change
think
anything.
you know the answer to that question.
That's the answer is both, Eric.
No, he's a petulant cunt.
The answer is both. He's addicted to alcohol, but he toughed it out for 60 days.
An addict,
or he pissed clean technically for 60 days. And again, we all know he's a drug user. We all know
no,
he
but
is
see the
his father.
difference. Look, fundamentally, the difference between
random white powder.
No, don't.
So an addict is someone who needs help to quit.
Yeah, so does Nick.
No, he doesn't
No,
need
he
help to
does.
quit.
He does because his own father
he chooses
stepped
to
in.
do this shit.
Yes, it's like he can't.
Addicts don't have a choice.
All right.
Nick has a choice.
Nick doesn't have a choice, really, because he continues to use. His own father lied on the stand about having never seen his son engage in drugs, despite his own father watching Nick mix his drugs and alcohol and asking him what the fuck is going on. Of course, his dad will never be penalized for it, but he did lie on the stand.
Yeah, I
This is
don't
not
know
up for
what you're
debate.
talking about there, Tim.
When did
Stasha says he's an alcoholic, takes one to know one. I'm better now, can drink in moderation, and months between normal. But boy, I was bad. Yeah.
I thought that was known that once that
Tough Bugger
Nick's
says your
father
mogs are
once saw
arguing
him do
semantics.
that.
Yeah. Let's yes. Poker is right. Let's move on. Let's watch.
It's actually higher amongst kids. False positives, false negatives. It's not a reliable test. And there's tons of information as to it not being reliable. My biggest problem with it was that we never got to fight it at all. But hey, why didn't we get to fight it? Because the government was happy with it just being out there.
Yeah, I don't. I seem to remember something in California where they kicked it out. They took it out of rotation in LA because it's racist. Because the test is racist against black people.
Horrifically racist.
It actually is. Like,
yes,
if you test a black guy and a white guy who do the same amount of cocaine in their hair, the black guys will test way higher. So they had to take it out.
Hang on,
they should take it out everywhere. It's totally bullshit. The hair.
Is Nick unironically claiming that he's black now?
No, well, he will. I guess he might make that again. He grew up in the tough streets of Houston. Remember,
on the mean streets of Houston. Yes.
Yeah, that's the term.
He's being discriminated against because he's black.
Because he's saying that apparently the hair drug tests are racist,
despite the fact that no black people are involved in this case.
No, yeah, okay. I think he's using that as it's unreliable. And
yeah, that's all he's trying to do. He's trying to smear it. Yeah.
So according to this article from the Standard Examiner, unreliable, racially discriminatory bill would stop hair follicle drug tests in child welfare cases. Salt Lake City follicle testing to detect illegal drugs in the hair of parents during child welfare monitoring would be banned under legislation proposal because it's been found to be racially discriminatory. It doesn't discriminate against black people. It discriminates against people with dark hair.
Oh.
So it's
black
not
people.
Black people. This is very disturbing. Melanin in dark hair binds with the drugs for a longer time. As a result, black and Hispanic parents disproportionately test positive more often. So it lasts longer.
It stays in your hair longer.
It stays in your hair longer. That's the racial disparity.
Yes, and of course Dax left
and it's
that
not
out.
a racial disparity because my mum wasn't black and she had brown hair. My dad wasn't black and he had brown hair. So
it's purely about your hair
But don't
color.
you claim that you're black though, Mo?
Well, technically, my dad was from Italy, so technically, yes, he was black.
Yeah. Play the clip. Yeah, but that's no. I thought the part about Nick's dad having.
They're about to execute us when a rebel officer sees one of our passports and shouts, "Wait, these aren't whites. They're Italians."
No, I thought the part about Nick's dad having seen his son mix drugs and alcohol. I thought that was well known because I was watching Meme Copian a couple of nights ago, and I'm like, hey, I remember that. I can't remember from where, but Josh brought it up, and I'm like, I remember a story about that. I can't quite remember from where. But then Nick's dad got on the stand and said, I've never seen my son drunk ever. And I'm like, that's bullshit.
I saw that, but it's like, really? Never?
Of course he'll never be penalized for it. Like, hey, that's not, like, you can't prove that in a court of law, but people who know the law, I guess, know that is a lie, a bold-faced lie.
Mm-hmm.
You can hand wave it by saying a dad's protecting his son or whatever, but still, his own father lied on the stand to those who know, like,
Well, anyone who watched Nick's election coverage knows that he didn't come back from it because he was drunk up the stairs.
I am fucking positive that if you trawled through all of his live streams, there have been live streams where he was visibly drunk and Nick's dad was in the chat.
Yes, that too.
So there is no way he's never seen his son drunk.
Exactly.
That's impossible. That would be like my wife saying she's never seen me drunk. That's not a fucking thing.
Yeah. Whereas I can say for certain, my parents have never seen me drunk because I almost never get drunk.
Or me saying I've yeah.
But you guys have seen me drunk. You guys have. So
yeah. Well, we've all been drunk on stream, so
yes. But you've specifically seen me because I was on camera.
And we've managed not to embarrass ourselves.
Yeah, well, I held out to the end of the stream. Yeah. Either way. Yeah, exactly me, Candy. That's it. But it's a minor point. But I suppose if the defense really wanted to push it, they could have scoured through all those videos and saying, "Hey, Mr. Ricada, is this your?"
Oh, that's why he said blonde person.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's not that it's. Sorry, I forgot to switch back to the tab. Let's start playing again.
A black person tests on average 4.5 times higher levels than a blonde person when the exact same amount of cocaine is ingested in controlled tests.
Yeah, Nick, again,
so
it's because
people don't know how they do this. When they do controlled cocaine testing, they actually do intravenous administration of cocaine to make sure that the amounts are stable. They use medical grade cocaine that they get from specific laboratories. This is all figured because they have different types of cocaine testing. Right, I've had to read a lot of cocaine testing, shockingly. They do different types of it, though. They have some where it's self-reported, like, hey, I use this much cocaine, blah, 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 blah. But when they do the scientific testing on the hair follicle studies, they use a specific grade of cocaine that they get from specific government resources. And then they inject it so that it's injected at a consistent rate, consistent with people. And people may not realize this, but the measurements of cocaine in tests are consistent.
Yes, Eric says it's funny how Dick is suddenly Mr. Drug Guy. Yeah. And look, that jives exactly with what Aaron was saying.
Mm-hmm.
He's doing his
reads all these studies and he's like, no, actually,
my home research.
This cocaine is actually good for you.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, man, it'll be totally safe. It's not cut with anything, man, because we cut it ourselves.
Tom Bowler says, where do I get my name into these tests?
Amongst body sizes as well, because it's the weight of cocaine present per weight of the hair, not weight of the
Nick,
person.
You have 26 grams of cocaine.
So when you have like some tests like blood alcohol and shit,
yes, allegedly, it's alleged. It's alleged to be cocaine.
Allegedly.
It field tested positive.
It is a statement of fact that there was 26 grams of cocaine found in
No, it's not. It's an allegation. It is an allegation.
Wasn't that a finding of fact in the document saying just that there was cocaine in the house?
There are no findings of fact yet. The
case hasn't started.
Case hasn't started. Yeah.
Hang on. Well, what was the finding?
This time next week.
What was,
We
what
will-
was
we
the
will have a
finding
lot
of fact
more
document
information.
from a while ago? Was that related to the kids case, or like there was a whole finding of fact document about one of these issues?
Tumblr says, "Is this scientific testing for free? Do I need hair?" No, it's not free, and yes, you need hair. The article
Yeah,
I
but
read
does it have to be on your head?
before
You can do it
was
for your arms.
saying, no, I don't think so. I think it can be anywhere in your body.
Yeah, rip your pubes out, butt hair. Yeah.
Costy says, "Sad it's not being streamed." Well,
Well,
I don't know if you watched Maddie, but the guy from North Dakota is the lawyer from North Dakota who's barred in Minnesota is going to drive down and be at the hearing with his equipment, and he's going to during the contested omnibus, the judge is going to have to rule on that stuff. He's going to have to rule on the recording.
So he's going to rock up with
so
his
he could
equipment
potentially rock up with the equipment to stream, like to record it, because it probably won't be streamed. It'll like in that case that one might be recorded. No, not Harden, another lawyer that has kindly volunteered. So he says he'll be in the courtroom. He'll have his equipment, and he's going to, I guess, make a motion to the court.
Yeah, same, Costy. I thought the judge
proceedings.
already said no streaming.
Yes, the judge said no streaming, but
yeah, the
he can
pre-trial.
go into the courtroom and he can petition the court while he is there to record the proceedings, and the judge can make a decision then. And at that point, the judge can decide on whether the actual proceedings are streamed or recorded or whatever. So at the very least, we'll get notes.
Yep, we get the live updates like Joe. Breaking news in the
exactly.
Breaking news in the Ricada case.
So I do find Nick's hypocrisy on this galling, but I understand it. But it just shows that. So it just shows that you can have a position that you hold, that you feel like you hold deeply and ethically, and like you believe this to your very core, but when it happens to you, suddenly you've changed your mind. And those are just opinions. Those aren't positions.
It's almost like Nick never believed it to begin with.
No, I absolutely believe he held those beliefs.
I don't.
But those beliefs mean nothing until they're tested.
Yeah,
and when they're tested, that everything should be open and broadcast, and I think that
you're talking about that part.
He's been found and weighed and found wanting.
I can understand that when it comes to recording. I was thinking about his
that's
views
called
on drugs.
Hypocrisy. Yeah,
I was thinking about his views on. I was talking about his views on drugs and marriage and all that kind of shit.
Oh no, I'm talking about his views on whether
on trials
court
being
proceedings
opened
should be live
because
streamed,
the government needs to be
trials
held to
public,
account.
and
Yeah, I don't believe
he even have
that.
and I would have.
I think he only started believing that once he started doing. Well, he claimed to believe it.
No, I think he's believed it for a while. I think his sudden turn is entirely self-serving. And I understand. He said it in filings.
I get it. He's experiencing it from the other side now, and he's like, "Oh shit! What if this does get reported or recorded or streamed? Holy crap!" Yeah, I get that, but I don't think he actually started promoting the idea of transparency until he started streaming. I don't think he believed that.
Is Nick fighting against it, or is he just not?
Well, yeah, he filed a motion. He filed the motion, or he and his lawyer.
He doesn't want his trial streamed
against Harton and Jersh's filing to have the proceeding streamed. So, but the court hasn't made a ruling on that yet. So they said pursuant to like Minnesota code, pre-trial proceedings like an uncontested omnibus hearing are not broadcast by default because there's no jury.
Yeah.
So it is up to the judge at the time to decide. So yeah.
Really is heavily dependent on the size of the person. A bigger person can have more alcohol in their blood, and it's a percentage. But on cocaine, it's the weight of the hair. It's 1.5 grams of hair. no matter who it is. They use the same amount of hair to do the test.
Hi, Sean.
So when they do
Fancy seeing you
picograms
here.
per milligram, it's per milligram of hair that they use. But they're
Sean says, potentially criminal says, how far into this faggot-filled cope stream have you gotten? We're not watching the stream. We're watching the clips because I don't want to kill myself.
And it's been a slow slog.
Yeah, and it's a grind.
They're unreliable tests entirely. And so when we found out about it, the first thing we wanted that test redone.
Yeah, we could tell Sean just by the way
there's
that
no
he's
fucking
coping.
way.
They should have.
He is suddenly
redone.
Mr.
Like, you can't be a
toxicology.
responsible person.
Oh, yeah. He thinks it's racist, even though it is kind of racist, but it's actually about your hair color, and it's not about the levels in your hair. It's about how long it stays in your hair because it binds to the melanin
And the weight of your hair.
Like the weight of your hair, and it's, oh my god.
It's like, no, dude, it was your 9-year-old daughter had.
You
Just
was
had to say,
coping
one
and
of these kids tests
seething.
positive in the hair. Like, let's just run it again and see. That's probably obviously bullshit.
Oh, and lots of people make a big deal about some
And I'm sorry, you think they didn't run it twice?
Yeah. You
If
think
you're
they
a
just ran
lab
one
tech,
test?
if you're a lab tech and you run it and you're like, this 9-year-old just came up positive for like adult levels of cocaine. Okay,
good
run
enough
it
for me.
again.
I heard him say metabolite. Here's the code.
Ah, yes, here we go.
make a big deal about some metabolite. The metabolite that was found, because people are like, oh, there's a metabolite. It's actually called benzocognine. Benzocognine is a weirdly pronounced thing.
System.
And it's the one metabolite of cocaine that actually is created outside of human bodies.
Let's
no, that is
let's
wrong.
do a fact check.
That is wrong.
Fact check
It's
this.
created by your body. That's why it's called a byproduct or a metabolite.
Let's see.
Because it's created by your body metabolizing cocaine.
A benzococaine. Benzoyleucogen is the main metabolite of cocaine, formed by the liver and excreted in the urine. It is the compound tested for in most cocaine urine drug screenings and in wastewater screenings for cocaine.
But Dr. Nick said it was formed outside
But
the
Dr.
body.
Nick said, as benzococaine is only in the body for a short amount of time, it may be useful to think about any of these scenarios as pertained to you in the days leading up to your test.
If it's dealt with the liver, then why would it be in the hair?
Because it's in your
That's
blood.
why everything gets stuck. Everything, all your waste
So-
products they go into your hair.
Okay, so how that stuff works is, you ingest it, any drug, whether it's injection or ingestion or inhalation, it ends up in the bloodstream. If it's in the bloodstream, it ends up in the liver. The liver metabolizes it into something it can use. From that part, it is in the bloodstream again, and then it goes. Then when your body's done with it and broken it down, it goes to the liver. It goes to the kidneys. At which point, it gets filtered out through the kidneys into the bladder, out through the wang or hole, whatever. Yes, out through the urethra, into the
PP,
the toilet, or a nearby tree.
Yeah,
mouth.
And as
So
your
this
body
has been-
makes more dead cells.
This has been Dr. Fermo explains.
Again, so how's it then in the child's hair?
When it leaves your system,
if it's something's in the bloodstream,
yeah,
it goes throughout the entire body. So your as your hair grows, it takes, like, blood flows to that area, and it ends up in the hair follicle. The hair follicle is a snapshot in time.
Yeah.
Your hair is constantly growing at an inordinately slow rate, well, or in some people's cases, not at all. So yeah, potentially criminal says benzoyleucogen.
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 Gunning. Go like gun.
Gunning. Okay.
Yes.
there you go. Thank you, Sean.
Like Nick.
So Vicky says you would have tested hot either urine or in the hair. Yes. So if you take cocaine, you'll piss hot straight away, and your hair will come up later. So if you shave your head, you're probably okay. Chattanooga.
Yeah. At the end of the day, Nick is lying about basically everything.
Cocaine metabolizes outside of human bodies and into this metabolite. It's pretty.
Yeah, so that's totally wrong.
Yeah, you can't
Cocaine does
metabolize
not
outside the body.
metabolize outside the body.
What was the one he called it? Like, what did he
Benzoy?
say the one it was?
I will
metabolizes outside of human.
I'll put it in show chat.
Benzogocnine. It's a weirdly pronounced thing,
Benzogocnine.
and it's
He
the
can't even
one.
pronounce it.
Mick Kenny says, Thermo's totally forgotten that Nick did a lot of reading on cocaine testing and he knows all about it. He has never lied.
He would never.
Metabolite of cocaine that actually is created outside of human bodies. It's a cocaine metabolizes outside of human bodies and into this metabolite. It's pretty fucking interesting because there are other metabolites. There's coes.
And you will notice Nick does an amazing thing that I sometimes do in my work life, where even if you don't know something, you just act as if you do know it, and
fake it till you make it.
People believe you.
That's what I do half the time.
So, yeah, that's literally how, that is
and
literally how
people believe
that's called
it.
being a professional.
Yes, unironically, that is how you build confidence on stage and when you're presenting. Yeah, it's just
fake it till you make it.
Yeah.
Act as if ye have faith, and faith shall be given to you.
Yes, Darkstar. I would say more.
Yes,
than
that's half of IT life. Yes.
Yes,
Can confirm.
I totally.
Is this going to be okay? Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be fine. I totally
Wait,
understand.
why is everything on fire? Don't know.
That's a feature, not a bug.
Thermo narcissist confirmed. No, I don't gaslight people.
At the end of the day, just blame the developers, blame the BA, blame literally everybody else.
And remember,
gaslighting is a form of psychological abuse in which a victim is manipulated into doubting their own memory, perception, or sanity.
Yeah, and Eric, as a BA tester, yes, I can confirm that's accurate too. Yes, exactly. Preacher.
Yes,
fuck it.
We'll do it live. We'll do it live.
Unironically, fuck it. We'll test it in production. It has almost been used verbatim.
At my old job, I had a cowboy hat on my desk for that reason.
Yeah.
Potentially criminal says, Thermo, did we cover the fact that his patch might not cover alcohol? We haven't covered the patch yet. We're 2 clips deep on the fucking cocaine testing.
Yeah.
I didn't plan for this to turn into a Nick stream. I thought I would just do a couple minutes on Nick and move on, but it's a
coethyl
I would have just
Adeline or something, which is like cocaine and alcohol mix. And then there's neurococaine, which is a different metabolite.
I would have loved
None of those were found on the tests.
You
it
got
was
me,
only
Cooks.
the one test where the sole metabolite that was found was the metabolite that occurs outside of the human body.
No, it
but again,
doesn't.
I don't know. It's not like I've read 40 fucking scientific papers on it now.
And
Yeah, that's right,
clearly
Nick.
every one of them you didn't understand.
You clearly
What they
do
fucking
not
do?
know, Nick. That's
Like,
right.
Come on, Nick. Like,
I don't
Jesus.
know. That's right. You actually don't know. You do not know what you're talking about. You're as bad as.
And by saying he doesn't know, I'm being fucking generous.
Yeah.
Because it took fucking 10 seconds to look up that
It's
fucking
in-
metabolite, and it literally says it's fucking synthesized in the liver.
It's in the name.
How the fuck?
Metabolite.
That is the opposite. That is the opposite of what he is saying.
Yes.
He might as well have been reading Sanskrit. Yes. Maybe all the studies he read were in Aramaic.
Ooh.
Fancy.
Tom Boller says, I researched a bit about 15 years ago after a friend claimed a false positive test. Look, false positives do happen.
Oh, yeah.
It is not outside the realm of possibility that a test can come back false. But the all this other shit is just coping. Dick just yeah.
They should test the cops.
Oh, if you hair follicle test cops, all cops will test. Any cops that do drug work will test positive for several drugs on a hair follicle test.
Yeah.
Yeah. Contact high.
Yes, because you can get a contact high.
Yep.
I don't know about cocaine though. I guess if you get cocaine blown in your face,
Yeah, that
if
happens.
it's
like which
potentially.
which is the most likely scenario. Like something.
Yeah, a crackhead on the street literally blows.
This is the like this is the thing.
yeah.
Nick is making the argument the cops will test positive because of contact highs and that. But that's entirely possible as to how the 9-year-old
part of their job
got has the drugs in their system. Like it could happen. He's so fixated on the idea that people are saying, "Ooh, he gave you 9-year-old drugs." It's like, no, man.
I don't. Yeah.
Like, I think he had an environment where he wasn't paying a lot of attention to his kids, and he was very wrapped up in himself. And in some way, there was some small amount of exposure that in a child obviously will metabolize and end up in the hair and look really bad. And he's embarrassed by this and refuses to fucking admit that he fucked up.
Mm.
And that's why the people that are saying, "Oh, he dosed his kids," like, that's stupid.
No, I don't believe that happened. I believe he was just negligent.
Yes, I believe
his kids got into
it. Was just he was.
But I can see how that theory comes around when he talks so much about how he has so much knowledge about cocaine.
He has no
and
knowledge.
That he may actually use it.
He has no knowledge.
Fallen preacher system. Vicky solved the mystery. Since it was the 9-year-old's birthday, Nick gave her a gift of cocaine in the birthday cupcake.
Oh, there you go. How very nice.
Potentially criminal says, "I'm calling bullshit on that. Generally, they get treated. My doctors, if they treat if they get exposed to heavy stuff.
Oh, totally. They still get treated, but they would still test.
And
positive.
they take precautions, especially nowadays.
That's why they carry
contact high on fentanyl can kill you.
Yeah, hell yeah.
It can and does kill
Cops
cops.
have to use Narcan on themselves all the time.
Yeah, like this shit. Like fucking fentanyl is incredibly deadly. Like incredibly. It's like, oh, geez, people keep dying of like heroin overdoses. What should we do? Make something stronger.
Like it's this whole part. It's this particular section here where he's talked about the metabolite, where he is so completely and categorically full of shit that makes me not believe anything else he says. He's open and willing to
falso in uno, falso in omnibus. Yeah,
like if this is a time to apply that principle, this is it, because he's willing to so blatantly lie about a basic medical and chemical fact.
Look, I think the person Nick lies to more than anybody is himself.
100%.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, exactly. But he's now willing to go there and gaslight everybody, saying metabolites are formed outside of the body.
Yeah. This particular metabolite that is not formed outside the body is formed outside the body.
Yeah. And even if I grant Nick's argument, if it is formed outside the body, how did it get in your daughter's system?
Yeah. Well, if it's formed from urine and it ends up outside the body, what? Eric the Red says, "What are the chances? What are the chances if Nick gets a slap on the wrist that we're right back here in a year?"
75.
No,
Likely.
I wouldn't say. Look, I'll
60,
say
40.
I think he will get a slap on the wrist. I think if my theory is if the judge decides to broadcast the trial, like if the judge decides the trial can be streamed, Nick will take a plea.
Yeah,
Nick will take a plea to avoid it because his ego is the most important thing to him. He'll probably try and cop a no contest, because then he doesn't have to plead guilty. Because he's already looking up. He mentioned that he's not sure if in Minnesota there's a rule that says a plea has to be recorded. Like a plea has to be made available. Oh, no. You're wrong. Potentially criminal says Thermo, his kids met Uncle Riley and Aunt Mint. They taught them all about the kind of pea stuff. Oh.
Who's Mint?
Mint salad and
Riley. Yeah. Oh, Jesus. That's horrifying.
Apparently, and I can't confirm this, but they do that kind of stuff on their OnlyFans.
Yeah, Mint's very disappointing. Do never look up her stuff.
Right. Yeah.
It's not worth it. It's not at all worth exposing your brain to those very disappointing.
Take your word for it.
I'm not. That's I'm
those
not
very disappointing breasts.
Darkstar, I'm kind of with you as well. My theory is that Kayla and April will plea out and take the fall, and Nick will get nothing.
No, I don't. That's not happening.
I think Kayla at minimum will take a plea, and Nick will just say, "No, I didn't know about it. The girls bought it. The girls bought it in the house. I didn't know."
The girls were just having some fun.
Yeah.
Oh, Vicky, no, he has not hit his low point.
Oh, he can always go lower.
He's not. So
it can't work.
You think
Sean?
that can work? That can't
said
work.
it can't.
Yeah. I don't think that can work. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not saying
way
it
it'll
work. I'm
yeah.
just saying, yeah.
Yeah. It was in their bedroom. They both all three of them use that bedroom. It's incredibly tough. You need Johnny Cochran to fucking win that argument. But yeah, no, I think he maybe gets 2 years probation. Cops a plea if it gets broadcast. I do think he'll fight it though. I think if there's no streaming, he'll fight it. He'll take it all the way to the end.
Sean, you know that he would absolutely say that though. He would totally say that.
Say these aren't my pants.
He would absolutely say that these are Aaron's pants. I mean, I'm thin as rail, right? So I fit into them, but they're actually Aaron's pants.
So Sean, can I say your legal advice is to always get arrested naked?
So what are we doing? Are we testing money? Are we testing cops or not? Like, it's such a stupid test.
An honest doubter says, could they have blank your kids while they had them? Dose them. I guess dose them. They have a syringe there. Again, I'm not going to say
you don't have to dose air. You just fuck up.
Let's just say, it seems that there is actually an explanation, and that explanation will be raised at the appropriate time. The appropriate time is not on the internet right now, but let's just say that has kind of come into the picture.
Oh,
which is nice to finally fucking find out.
Okay, so there is an explanation, according to Nick, that we will find out during his trial. That may or may not be televised, but let's see.
Is your trial going to be streamed?
Because this is how many more sleeps until the court case. The omnibus hearing is on the 21st. So the 22nd for us, which is Wednesday. Thursday for us.
All right.
So I think it'd be over by Thursday morning because I think it's 10:30 Minnesota time on the 21st, which I think is Central.
Streamed?
I have no idea.
Aaron's getting blamed. 100%.
You know, it's going to be up to the judge.
I would think they wouldn't because of all the pedophiles that are trying to.
You know, there's
People
that.
are trying to make money off of it. I don't know.
There's a serious issue. So,
like yourself,
you definitely shouldn't broadcast the trial because then pedophiles would have to come in person.
So there's a rule about pre-trial stuff, like the omnibus hearing, probably not going to be streamed because there's a rule that it shouldn't be.
Right.
That rule exists for a lot of reasons. It's pre-trial. It has evidentiary issues sometimes that they wouldn't want to be outside of that could be exposed to a potential jury, for example, right? Because with omnibus hearings, you may be dealing with an evidentiary issue on whether certain evidence will be admissible or certain topics will be able to be explored in the upcoming trial. Well, if you say that these topics can't be talked about, but there's a whole fucking video recording talking about those topics, that kind of makes it difficult to keep it out of the eyes of the public. So there's a rule that the pretrial hearings probably cannot be out there. Whether or not the trial will be streamed or not is a different question, because it's one thing to have a publicly accessible trial and another thing to say that the trial needs to be live streamed.
Yeah.
Potentially criminal says, but how will we see the government abusing Nick if we can't see it? That's right.
Yeah.
We need to see this government abuse. We need, surely Barnes will be down there petitioning for it to be broadcast.
That's not up to me. That's up to the judge. I don't know what the local rules are around it. I know that the judge was actually very pissed off that he said not to record the arraignment and it was just streamed like that.
Yeah. I don't remember this. I do, but kind of vaguely. I don't remember there being an official order about the arraignment being recorded or not.
No idea.
People just did that.
You think he someone shouted the N-word and wasn't
wasn't happy about that actually. It's funny because like a lot of people thought that was whatever, but that's part of the reason that the judge does not want various things out there is because people just fucking defied the initial order. And so like the judge said, don't do this. People did it. And now it's like, now you want the judge to do the thing that you did when he told you not to. And so people don't realize the kind of impact that shit has.
Potentially criminal says, yeah, it happened. And then Nick cried to the judge about who he could tattle on. Oh, goddamn. Christ.
And so courts are presumed to be public.
Yeah, I kind of remember that, Tombolo. Yeah, that there was some announcement not to record or rebroadcast. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was at the start of the
Yeah.
of the arraignment.
Yeah.
That was part of it.
Yeah, but it was like a blanket. It was for everybody.
Yeah.
Like not just Ricardo. Criminal says for the record, someone did T&D before the hearing, and then someone told Nick to rope himself during the hearing. Yes, I did. I did hear that. Yes. So.
But there are considerations, like there are potentially minor witnesses that could be called by the state or by us. And if that's the case, then, the court will have to do something to.
Sorry. Spectre says, I said not to record a broadcast when I put out the Zoom information because that was against the rules. MLG got permission, but other people ignored it. Okay. So someone was allowed to
protect their identities because there's a rule that says they can't be streamed unless like those rights are waived or whatever. So there's a whole bunch of stuff that has to go into that. It's not, this is up for.
Hold on a second. Did he just say unless those rights are waived? So is Nick saying that he could just waive his right to privacy and it should just be broadcast and we could all just see?
But I'm not sure you can waive the rights of the children if they have a certain interest.
Well, CPS has said that there's no circumstance that, like, they have no problem. They have no objection to the to the broadcast because they don't see a situation, and they don't see a situation where the children would be testifying for the state. So
okay, well then
I don't think he can waive the rights to his kids. Well, yeah, I don't think he could either. Not in Minnesota, at least. He's a dumb fucking actual legal issues. Yes.
Yeah.
My lawyer to work on. The state has a say in it. Obviously, interested parties out there filing their own motions, like Josh, who just desperately wants as much information about the. Josh is really.
No, he shouldn't have fucking sent a pedophile in then. He shouldn't have lied about the fucking pedophile.
Josh cares about the integrity of the court process. That's what Josh is looking for. Yeah.
Fuck off.
Yeah. Yeah. But the whole thing.
All right. After this, we'll watch Null's reply and then we'll move on.
Is like that's a different discussion as to whether the trial itself will be streamed. I mean, that's if there is.
Yes,
a
he does.
The one thing I think
he does.
Has to be streamed is or has to be made.
Well, there's Digibro, there's Vito, of course, and there's Mr. Girl. There's 3 at least. So
public, and I think streamed is like guilty. If there's like a guilty plea or something like that, I think that there's a rule that says that has to be streamed, but I'm not positive on it. I was just skimming some of the rules today, laughing. Yeah. But it's great because Josh has done all this, and none of the people who like are so fervently after this information realize how much damage they did by when a judge said something, they said "fuck you" and did it.
Oh, that's great. Spectre says Dick was the perfect guest to call on since he's a subject matter expert on defending pedos. Mint Salad is mentally 10 years old, so that counts. Yeah, that's fair. Josh wants it live stream because we need protection against state corruption. Well, yeah.
Anyway, and then they were going to have to ask that judge or one of that judge's colleagues to do a thing for them later. But you defied the order in the first place. Now, I'm not blaming any particular person.
Now, Sean, he led with his strongest argument, a fucking typo. So
person, just look at how the judge looks at it. The judge goes, "These people defied my order." He doesn't know who they are.
I will tell you how the judge looks at it. The judge looks at it and goes, "This is a fucking possession case. Why is this? Why are there all these filings? What the fuck is this? Get this off my docket."
Why is this 4-hour trial going to take 4 fucking weeks?
Yes. Why do I have applications to fucking live stream this fucking possession case?
He doesn't know who recorded it. He just knows that people didn't listen. And judges' entire lives are premised around people having to listen to what they say. And you didn't. And so now when someone comes along and requests access, the judge just goes, "Well, I told them not to do it before. And now they want me to. No, why would I do that?" So that's a thing. I don't know if it'll be streamed or not.
But you should be advocating for it, Nick, because you believe in it, right?
Yes. Well, like I said,
yeah,
it's
we know he's going to cop a
it's
deal
different when it's
when
yeah,
he starts
absolutely
advocating for it to be streamed. Yeah, no, I told the judge I want it streamed.
yeah,
Guilt.
and but see, I got a deal, so.
On page 14, it's 14 pages long, which is what I spent 14 pages establishing. It's a 14-page, meticulously written. It's 14 pages.
That's right. It's 14 pages.
Did I miss something? Who the fuck is that guy?
Oh, that's Dark Viper AU. You haven't seen that meme?
No.
I
know that name though. I don't think I've paid attention to it.
Well, you know the AU part.
Of course. He doesn't sound Australian.
All right.
Anyway, moving on.
I think this is the entire Ricada segment on from Maddie this week. So if you've already watched it, just you can close your eyes and sleep for about 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Right. Can we put it at like 1.5?
Yeah, let's do that. Because Null does speak a bit slower.
Public record of interest or whatever. And I'm trying to debate how I start with this. Let's start with a song, actually. How about a proper Ricada intro song? I'll play it out, and then I'll get to the beef of the situation.
This message from a Norwegian prude. I was sent to take out a particular dude. Nick's been framed. It was all a dirty gay up. We had it all planted by a dirty gay cop. Mr. Ricada has got to go, so a little plan was hatched by the local 5-0. No one in this town is even gonna know that we planted the guns and the mountain of blow. We're gonna lie. Under oath. Nothing you can do, so screw you both. Probable cause, who gives a fuck? We're taking down a whore and a big-nosed cuck. We have reason to believe that you're abhorrent, so shut up, cuck. The judge signed a warrant. Mr. Ricada had his rights violated, while Kayla was getting her ass dilated. We're going to breach right through your door, then tip out your clothes and dirty the floor. Come out, hands up, we won't ask anymore. Dispatch, we have 4 kids, a hot wife and a whore. We're going to lie, under oath. Nothing you can do, so screw you both. Probable cause, who gives a fuck? We're taking down a whore and a big-nosed cuck. All these kids, they look too well. Make them look like they've gone through hell. Take that kid's nice clean shirt, rub them down with some shit and dirt. Make it look like the parents don't care, so plant some coke in that kid's clean hair. Stack up the charges, make them look like zeros. Plant all the empty cans of SpaghettiOs. Make sure to get his firearms. Don't even worry about Baldy Boy bonds. Plant an AR, stash it under the bed. Just another day of being a faggoty fed. We're gonna...
Okay, I'll cut it off there. It's halfway through. I'll put the full version up on the blog, and it's also in the Matthew through the Ricada thread. So in the last episode of the Ricada segment, I had, through counsel, filed a motion to allow recording in Ricada's omnibus hearing. Ricada's omnibus hearing is on the 21st. It's right around the corner. So it'll be next Friday is the time that I will be talking about the outcome of the omnibus. The omnibus is a very big hearing in Minnesota. It's basically where all pre-trial motions are submitted and handled in one big hearing. So they don't stagger the shit out. They don't make it drip feed for years. They take that right to a speedy trial shit pretty seriously. So everything that you want to say about excluding certain things, doing certain things before the jury is sworn in and before the actual trial begins, it must be done before the omnibus hearing. And the omnibus hearing hears all of it, including, interestingly, the request to record the omnibus hearing. So we're going to send in a guy. Probably have one in mind. He's an attorney in Minnesota who will venture out to the small county of Candy Ojai County in the south central Minnesota to record the Spicer County, whatever county court handles it. And he'll go there. It's a long ass fucking drive from North Dakota down to Spicer. And then he'll set up his camera or try to come in. And then the very first thing that the judge will have to decide on at the omnibus is if he's going to allow him to record. So it's a big time investment with possibly no payoff. But I think he's going to go anyways. So if he goes anyways, he'll be able to take notes about what happened, which is obviously not as ideal as actually recording it, but he is making the commitment. And I appreciate that. And by the way, there's a chance that he may be retained very briefly for like 20 minutes to handle my petition for the omnibus hearing to be recorded. So if that happens, it's very, very funny that for a brief moment, me, a person of public interest, or I forget the name of my position, I'm not an intervener, I'm just a public, a member of the public, an interested public person. I will have two attorneys in the Rekieta case, and as opposed to the one the Rekieta has. That's just interesting to me. Anyways, that's beside the point. Unsurprisingly, kind of. I mean, I was kind of on a toss-up if Rekieta would even reply, because it's like, what's the point? Like, what's the point of protesting the footage for the trial? I mean, the minutes are all public anyway, so why fucking bother? Well, we'll see. I will spare you the full reading of this. Sean.
Yeah, so there you go. The transcript will be public. So from the omnibus hearing, the transcript at the very least will be public. So.
Potentially criminal went over it, and I joined him for half of it, and then a little bit more as he talked about some minutes from another transcript. But the gist of Rekieta's argument is this: first, the actual argument, and then the second, his pathetic, desperate flailing. There is effectively like one sentence in this dedicated to a meritorious argument, and that is that in the Minnesota procedure rulebook, which is drafted by the Supreme Court of the state of Minnesota, under Rule 4, it says very explicitly that the court shall not permit recording of any pretrial hearings or anything like that, including the omnibus hearing, mentioned by name. The audio omnibus is mentioned by name. And basically anything that happens before the jury is sworn in. And the idea is that they don't want the jury pool to be poisoned. However, unlike with statutory language, the language shall not is not as concrete in the rules. And both Hardin and also White.
Yeah, shall not means it's up to the court. May not means you can't.
In his response, I think that
it's like shall issue states versus may issue states for oh wait, no, maybe I have that backwards.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because shall issue states have to
means Second Amendment can be
license. Yeah.
Yeah.
Whereas may issue states get to deny you. So
if
yeah,
it's in
shall
the
issue
laws,
is you will do it, yeah. May issues you have the option, yeah. Shall is a word that's mandatory, yeah.
This entire response is drafted by Rekieta, by the way. It just reads like that. In particular, this whole thing is called Defendant's Motion in Response to Joshua Moon's Motion. That is sloppy. It's not a motion, it's a response to a motion. So it's very weird to call this Defendant's Motion in Response to Moon's Motion to allow, because that's not what it is. It's just a response. It's not a motion in and of itself. That's like a pro se level fuck up, and White seems like a respectable attorney, which kind of indicates to me that Rekieta drafted this to save on money. That's just my thought on that.
I don't know about that, because correct me if I'm wrong, Sean, but if Nick writes the filing and gives it to another lawyer to file on his behalf, that's a no-no.
Well, it'd go into the heads of the lawyer who filed it, wouldn't it?
Well, yeah, that's right. Like, that's why you wouldn't do that. Like, you would... I don't think you're allowed to do that, because it's like misrepresentation or something. Like, you're misrepresenting yourself to the court.
The line in the rule book says shall not, but this rule was violated with the Chauvin trial because they deemed that it was of great public importance that even the pre-treams.
Okay, so Sean says it's not a no-no, but his attorney is liable for whatever it says. Okay.
Pre-trial stuff be allowed. In fact, there was another line in this before the Chauvin trial.
Oh yes, sorry, Costi. Yeah, it is sped up. It's 1.5 speed.
That said, if the defendant didn't consent to the recording, then it wouldn't be permissible. It was another shall not. But the judge said, actually, this is of such monumental importance that we're going to allow it anyways. And then the Supreme Court, against his objections, and then the Supreme Court fixed that rule and just removed the defendant's ability to object to this at all. So it is.
Sean says, I ghostwrite for attorneys all the time. I just had an appeal. I ghostwrote one. Nice. Congrats.
Nice.
Am I wrong, though, if you're pro se and you get a lawyer who's not barred in in the state that you're filing pro se in to write a filing, that's a no-no.
It's possible that we'll get the omnibus hearing. If not, we'll have to wait until trial, assuming that it goes to trial. That's the most meritorious thing, and it's basically this paragraph right here. Argument when the law, and then he points this shit out, and that's basically it as far as the argument regarding the law. The rest of it is this shit. This guy has a forum account, or had. I've banned it. This guy's name is Jason Close. And in the off chance that Mr. Close is listening to this, I want you to know I fucking despise you. You are the biggest, dumbest, fattest piece of shit. The fact that the government didn't fucking execute you for having child pornography is an abhorrent stain in our justice system. This fucking moron filed a...
Okay, yeah, so potentially criminal says yes to be licensed for the state. Yeah, okay, cool.
petition to Candy, Ohio County for the warrant, claiming to be, quote, a voluntary...
Me, Kenny says Spectre ghost rights for the likes of Tim Waltz and other stolen Valentines. To be fair to Spectre, I don't think Spectre's lied about his rank.
Member of the Kiwi Farms investigation group. He is in no way, shape, or form authorized to represent himself as a agent of my fucking website. And his cheeky little motion in private to Candy, Ohio County is the basis of 99% of both Rekieta's ramblings in this fucking document to try and confuse the judge, and also the entire basis of Rekieta's PR stunt. So this fucking imbecile should kill himself. And I'm willing to say that. I know that if he does it, it looks bad on me. It might get me in trouble. Nobody's gonna fucking miss a pedophile who goes out and after collecting
YouTube. I just want to clarify. I'm not saying this. The video is saying this. I don't want anybody to unalive themselves at all.
Child pornography and being convicted of it, goes out and pretends to be somebody else's voluntary member. Like, for real, go fuck yourself. Did Rekieta hire him? Maybe. There's actually an interesting thing, though. As much as this pisses me off, and we'll address it, because I'm obviously going to respond to this and say that it's fucking muckraking and bullshit. Oh, that's out of order. I'll get to that in a second.
Potentially criminal says Thermo wants death. Well, yes, but not killing himself. That would be wrong.
But he got
Thermo
you to
doesn't
say it
this,
out loud.
but doesn't not support what's being said here. Moses' ghost is going to ban you anyway. Only 4 more days, and I get my warning back.
I did ban him. This guy changed his name. It was just QRS.
Sorry, yeah, just try to speedrun a new one. Just as long as like that after the 23rd, then I can get another strike, and that'll be a warning again.
The name QRS shows up elsewhere. For instance, chat, it shows up in Rekieta Law's Locals group. He's been a unpaid member following Rekieta on Locals since 2022, since September, almost 2 full years on Locals. He also shows up repeatedly since at least November 2021 in Rekieta's chat. This is just a cursory glance of his old streams. Not only is he an active participant of this guy's live stream, he's a paying member. He's a customer. He has a direct buyer-seller transactional relationship between Jason Close, the pedophile, and Nicholas Rekieta.
One super chat.
Spectre, yes, they do now. I can even show you. So,
I mean, you do have to go through a struggle session, but it's worth it.
You can brain dead your way through it. It's not hard. YouTube Studio. Here we go. Community guidelines strike. I've taken the training. I completed the training in May, and it expires on August 23rd. And it was because I showed that idiot kid accidentally kill himself. Even though it was blurred, they don't give a shit.
Wait, which idiot kid?
You know, it's like a... There's so many of them. Like, there was one a few weeks ago, back in May, that he was like on TikTok, like showing off with his gun,
and he put the gun,
and put the gun to his head and blew his own brains out. It's a fucking moron.
Yeah, I remember that.
Copyright. Yes, copyright warnings don't fall off. Copyright. If it's claimed forever until you argue that it's not. So, but I only flag certain videos for monetization. The Minecraft ones, because they're the money makers, baby. My tiny little channel's made $50 in AdSense on those fucking videos.
Ooh.
Something that cannot be said about his account on the Kiwi Farms. He is not a true and honest supporter. As far as I know, he's never donated to my streams. So he's a special big fan of Nick Rekieta. And I'm sure that it upsets him that obviously we're just going to turn that around on him and say, not only, by the way, not only is he also equally a member of Rekida's fandom, if the concern then is that you have a pedophile who's interested in your case and who wants these records, then it actually is in your benefit that this be televised. This guy, despite being a convicted pedophile, is fully able to fly to Spicer, Minnesota, show up at this courthouse, and attend the omnibus hearing in person. Literally nothing stops him. As long as he tells his officer, if he has travel restrictions that he's going to Minnesota for a week or whatever, that can be arranged. He can attend in person, and if there are minor persons of Rekida's relation in that courthouse, this fucking guy will be in the same building as them, which apparently he's very afraid of. Well, if it's televised, then...
This guy literally looks like a pedophile.
Yeah.
Yep.
There's no such concern. If there's a safety concern, which it sounds like there is, then televising the event would be in your interest, because people like this, who are in your fan group already, who are members of your private service and who pay you money, who seem interested in you, they won't be able to attend in person because it will be televised anyways. So we're going to turn that argument on them. There is something special. This doesn't show up on the Kiwi Farms yet. This was sent to me minutes before the stream went live. Let me find it really quick. I don't know where I put it. Sorry to tease. I have to be careful if I show this because I'm sharing it through a cloud system.
200 pounds. Oof. Yeah.
Adobe, can you just fucking let me download this, please? Download this file. There we go. All right, here it is. Here's the big one. Now, I remind you, this is important.
Spectre makes a good point here. He says, here I don't agree with Noel. Mods at the very least knew this guy was convicted CP and Joyce since 2019 and left him on the site. Nick wouldn't know who this guy is. Yes. He literally, the mods gave him flair that identified him as a convicted pedophile. So
you're saying the mods knew?
The mods knew, yeah. So the mods knew. I don't think Jersh did. But I don't expect Jersh to know every single member of his site.
No, that'd be a little unrealistic.
Yeah, and it's the same. It's a disingenuous argument from Nick, and Jersh is turning it around into a disingenuous argument against Nick. So I understand.
Retard war.
Nick's grasping. He's grasping at straws.
Important because number one, Rekieta said that Jason Close, the pedophile, wanted his body cam footage. That's his public statement. Jason Close only petitioned for.
But Nick has over 5,000 local members, Eric. That's paying members. This guy didn't even pay him. Nick doesn't give a shit about anybody who doesn't pay him.
The warrant, which is already public information, it did not petition for the body cam footage, so that's a lie. It's straight on its face. The other thing is that Rekieta is very, very, very afraid in this motion. Not this response, this motion to a response motion. He's very, very afraid that if his minor children have to testify, then Jason Close might be looking at them through the television in DC. Well, Rekieta, guess what? Kristen Pierce, the first assistant to the Kennedy Ohio County Attorney, writes this in regards to Mr. Judge Wenzel and says, the county takes no position on the motion to audio or video record the proceedings. This case does not involve a victim. If there is not a person offense, and any testimony by minors is unlikely. The county defers to the court's decision. The prosecuting attorney has stated there will be no minor testimony in this case. You have no grounds to sit behind your kids like a fucking coward and pretend that you're just looking out for their own best interest because they're not fucking testifying, and you know that. So this is also Exhibit A in the response. All this shit, this fucking muckraking that he tried to fling around to make everybody on the Kiwi Farms a pedophile guilty by association because of this one fucking idiot is moot. And if anything, the security concerns raised by this only bolster the argument that it should be broadcasted and should not be a public zoo exhibit. I hope you're happy.
I do kind of hope the judge follows that line of thinking and goes, well, if you're concerned that pedophiles, I can't close the courtroom, they might show up. So maybe it's best we broadcast it if there's so much interest from pedophiles.
To be fair, though, the county attorney doesn't know who Nick may call.
Yeah, well, that's why the county attorney said, as far as the state knows, they're not calling anybody.
Yeah.
If Nick calls one of his kids, he's a fucking idiot.
Yeah.
Because that opens them to cross-examination.
Yeah.
And you never know what your kid is going to fucking say on the stand. So, especially when they're told by a guy in authority, a judge, that you can't lie. So.
That's
I wouldn't do it, and my kids are adults. If I was in Nick's position, there is no way I'm calling my kids to testify on my behalf. It's all expert witnesses, and that's it.
Thermo, don't know him, but aren't you his child? Can't confirm.
Never heard of him. Thermo Null right, though. Nick does this because one PDF he branded all KF's as PDFs. Candy, he did it before this guy even sent in a fucking application. So, potential criminal says also his attorney hasn't filed anything indicating they're challenging anything. Indicating they're challenging shit at the hearing. Yeah. So, yeah, calling the kids is irrelevant to charges. Yeah. Yeah, because it's possession. Like, it's possession. What do the kids have to... Are you going to call the kids and say, did you ever see your dad possessing this cocaine? No. Okay, case dismissed.
Okay. Case dismissed. Throw it out. See,
I'm
Judge,
sorry.
told ya.
I'm sorry.
So no.
I don't have to construct possession. Like, it was in your fucking safe in your bedroom. Did the police sneak it in? Did the cocaine fairy leave it in the middle of the night?
Yes.
And then, but do a couple of lines using April's credit card first.
Oh yeah, did they test the credit card for cocaine?
They would have. I think they swabbed everything. So
they swabbed it.
Yeah, so they did field tests, and anything that field
One
tested
swab?
positive, they'd have to confirm. You leave the coke fairy out of this. Here's your 26 grams of flour back, Mr. Ricada. Sorry about this. Yeah, the endangering charges don't need to be present to the kid. Is it endangering or negligence? Like, I thought it was just negligence.
I think one was
charge of
endangering,
endangering and one charge of negligence?
Yeah, because the Kayla and Nick's charges were different.
Yeah, I think Sean said that was a typo. Like, that was just a fuck up on the forms.
Oh, they put a 3 instead of a 4 or something.
Yeah, like, because they do it by the actual the number. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So. Yes, there are very few absolute free speech defenders in the foxhole. Look, I would argue there's very few free speech free speech absolutists are incredibly rare because you'd have to support pedophilia. Like, you'd have to support CP, not necessarily real CP, but like lolly. And I draw the line at that bullshit. Like, no. Or yeah, you could possess it, but we put you on the wall. It's okay. You could create it, you could spread it, but there's consequences. Share it all you like. But yeah. Not free from consequences of that speech.
That's nice. Stand against the wall.
Yes, that's nice. Stand against the wall. Particularly criminal says, my hunch is that the state decided not to test it once Nick and his attorney bitched out and started to have plea discussions. Well, like I said, I don't think he pleads guilty. Maybe I think he's going to try and plead no contest if he's going to plead. I think he's going to be like Ralph. Like, he's not going to want to plead guilty because it ruins his entire argument. Because the government's had to get you, but Nick, you pled guilty. Oh well, sometimes you have to plead guilty, like, because the government's got you. So.
He's very, very, very smug about this, by the way.
How far through are we?
I'm patient. I'm willing to wait and see what happens.
Not enough.
We're 15 minutes into a 26-minute clip. So.
By the way,
I've been making
I'll just mention this to get out of the way. Ricada was ordered to pay $300 to Montegraph for court fees months ago, and he hasn't paid. So Ricada is so down bad he can't even afford $300 to Montegraph, who, by the way, is still suing him, and who, if he really wants to, can depose Ricada and make his life a living fucking hell when he does so.
Yeah, Eric, I was wondering about that too.
So the omnibus hearing is interesting because
we cover the Alford plea, Alford plea.
Alford
so pleads
plea.
guilty. You see, okay, I plead guilty, but I maintain my innocence.
Maintain my innocence. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Sean might know more about that.
Yeah.
It's almost like a no
I
contest.
think Sean
plea.
does know more about that.
Yeah,
it's
Minnesota. It's Minnesota versus Ohio.
Attorney.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, as someone who actually practices.
I know. But that's
one day
how it works.
One day he'll be so good he won't have to practice anymore.
Like Nick.
Let us throw our heads back and laugh.
in particular,
Yeah,
if they
that's
are
what I
going
thought.
to accept
Yeah, the
a
state has
plea,
to allow
they would
an
have to do
alpha
so at the
plea.
omnibus hearing. Now, there's an interesting issue regarding his omnibus hearing. His issue is this: Rekieta has an attorney. He hired Mr. White as his chosen representative. Kayla has no attorney. She is currently pro se.
Hang on, his lawyer is Mr. White? That's a bit racist.
In the case, and she hasn't actually entered an appearance since she bonded out. She has no representation. Rekieta, her husband, is not her attorney, and she's technically pro se and unrepresented in the case, which is why we know that Kayla Rekieta has a plea deal, because ordinarily when a plea deal is offered, it is given to the attorney representing the defendant, and there is no record of this on the public docket. If the plea deal is offered to a private person representing themselves, not through their representation, the state must file an affidavit that they were served this plea deal. And that affidavit is public record. So we know for a fact that Kayla has received a plea deal. We do not know if April or Rekieta have received a plea deal, but they probably have. They offered it to Kayla. They probably offered it to Rekieta.
Spectre, that the brain's only about 10 pounds. So it's not that much.
I mentioned that the omnibus is on the 21st, and the omnibus is a very big hearing. All pretrial issues must be dealt with at the omnibus. So everything that she would ever want to bring up before the trial begins must be done before the omnibus hearing. But again, she has no attorney, she hasn't filed nothing, and her appearance is on the 21st, which makes it seem very likely that she will enter a plea deal as a pro se defendant, and she'll just say, yeah, I agree to the terms of their conditions. And the cookie cutter plea deal for her charge as a first-time offender is 2 years probation. April is also charged, but she has a public defender, so it's unknown if she will accept the plea deal or what her plan is. I have, after discussing this with a practicing attorney,
Somebody says Nick's kids will testify that Santa always arrives with the snow. Sean, if you do decide to do a whole bunch of cocaine, like think of the weight loss.
I have a pet theory about what Rekieta is about to do, and if he does it, it's one of the most despicable things that a man could ever possibly fucking do. And I don't want to say what it is, because I feel like what I have proposed is so spineless, so disgusting, so cretinous that Rekieta might actually do it. It's also a 190 IQ move, which a Floridian swamp genius such as myself could come up with. So I'm tempted to write my prediction down and send it to somebody I trust, such as like Sean.
This is fair, Fallen. Yeah, I didn't think of that.
Or illicit clips, just as like an intermediary, someone who would have no reason to lie. So if I'm right, I can say I'm right, and this motherfucker is such a craven bitch. And so predictable, just the most predictable craven asshole that's ever lived. I can just see him coming a mile away too.
Dr. Books, yes, I believe that was for the CPS case, not for the criminal case. I did seem to remember her having a lawyer for something, but maybe it was just for the CPS case. But she did have a lawyer for the CPS case.
So I might do that just as a fun game. I'm thinking about it, because I kind of want to tell you what I think is going to happen, because I'm pretty sure I'm right. And if I do, you guys will. If what I believe is true, you guys will be so floored at how unbelievable and shameless Nick Rekieta is. It will actually floor you. It'll shock you to your fucking core. Send it to Ethan Ralph with the kill stream. That's a trustworthy person.
Will shock you. What the hell happened there?
If I've ever heard of one, just the name gives confidence. So you have good calls. I'll do it. I'll write it down. I'll send it to Sean, and then he can say if I was right or not. But that's basically it. There's a big trial coming up on the 21st, and Rekieta is fighting tooth and nail to try and get this suppressed. And not only is he trying to get it suppressed, he's also using the opportunity with his absolute privilege to try and smear everybody involved in this case as a pedophile for reasons unknown to me. As I mentioned, it's an ugly and ineffective tactic, because you have to understand, and this is why I say this. If you want to go out there, it's a bad idea in general to antagonize the entire community of 12,000 plus daily users. It's a really bad idea to antagonize tens of thousands of people outside of that community.
It's a really bad idea to antagonize a room of autists, let alone an entire forum of autists.
Have an interest in the proceedings and who might be sympathetic to that forum. To call them pedophiles, though, and to try and commit this kind of libel just out of like pettiness and spite is a really good way to piss off tons of people, like more like really piss people off. And just like, oh, what a like, oh, this it really deserves to get stomped. Like, it's a good way to incite people against you, which is always a bad idea. If you ever invite trouble, trouble will find you. That's how it works.
This is true. This is 100% true.
There's another thing that I want to say in regards to that. I don't know what he's doing. I mean, I kind of feel bad for him in a way, just because the behavior that we are witnessing is the behavior of a cornered animal, someone who's like primitive brain is taking over, because he's a fearful person, and he's incapable of taking accountability. And there's a part of me that winces when I see this kind of whinging. It's like so pathetic that it inspires pity. Like, it's not the behavior of a 40-year-old father of 5. It's the behavior of like a 16-year-old boy trying to get out of a DUI charge. You know what I mean? It's like, should be.
Sean says, sorry, not Sean. Spectre says, Nick can't do the one thing he's been told to do since day one. Fucking ignore the farms and stop responding. Yes, don't fucking respond. Yeah. When this shit happened, like, and he was out of jail, the first thing I told him to do was just ignore the internet. Just leave it alone. Go fucking disconnect, be with your wife, and work on getting your kids back, and don't fucking worry about what weirdos are saying online. Ignore it, get better, fucking do your shit. Do what you need to do, fix yourself up, then come back. Didn't fucking listen. And I can't be the only one. I cannot. I know I am not the only person.
Why would he listen to a weirdo? Weirdo like you, though.
You don't exist, right?
Yeah, that's right. I don't exist. But I am not the only person who would have given him that advice. No way.
Oh, totally.
I would have.
Totally.
I liked him or gave a shit about his well-being. But at the end
he
of the
said
day,
he's handling it. So
he also says
he's handling it.
He also said that the farms isn't useful and that he hasn't read it in years. He just gets stuff fed to him from other people. So
I don't. First of all, I believe people feed him. I believe people send him stuff. Absolutely,
I believe that
because
I don't believe he
people are fucking
ignores
shit stirrers. People will absolutely be like, Ricada, see what the farmers say about you now. Oh, these guys are weirdos. Like, 100% people are doing that.
Yeah.
I bet Spectre's done that.
Of course, I bet people send him stuff, but I also bet he's there every waking minute.
Yes, I believe that
original
too.
Discord
Smashing the
nick.
shit out of F5. Yes.
Yeah. Skiyuki says, I wouldn't have listened to that furry like that either. You shut your damn mouth. I'm not a furry.
Be over this by now. The false copy of Sunder, for one, says, I binged 6 months of Maddie a while back, and I clearly remember when you first reluctantly introduced criticism of Ricada. Crazy how you've been dragged into this situation almost against your will. Well, me wanting to find out information is definitely something I could have not done, but I want to. I have an interest in this case, and as a member of the public, I intend to exercise my rights to witness it. I guess I should just say this. I've hinted, since you brought this up, I've hinted throughout my streams before I just started openly flailing or flogging Ricada and Barnes, I guess at this point, that I was very reluctant to criticize him because I wished well for him, and I didn't want to make things worse for him by.
Spectre says, I think the only thing I sent him was what was being said about Farron's account being out. Okay. Farron's account on the farms, you mean?
Being openly antagonistic beyond what I considered reasonable at that time. So I would criticize some things, but I would also try and be more than fair about it. And the reason why is I felt that there was a kind of debt owed to him. And you may be surprised to know what that debt is. I never received any money from Ricada. I never received any favors from Ricada. But once upon a time, I was being sued by a woman named Melinda Scott from the mountains of Western Virginia, not to be confused with West Virginia, the Appalachians of the west side of the state of Virginia, the Commonwealth of Virginia. And I needed an attorney from Virginia to represent me, one who would be interested in taking on a high-risk client and discussing and going to bat for civil rights at a very low rate or a reduced rate because it's a vexatious litigation case. Ricada referred me to Barnes, and Barnes referred me to a civil rights attorney that he knew, who he knew of because of his very prominent work in FOIA lawsuits. And his name is Matthew Hardin, the same Hardin who is now filing to televise his omnibus hearing. So I've always felt, because I cannot really understate how useful Hardin has been over the years, I've always felt a kind of debt to him for introducing me to a lifeline that effectively saved the site at least 8 fucking times at this point. And it's very sad. Like, even now, like, yeah, sure, Ricada is the biggest muckraking retard on the planet. Yes, he obviously neglected his children. Yes, he exposed an 8-year-old to cocaine. Yes, he let them live in filth and squalor for months at a time. Yes, he disrupted his monogamous relationship to introduce a hot wife for no reason other than to sexually satisfy his own fantasies. Yes, he's now calling everyone who criticizes him a pedophile as a desperate flailing animal in a cage. But but once upon a time, in a much happier era, he did me a really good solid, and it's unfortunate that the situation has digressed in such a way. Chat. Sneedberg Stein Goldman for $48 says, hasn't Nick let Drexel be around his children, not to mention his associations with self-admitted pedos and Nick's multiple pedo jokes? Yeah, I mean, some guy like rounded up things like I remember playing on stream. He made like a really, really, really disgustingly inappropriate comment about a little girl who was like in so much pain. She was like shitting herself because she couldn't function. And for some reason, Nick thought it would be really funny to make a diaper joke, like diaper fetish joke about her. And it's like, it's a little girl who's in such agonizing pain that her bowels don't function anymore. It's not really appropriate to implicate her in some kind of ADDL lifestyle.
The state of Wisconsin. The state of Minnesota.
And the reaction from the people he was talking to was like shock and horror. Even then, that's not pedophilic. It's just a really bad joke. But I mean, his association with Vito is worse than the forum's association with Jason Close. Baldo Peggins for 5 says, if Rekieta takes a plea deal, then he better film himself in his car immediately afterwards with his wife and side piece singing, "It's God's plan. I won't be sufficiently owned otherwise." Yeah, dude, all 3 of them in the car. Oh no, all 8 of them in the SUV. After all that hubbub about, no, they can't see my kids, then it'll be the 2 Requietas and April, and then all 5 kids, and they're like dancing in the backseat of a car saying, "It was God's plan, God's plan, God's plan." What? God's plan. Look what came on the radio. That'll be them. That's how it ends. That's the day that the Kiwi Farms is epically owned so hard that we have to shut down, I think.
Yeah, I call bullshit on the whole kids being streamed outrage, because Nick has literally streamed children testifying. Ronnie O'Neal's kid testified against his own father. He said, "You tried to stab me." Nick covered all that. He doesn't have an issue with kids.
He doesn't have an issue
but again,
with other
it's his own kids.
He doesn't have
now,
other people's kids. And I understand.
Yeah.
I 100% understand.
Yeah, I guess I'm saying that's not a reason to have the stream like censored or stopped. But
Yeah.
if it's good for other people, if it's good for other people's kids,
the only reason is it's him. The only
I know,
reason
that's what I was
is
about
it's
to say. I'm
embarrassing for
saying,
him. That's always.
if it's good for other people's kids to be streamed,
It's always
then,
always the thing.
yeah, should be good enough to have the other kids streamed. Blur their faces and mask their voices for all I care. In fact, I would probably recommend it. But this whole, oh no, I'm outraged. I don't. These people are pedophiles because they want to see my kids on camera. No, don't put them on camera. Let's just hear the audio. Keep their faces away. You can mask their voice so we don't see or hear their real voices. But we need to see. We need to hear their side of the story too. So.
Vicky T says, "Hey, it's the Aussie breakdancer." It is, and that's a perfect segue into Aussie. Australians signed petition to hold Rachel Reagan Gunn and Anna Meares accountable for unethical conduct after Olympic debacle. The unfortunate butterfly effect of Rachel Reagan Gunn's sudden rise to fame has continued, with a petition now being launched to hold her and Anna Meares accountable for unethical conduct. So yes, there was a petition. Here it is. Well, here's what it looked like. It's gone now. Let's see. Can I open a new tab? Petition is not available. It's gone.
Yeah, it's gone because the Australia Olympic Committee came out and clarified exactly what the situation was about who ran all of the selections and stuff. And it's like, no, her husband wasn't involved in any of this. That's what the whole petition was about, because there were the rumors going around that her husband was in charge of the selection committee and helped get breakdancing introduced into the Olympics. And the AOC, the Olympic Committee, not Cortez, came out and said, "Yeah, that's not true. It was all
not true.
It's not true." They literally felted the petition. Yeah.
So she's being during the closing ceremony. She was treated as quite the star.
No, Eric. That's the whole point. Is she did not sleep her way to the Olympics. That was the rumor. But now she's being treated like a fucking celebrity. It's just like, oh, let's just all have a laugh.
Well, I mean, I guess she's an Olympian.
She is technically an Olympian, but
True.
she's a national disgrace. But
So here she is.
Still dancing. See, so that's better than what she did in the
down
Olympics.
some moves. Yeah, I know. Like
she can actually top rock, which is more than what it. Like she would have at least got a point for that at the Olympics, probably.
Yeah.
But she got 0 points.
Like,
Absolutely
embarrassing.
Disgusting. Yeah.
It's disgusting.
Yeah, it's on Bolo. I tried to read her thesis and I couldn't. Stop. I stopped.
Yeah.
Nah.
Or just the title.
Oh
alone.
man, that's
She
fucking
appears to
embarrassing.
understand.
Man, that is embarrassing.
Did she actually claim that meat candy? Like the criteria were pretty clear.
No points in
there's
breaking despite Olympic.
Like it's pretty simple. She knows the 4 elements of the competition that you get judged on, like the 4 elements of the dance, your musicality, and all that too. Whatever.
Spectre, I recognize those, like most of those words, but together I don't know what they mean.
Flash Gits did a video, and it featured
I don't know who Flash Gits is.
Yep.
Bluey is the dog.
Yes. Bluey,
and all the rest of those words I understand.
Mm.
But I have no idea what the hell you're talking about. Speaking of embarrassing, New South Wales Liberals denied extra time to submit nominations for council elections. So soon, I think in September, we have our local government elections. We have them all on the same day. Every council, New South Wales, across the entire state, has local government elections to select councillors, mayors, whatever. The Liberal Party, which is the second largest party in Australia, and the party that lost power at the last election, missed their window to submit their nominations for councillors. So there will be no Liberal Party members on the ballots across the state. So
140 candidates.
140 candidates will not be on the ballot because somebody missed the fucking window. Yeah,
140 seats. Jesus
140 council seats, basically elected unopposed. Because most of the seats are like you'll have Labor, Greens, an Independent, and a Liberal. So you won't have the Liberal. So it'll be Labor. Labor.
Well, there'll be 4 seats that'll be
Greens.
Nation.
Yeah, they can manage to get their fucking shit in.
Despite the party's council candidate catastrophe, the president of the New South Wales Liberals was all smiles.
Mr. Harwin, do you take any responsibility for the nominations debacle?
There'll be a statement later in the day about my application to the Electoral Commissioner.
The Secretariat missed Wednesday's deadline to lodge nomination paperwork for about 140 council candidates, meaning Liberals will be absent from ballot papers in 16 local government areas at next month's elections.
Why should you keep your job?
State Director Richard Shields was sacked on Thursday night after blaming Mr. Harwin for the fiasco. Some in the party want Mr.
I find it hilarious that the deputy blamed his boss and then his boss fired him. That's just so funny. Like, yeah,
Why are all these people? You look at these people; they're also physically soft and weak. Look at them. He's standing there like a tuck shop lady with his hands down.
Because they're Tories, man. They're Tories. They've got no balls.
Harwin's head in an effort.
They're the same as Labor. They
Tuck Shop's cafeteria.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Well, actually, we've covered that before.
Tuck Shop's the school cafeteria.
You should all know that by now. We've talked about that before. But look, all these people, they stand there. They look so soft. They look like the fat old ladies doing an office photo. Their hands are down. Their thumbs are all together. His shoulders are slumped forward, and his voice is as high as mine. Like, it's.
He's saying his voice is as high as yours.
Yeah, I know. I have a high, gay-sounding voice, but I'm soft, right? Like, it's going to come up eventually.
Yes, that's right, Vicky. They're posh.
But I'm not posh. I'm just soft.
Yeah, Liberals are Tories here.
Yeah, the Liberals are the Tories.
Yeah, we used to call them the Tories. They changed their name.
To salvage things, he wrote to the Electoral Commission asking for a week's extension of the
Please,
nomination period.
Electoral Commission,
can
I have a
Electoral
week?
Commission will agree to your request?
Late
Probably.
today, the Commissioner denied the request.
Oh,
Some
shit.
candidates are considering launching a class action against the Liberal Party for the loss of 4 years of councillor pay.
They may have even spent money on corflutes and advertising.
And that's the thing too. Some of these guys are sitting candidates.
Oof.
Oh.
They're not getting re-elected.
They're not getting re-elected. And depending on the council, it's anywhere from I don't think any councils in New South Wales have full-time councillors, but the council pay ranges. I think when you're out in the boonies and you do like one of the smaller councils, it's like $11,000, like $11,000 a year. But the bigger councils, you can be like $60,000 a year for being a councillor. Plus, there's extra pay and stuff. Spectre says they're acting like they were guaranteed to be re-elected, and they want to sue for 4 years of lost pay. Well, the problem is it's local government elections. They're basically low stakes. everybody has to vote. The only elections I've ever missed were local government elections, and I've paid the fine because nobody gives a shit.
Locals. Fuck the local elections.
Yeah, where do they think they are? The U.S. Senate.
Mate, I'll take it
So
serious.
congratulate the Liberals on their 0-seat success. maybe I should live stream the results. Oh, there's another Liberal loss.
Yeah.
I don't know if Sydney has full-time councillors. I think even they have a full-time mayor. Not all local government areas have a full-time mayor. But Sydney has a full-time Lord Mayor. I don't think all the councillors in Sydney are full-time. They may be, but I don't think so. But I think they're the better paid ones. We're calling this election for anyone but the Liberals, yes. 0 seats is spread from the UK.
Yeah.
Now, those individuals are really suffering.
Human rights lawyer George Newhouse is expecting advice from barristers early next week on whether there is a case to sue the party.
It's a shambles, and it's actually a disgrace in terms of democracy.
The party's right faction has always wanted Mr. Harwin gone. After all, the moderate was elected president by single vote. The nominations bungle is being seen as a chance to get rid of him, so the party's right can seize control. Ex-Premier Dominic Perrottet's former Deputy Chief of Staff, Monica Tudhope, was picked to stand in the seat of Epping, which he vacated this month for a job in the US.
I want an opportunity to be able to continue the work that he started and make New South Wales a better place.
The electorate was also once held by her father, Shadow Treasurer Damien Tudhope. The makings of a political dynasty in a party that's currently anything but a happy family. Alexander Lewis, ABC News, Sydney.
I think that's actually a by-election. I don't think it was a council seat for her. But yeah, so the Liberals in Shamozzle. Yeah, so I think that's so fucking funny. Like, I laughed so hard when I read that story. I really did. I thought, oh, that's like I didn't see it online. I was waiting at a counter and they had a newspaper there, and I saw it on the front page, and I just thought, that is fucking gold.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
John Setka, the former head of the CFMEU, has shown off his new ink, and its message is far from subtle. It says, "God forgives, the CFMEU doesn't."
Smells
See,
like
that's
mafia
what
to
a
me.
real tattoo looks like. Boogie.
Yeah, Boogie. That's what it really looks like. Red and angry.
Like the CFMEU. Yes.
This was in Australia. Watch as an arsonist sets themselves on fire while torching and setting fire at a barbershop.
So much for losing the morning.
In the Australian capital territory.
What a proud Australian! He's wearing the flag.
Is he?
Yeah.
Used to. Yeah, I see him.
You're waiting
Wait for it. Wait for it.
Oh my
you
god.
dickhead!
Whoosh.
Put me out. Put me out. Put me out. Like, you just leave. Just leave it. Yes. Just. Oh, that was pretty piss weak. Sorry to you.
Dude, they're fucking escaping on bicycle.
Look, it's Canberra, man. Like, it's not.
It's the ACT. It ain't far.
What does that jacket say?
Australia.
It's not a rainbow jacket, is it?
I can't. Is there a good freeze frame somewhere?
I'm looking for one.
MLK.
Does he turn around here?
Oh,
So it says Australia, and I think that's the boxing kangaroo, maybe.
Yeah, it kind of looks like the boxing kangaroo.
Australia.
MLK.
Yeah. Who knows? That's fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
So basically this, yeah. That man is on fire.
Oh god.
Cancelling subscriptions should be as easy as signing up. Newly proposed federal rule says. Oh, that was the end of Aussie News, of course. Newly proposed federal rule says that the new regulations were rolled out Monday, but will be on varying timelines. So yes, you'll be able to cancel your services with 1 or 2 clicks.
I don't disagree with that.
Yeah, this is one of those.
This is
one of those absolutely sensible. This is good thing, good government.
I'm
good
okay.
governance.
I'm okay with again pushing down my Lawbert side a little bit. I'm okay with consumer protection, right? That's I'm okay. I'm not an anarchist. I'm a monarchist. I'm fine with that. Consumer protection. This is good. I shouldn't have to go through 10,000 different hoops to cancel something. Like, it's my money. I don't want to give it to you anymore. There's no contract that says I have to stay with you. Yeah.
Dollar Shave Club won't let me leave.
See, don't buy. Don't buy any of that shit that's sponsored. Anything you see repeatedly sponsored across the HIPAA channels, don't get involved with any of it.
I always wonder how they have that much money to do that.
Yeah,
I haven't got a sponsorship.
Dollar Shave
yet,
Club.
So.
It's an Orange Desert Institute. Don't do any of that shit.
Someone should sponsor Elb. Like, if Elb put ads on her clips, that'd because some of these clips get a lot of views. She's got 11,000 subs. Like, the Ricada clips have 3,500 views, in 9 hours. Like, if she just had rolling ads on the bottom.
Oh, the Columbia Record Club is still around, Preacher. I remember hearing about that.
45 years later. Oh, Jesus.
I don't think we had it here, but I've heard about it.
Yeah, I know she's not monetized, but she can have a third party monetization. Yeah, she had it for a day and lost it. Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder why.
Meanwhile, I've had it for a week.
I know you're bullshitting, Preacher.
It's ridiculous. Cold-hearted dental office staffers laugh as they read cancer patients' diary. Shocking video shows.
Any dialysis, chemo, radiation, or infusions, I will agree to surgery, but it's to repair or correct. But I am not having anything removed unless they know what's causing the failure.
So shocking video captured a trio of cold-hearted dental office employees in Tennessee reading a cancer patient's private diary aloud and mocking her concerns about treatment options. The heartbreaking footage was apparently filmed by another staff member at Premier Dental Group of Knoxville, who callously giggled throughout the disrespectful act, which took place in the middle of the practice office. Quote, found a patient's journal and now it's story time, LMFAO, an employee wrote in the video caption. A woman in black scrubs can be seen leaning against the desk as she flips through and reads aloud passages describing the radiation treatment the cancer patient faces. The camera then pans to another bully sitting cross-legged on the floor and leaning intently as she hears about the patient's concerns that there are, quote, not any other treatment options. A male employee who was also in the room but seemingly chooses to scroll on his phone rather than intervene, the video shows. The chilling footage spread across social media like wildfire, sparking outrage from people who condemn the action as a major privacy violation.
Right. Why did the male employee actually jump in and do something about it?
No, of course not. He didn't.
Yeah, it's the man's fault. It's always
that's
fault.
right. It's always the man's fault for not stopping the women from doing something wrong. Premier Dental Group shared an apology Monday, acknowledging an inappropriate video was created and shared by some of our employees that addressed an individual's medical condition in a disrespectful and unprofessional manner. We deeply regret this incident and the hurt it has caused. The practice wrote in a since-deleted statement on Facebook. A spokesperson for PDG confirmed to the Post that the female employees involved in the incident were fired effective immediately. After investigation, it was determined that the male employee did not participate and kept his job. So yes, they fucked around. On social media, they
patriarchy wins again.
Found out. Yes. So that's pretty shitty. Speaking of pretty shitty, Harry and Meghan's quasi-royal Colombian tour of 3,000 police, snipers, and a bio-terror van follow the couple's every move, despite barely anyone turning up to see them. Prince Harry and Meghan kicks off the third day of their quasi-royal tour of Colombia with a visit to a Caribbean drumming school. I just started this story and my missus just sent me a message on WhatsApp. Lol, the Harkles are apparently trending on Twitter as hashtag Timu Royals.
Yeah.
The Duke and Duchess of Sussex moved from the capital Bogota to the coastal town of Cartagena with a usual heavy security detail. A police Black Hawk helicopter and a drone circled the sky above the venue while roads nearby were blocked off. What do they think is going to fucking happen? Like, Jesus Christ, these two. Absolutely ridiculous. She was apparently invited by the vice president, because the vice president of Colombia is having some sort of PR issues with regards to inappropriate spending. So there's a safe bet this is being used to launder any spending. Oh, we had to spend all this money on the Markles visits. So
Yeah, either that or they're such thin-skinned cunts that they have to pretend that they're worth something. They're like, oh, look at all this.
Oh, it's that
this,
too.
This pantomime, so that you're that important. It's like, oh yeah, no, we are that important.
Yeah, well,
we've also kept the crowd away for your
see
safety.
Harry becoming bald.
Oh yeah, his hair is rapidly retreating.
My penis was oscillating between extremely sensitive and borderline traumatized.
Anyway, speaking of the United Kingdom, extreme misogyny to be treated as terrorism. Home Secretary. Yeah, I guess we're all terrorists now. Home Secretary orders review of counter-terrorism strategy to tackle violence against women and girls. Extreme misogyny will be treated as terrorism for the first time under government plans to combat the radicalization of young men online.
Their definition of extreme misogyny is naughty words.
That's right.
Like, come on.
That's right, Costi. Yeah, it was nice knowing you guys. We're all going to end up in the same gulag, I hope. I hope our names are touching on the watch list.
Funny thing, we'll be shipped back to England.
All right, lads, we're all going to the maze. Dibs in the top bunk. Yeah. Sargon must be getting worried. Yeah. But yes, I was ordered to review Britain's counter-terrorism strategy to urgently address the gaps in the government's stance on extremism, the Telegraph can reveal. It will look at tackling violence against women and girls in the same way as Islamist and far-right extremism, among fears that the current Home Office guidance is too narrow. So they're going to add incel culture to what's the name of it? Prevent, it's called. It's the government counter-terror program that is in schools, meant to de-radicalize people. So they're going to start de-radicalizing people in the UK. I wonder if these people are going to be de-radicalized. Here's an anti-racism protester attacking a GB News presenter.
Don't touch me! Don't touch me! I will. He's touching me!
Jesus fucking Christ! The number of cops. They just come out of nowhere. This guy seems perfectly rational. Oh, fucking crazy eyes.
Don't touch me! Don't touch me! I will. He's touching me!
You what? You what? What are you gonna do?
You're gonna do what?
Jesus Christ! That's at least 12 coppers. What the hell?
Calm down, buddy.
He's a dirty reporter, you know. Massive fucking threat to the public safety.
Callum says, to avoid prison, we're going to see right-wing groups chanting Alan. Alan? Who the fuck is Alan? Pedophile hunter jailed for racist abuse at demo. What was the racist abuse, you say? Hoban of Northcott Crescent in Leeds was then to have said to have imitated the manner in which Muslim people pray in order to mock their religion. The court was told Hoban had been making slurs referencing Allah. He denied this in a police interview, instead saying he was chanting about a man called Alan.
Alan Akbar.
Alan Akbar. Don't you know him? Have you never met him? Alan down the road.
So Alice Snackbar is going to be a racial
Alice
term now.
Snackbar, yes, Alice Snackbar is.
So they weren't singing the song by Smokey. Okay. No, fair
Allah,
enough.
Allah,
Who the fuck is Allah? Well, that's what they did previously. That was
I
one
think
of
I've
the
said this
previous ones.
before that if you're ever being chased by a Muslim mob, make sure you save enough breath to be able to yell out Takbir, and then they'll all stop and go Allahu Akbar.
Yeah.
Lincoln keyboard. I was going to say Lincolnshire. I wanted to say Lincolnshire. Lincoln keyboard warrior who stirred up racial hatred during protests jailed. Wayne O'Rourke was paid £1,400 a month for his account on X. Damn. I think I know why X isn't making any money. Lincoln man who admitted publishing written material online to stir up racial hatred during the recent protest has been jailed for 3 years. Wayne O'Rourke, who's had over 90,000 followers on his X account, expressed support for the recent protests and offered advice to protesters on how to remain anonymous. I guess his advice was pretty shit. Among the 35-year-olds, among the 35-year-old's posts on July 29 was a reference to the death of 3 children in Southport, alleging it was a terrorist attack carried out by a Muslim. A further post read, "People of Southport, where are you? Get out on the street."
Well,
I can't wait until the shoe's on the other foot, and some guy in the States, some black guy, like refuses to follow a police order and gets murdered, and then suddenly all the left-wing people who are like, "People of Southport, where are you? Get out on the streets. We need to protest this terrible action," and nothing fucking happens. Like they all come out on the street and police don't even show up.
Yeah.
That post had 1.7 million views, the court was told. Other posts showed a picture of the County Road Mosque in Liverpool and a picture of a burning car in Sunderland. This was accompanied by a post which read, "Sunderland, go on lads." So if you're in the UK, you remember you're not in the US. This is dead on incitement under their law. Like there's no imminent requirement. It's fucking,
I'm calling for violence.
Yeah, you don't have to be explicit, like, because you can call for violence in the US and be fine legally, as long as the violence isn't imminent.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's
you
weird
could say
ways where
someone. You could say someone should rid me. I wish someone should rid me of this meddlesome priest.
True.
That's fine. In the UK, they'll get in trouble.
Yeah, exactly. They don't have the fighting words. The difference. And
Another post reads, "Starmer has basically said it's us against them. Hold the line." There's nothing wrong with that. Numbers are important. Give them hell, lads. Showing support for protests. Whatever. O'Rourke's X profile was accompanied by a picture of a bulldog wearing a Union Jack jacket. In the interview, O'Rourke admitted he received around £1,400 a month for his account. O'Rourke of Salix approached Lincoln, admitted publishing written material online to stir up racial hatred between the 28th of July and the 8th of August. The court heard O'Rourke had no previous convictions, but was cautioned for fraud in 2018. So, made some posts on Twitter, didn't riot at all, 3 years prison. No previous offences, 3 years prison.
Yeah, sounds like UK.
So, and the reason, I've seen a lot of people go, "Oh, why is this happening so quickly?" Oh, what? It's because they're all pleading guilty, and they're all pleading guilty because the courts have basically said, if you do not plead guilty, you will be held on remand. So you don't get to plead guilty and we'll grant you bail. No, you'll be held on remand until your case. Which means we can make your case might take ages. Your case might be at the bottom of the pile. We can make it take 6 years. And sure, you'll get off for time served, but you'll still have spent 6 years. So they go into this with okay, well, plead guilty. Now, sentencing guidelines in the UK, if you plead guilty, you get a third off your sentence. So he should have, if he hadn't pled guilty and gotten the same sentence, it would have been 4.5 years. So, or maybe 5 years. So that's the reason everybody's fucking pleading guilty. It's because they've basically been told, hey, if you don't plead guilty, we're going to make sure you stay in prison until your trial. And we're going to make sure that takes a long fucking time.
You're going for that ass. I'm going to be slow and steady.
But yes, keep in mind, naughty words on Twitter, 3 years prison. Because we're going to go through Pagliacci, the hated's post on Twitter. She pulled together a very long thread of two-tier justice. So Pagliacci says, almost every judge I've identified as being involved in the rapid prosecution and incarceration of individuals who participated in the Southport riots has a history of letting convicted pedophiles walk free with no jail time. Judge Andrew Murney sentenced William Nelson Morgan, 69, to 32 months in prison for refusing to move out of the way of police officers. Murney previously let a pedophile who collected rape baby videos walk with no jail time because his lawyer said he had good character.
Jesus.
There it is. A&E nurse who downloaded baby rape videos walks free from court. His lawyer said the pedophile had many aspects of positive good character. Judge John Templey sentenced Billy Thompson, 31, to 12 weeks in prison for emojis which incited racial violence. Templey previously let a pedophile who had been stashing child abuse images walk free because he had displayed remorse. So,
the only proper way to display remorse is something I can't discuss on YouTube.
Eden Mann had indecent child images on his phone. The judge said he was satisfied that he could draw back from jailing Emmons. District Judge Templey imposed a 2-year community order. So he was given 2 years probation and 15 days of rehab. Judge Francis Laird sentenced Charles Bullock, 21, to 18 months prison for throwing rocks at a line of police. Last week, Laird let a pervert who had a collection of over 700 toddler and animal rape videos walk with no jail time because he showed remorse. Darlington pervert downloaded hundreds of child abuse images. Judge Paul Sloan sentenced Leanne Hodgins, 43, to 2.5 years for shouting racial abuse at a police officer. Sloan had previously let a pedophile caught with 10,000 images of schoolgirls walk free because he hadn't looked at the images frequently enough.
Wait, what?
I was just archiving them. South Shields pervert Kieran Whiteup caught with 10,000 indecent images of girls but spared prison. Kieran Whiteup from South Shields had amassed a sick library of pictures of schoolgirls but had not looked at them for 5 years, a court had heard. Oh, well, that's fine then. On your way. Judge Neil Rafferty has denied bail to even those arrested with viewing the riots remotely.
What?
Rafferty previously let a man convicted of raping his vulnerable niece walk free because he was remorseful. Judge warns people observing or participating in the disorder will be refused bail. Belfast man who had sex with intoxicated niece avoids jail. Jesus. Had sex with intoxicated niece. There's a word for that. I can't remember what it is. Oh, no, I remember. Rape.
And incest.
Judge Mark Burry sentenced Brandon Kirkwood 20 to 2.5 years in prison for pushing a large wheel bin at police. Burry recently let a pedophile walk free with a recommendation to go get some fresh air instead of collecting child abuse images.
Jesus Christ.
I suggest you get out more, judge's words to man found with stash of indecent images.
Go out to the public, to the kids, and not, take pictures of them.
The man who lives by the sea was told to get some fresh air at the coast instead of sitting in his room looking at images involving child abuse. Judge Jeremy Richardson sentenced Kenzie Ruffley, 18, to 2 years in jail for kicking a CCTV van and goading the police. Richardson previously let a pedophile go after he targeted vulnerable 13-year-old girls for sexual abuse because he would, quote, suffer comprehensively in prison.
Good.
Jesus.
Online Sheffield pervert who preyed on child's vampire fascination is spared from prison. Delightful. Judge, this fucking keeps going. Like, there's a fucking...
Oh my God.
Judge Robert Linford sentenced David Maguire 45 to 2.5 years in jail for spitting on police officers. Should get a medal. Linford previously let a pedophile go with community service after he was caught with child sexual abuse images because he had, quote, constructive view of the future. Like,
the fuck?
So I'm just going to say this.
I do
something
apologize,
that these
chat.
judges need to remember is that, and I'm going to separate the words I use so it hopefully comes on the TOS, is that judges have, and here's where the separation is, homes as well.
There are judges whose names are Holmes, yes.
No, they live.
I knew what you meant.
Where's Judge Holmes?
Well, you'll just have to find out where Judge Home is.
Oh, so the white pages.
Sentenced Julie Sweeney, 53 to 15 months in prison for a Facebook post which read, quote, blow the mosque up, referring to the Southport Mosque. Everett left multiple pedophiles walk free. He called it unconscionable to send a man caught to jail. He once called it unconscionable to send a man caught with child rape images to jail. Cheshire pensioner won't be jailed for downloading indecent images. A judge told a court it would be unconscionable to send a pensioner to prison despite the fact he had downloaded dozens of images. Tombola says judges have a duty to uphold the appearance of justice lest law and order break down and judges suffer the consequences. Yes. Judge's home is at the Home Office. Yes. McKenny says the fall of the UK is proof of the white guilt theory. They're literally doing this to themselves. Yeah.
Yeah.
It is class warfare, though. This is 100% class warfare.
Against the white lower class, too.
Yeah.
Not just the lower class.
Yeah. Judge Guy Curl sentenced Philip. This is why they wear their stupid wigs, so they can't be identified. Sentenced Philip Hoban, a renowned pedophile hunter, to 8 months in prison for shouting "Who the fuck is Allah?" and making racist lip gestures. What the fuck is racist lip gestures? Previously allowed a man found with 2,700 photos of young girls being sexually abused to walk free. Whee! Judge John Potter, which sounds made up, sentenced Oliver Chapman, 23, to 20 months in prison for kicking a window during the riots that followed the murder of 3 children. Potter previously let a pedophile who had collected images of toddlers being raped walk free because he had a job.
Oh, fucking hell.
A man kept image library of children being abused. A man from Denton who kept a library of images of children being abused has been handed a 16-month suspended prison sentence. Well,
I'm sure he learned his lesson.
And finally, mercifully, so the women get involved as well. Judge Katrina Soldier Knight sentenced Wayne O'Rourke to 3 years in prison for posting misinformation about the murder of 3 girls in Southport. Knight previously led a man found with 1,300 videos of children being sexually abused to walk free. So yay, good job, UK. You're doing great. So I would be remiss if I did not point out that there are sentencing guidelines for pedophiles. Said sentencing guidelines are very specific, and they are very.
Is it to release them and let them go into the public?
It is very fucking weak. But these judges tend to sympathise with them quite a lot.
I wonder why.
And I wouldn't want to assume why, but it's very suspicious.
Yes.
Staying in the UK, UK founder of LGBT activist organisation charged with raping a child, conspiring to rape a child. The founder of the largest pride organisation in Surrey has been charged with multiple counts of sexual abuse against children. Stephen Ireland, 40, was arrested on Wednesday with one of the volunteers from his organisation, David Sutton. According to Surrey Police, Ireland and Sutton, both whom worked with the local pride organisation Pride in Surrey, have jointly been charged with 15 offences, including 6 counts of conspiracy to sexually assault a child, 1 count of conspiracy to kidnap a child, 4 counts of arranging the commission of a child sex offence, 1 count of conspiracy to administer a substance with intent, 1 count of publishing an obscene article, 1 count of voyeurism, and 1 count of perverting the course of justice. Yes. So the perverting the course of justice is lying to the police about what you did. The other
look at that mugshot on the right.
This one, convicted pedophile, is now identifying as transgender, deemed as high risk. Oh, maybe that's the plan for what's his name? Kim.com. He's just going to be I'm trans now. You can't deport me. Anyway, in all cases, the victim is said to be under 13 years of age. He's also been charged with an additional 22 offences of a serious nature, including rape of a child, sexual assault of a child, 6 counts of making indecent photographs of a child, 2 counts of possessing prohibited images of children, and more.
And we'll get off with 3 months behind bars.
No, he won't.
No, I think
how things were.
The number,
the
the conspiracy to sexually assault and the kidnap charges probably carry a much longer sentence. I might as well reset the clock after this while we're in the fucking depressing zone. This story from earlier this year, female California citizen 46 pleads no contest. This was her. She wants to. Was this her? Yeah, Michelle Solis, her name was. She wants to go back to teaching. She was sentenced last month to a maximum term of 4 years in prison following her guilty plea. Prosecutors have said blah 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 blah. She directed victims to delete communications. Was this the one that wanted to go back to work? Yeah, I think she wants to go. I think she wants to go back to work.
Teaching kids.
Oh no, this was the one. She was sorry. This is the one. She was sentenced to 4 years. I got confused because there's another story. Engaged female teacher accused of making out with an 11-year-old begs to be allowed around kids again. Wisconsin teacher charged for making out with an 11-year-old student has failed to dismiss her case and be asked to be allowed around children again. Madison Bergman, 24, was arrested in May after a preteen student at Rivercrest School alleged she kissed him and moved his desk out of sight so she could rub his legs during class. Dude, my wife just messaged me the body cam footage from Chris Chan's arrest. Seriously?
Oh, is that from Ewu?
Weirdest fucking timeline.
Is that from Ewu?
Is Meat Candy your wife?
Yes, Meat Candy's my wife. Yes, it's from Ewu from 2 hours ago. Yeah.
Oh my god.
But yeah, so in the wood chipper. So yeah, what was next? We're not going to watch the Christiane arrest footage. That's so old and out of date at this point. Like, when was it? Like, this arrest was from like years ago.
Yeah, but
or has he been arrested again?
On site?
Yeah, Ralph filmed it.
Yeah, we've seen that. So,
or is it a new arrest? Because if it's a new arrest, that's different.
You're such a good wife. Thanks, mate.
It's good that she knows all about this now.
Oh yeah, my wife knows all about like Nick Recator and like what Kiwi Farms is. Like, she knows all this stuff. So she hasn't spent decades basting in the juices of the internet. Yeah. But I've given her enough. I've given her crash courses in certain topics.
Is she a fan of true crime? Is she?
She's a very big fan of true crime.
Oh, that explains everything. Yeah. That was not meant as an insult. Sorry, Mrs. Thermo.
So she was she plays GTA, but she started.
Okay, yeah.
She started. Well, that's her thing. Like her hobby is playing Grand Theft Auto like, online. Yep. It relaxes her, so she enjoys it. But she started watching a lot of the true crime stuff and the interrogation videos. But she was like, she's like playing GTA, and she's got it on her phone in front of her. And I came up to go to bed the other night, and I'm like, "What are you doing?" And she's like, "Oh, I'm playing GTA, but I'm also watching these videos." And I said, "Have you not noticed I have a whole office full of laptops? Like, how about I just give you a laptop? Computer. Like,
Come on.
how about I give you a laptop and you can watch on that, and you don't have to look at a tiny little phone. Like, her vision's not the best anymore. But she's like, oh, thank you. So I gave her a laptop and set it up, and now she's on the laptop. The laptop's in front of her while she plays. So,
That's awesome.
anyway, because I've got, within arm's reach, I literally have 4 laptops, and that's not counting the one I put upstairs yesterday. So yes, based Mrs. Thermo. Yes. Anyway, back to the UK. I was supposed to go straight into this one, but yeah. You know who else should be on trial for the UK's far right riots? Elon Musk. This is actually from last weekend, but it fits nicely. So this mega cuck wants to arrest Elon Musk for the lies spread on X. It's all his fault.
I
And
think
now
he's got
the
a bunch
EU.
of other articles that are completely retarded as well.
Oh, does he? Oh, let's see.
I think
Well, he's
so.
a Guardian writer, so that's par for the course.
Yeah, you repeat yourself, sir. What is it? Kamala has made a dream start, but it's too early to count out Donald Trump. That's true.
Trump and his terrible, horrible, no good month. Fuck. I mean, the Guardian is openly progressive. It's in their mission statement.
The Guardian is disgusting.
They know they're biased. They
know they're biased, and they fucking don't even pretend.
No, they openly admit it. Like it's actually on the website. So at least they're honest about that.
Thierry Breton. Thierry Breton? Yeah.
Thierry.
With
Thierry. French,
Thierry
Belgian.
Breton. Yes, of course.
Yeah.
With great audience comes great responsibility. #DSA. As there is a risk of amplification of potentially harmful content in the faggot flag of EU in connection with events with major audiences around the world, I sent this letter to Elon Musk. Wow, 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 wow. 300 million users. Wow, 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 wow. EU law. Wow, 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 wow. Discrimination. Wow, 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 wow. Illegal content. Wow, wow, wow. I'm a cuck. Wow, wow, wow. Signed, Thierry Breton. So yeah, he had a whinge to.
Is that a dude? I thought it was a chick.
No, that's a dude.
Oh
That's
my
a dude, my dude.
Weak little Belgian
That's a
man.
dude.
You sure? 'Cause
That's a
looks like
man.
chick.
That's a man.
Well, how am I supposed to know? There's no pronouns.
You're not supposed to
There's
know.
no pronouns. That's right.
What a bigot. Followed by Elon Musk.
Yes.
That's hilarious.
Let's see what Elon said in response. Elon says, to be honest, I really wanted to respond to this Tropic Thunder meme, but I would never do something so rude and irresponsible. Take a big step back and literally fuck your own face.
Oh, it's Tom Cruise's best performance of his entire career.
So this is all because Elon had Donald Trump on X.
Just had a little talk.
His ridiculous
Just a little talk.
fucking Spaces platform, which I hate, which I wish would die. It's stupid, it's pointless, and it's always crap. It's always crap. The Kamala Harris campaign made a statement about the 2-hour discussion. Donald Trump's extremism and dangerous Project 2025 agenda. Stop trying to make Project 2025 happen. It's not going to happen. Is a feature, not a glitch of his campaign, which was on full display for those lucky enough to listen in tonight during whatever that was on X.com. Trump's entire campaign is in service of people like Elon Musk and himself, self-obsessed, rich guys who will sell out the middle class and who cannot run a live stream in the year 2024.
Well, 2/3 of that is correct. Because it was a shit show. They were an hour late because they got DDoSed, allegedly.
That's bullshit. They weren't
allegedly.
You know what happened?
I used allegedly.
You know what happened? The same
time.
thing that happened. The same thing that happened when fucking Ron DeSantis decided to do his campaign launch on Twitter.
Yeah,
it shat itself because
it wasn't
Spaces is a terrible product.
Yeah, it is. I agree with you. I don't like Spaces, but it wasn't an interview. Elon said it ahead of time. This is a conversation.
Was
We're going to see how Trump acts in a more normal conversation.
So how many people have viewed it?
I don't know.
It has something like
there was 1.2 million concurrent people when I was watching it.
I ended up just watching, funnily enough, the Quarterings stream of him watching it, because him watching, listening to it, I guess, like, because there was no video, the audio was terrible. I will tell you the fucking problem with Spaces. In fact, I think I did.
You did actually, and we saw pictures of Trump having to deal with it.
Like,
because you. Oh wait, no, sorry. You go.
So I said, Spaces are garbage. The audio is always terrible, and the fact that you have to use a phone makes it even worse. After DeSantis Spaces failure, no one should use it for anything remotely serious. It should have been in person, live streamed to Twitter video.
That one like is from me.
Yes, because I get 13 views.
If
I'm not replying to something,
yes.
If I'm not replying to something or quote tweeting something, I get 13 impressions.
Yeah, no, legit. That actually is just from me. But
Spaces is garbage.
Yeah, it's crap.
Are you sure it can only be done on phones?
I've tried.
Yes.
Yep. You can't.
You cannot join a space from a browser.
That's right. You can't. It doesn't give you any audio. It's just never been the way. It's always been designed to be done on phones, which is fucking retarded.
Yeah, but I think I've been able to join Spaces.
You can listen.
You can't talk.
No. I mean, I've actually it's tried taking control of my microphone.
Well, there's no microphone options.
I don't think there's
in the UI. Maybe that has changed. Who knows? But yeah, if Thermo goes create space, I tried creating a space when I saw Thermo. When I saw Thermo's tweet, I tried creating a space just to play around with it, and I'm like, seriously, you have to use your phone to speak? Yes. Right now, there's no audio options. You can't select anything.
Allow microphone. It did say allow microphone.
Yeah. More creative.
Okay, who are you going to invite?
Okay, there you go. I can talk. It does let me join. It does let me host.
Yeah, you can host and do all that.
Okay, so there's no fucking excuse. This was
No, there's no excuse. Like, even if it's
no excuse.
Like, it can be done on a phone, but it can also be done on.
But that's
on a desktop. So why the fuck are you talking into a phone? Like, shouldn't there be several hundred or several thousand?
All right. Well, then there's no fucking excuse.
Huh? What the?
There's literally no excuse.
What the McFuck?
Boomers doing boomers things.
Sorry, I'm testing my own spaces on the side. It sounds weird. No, okay. Last time I tried it, it never asked me for microphone permission. So yeah, why is Trump on a phone?
Okay, so Tim, stay connected. Thermo, can you connect to that and just to see if you can join as not a host?
Yeah, sorry. Let me mute. I'll mute myself on the stream first.
There you go. I've requested to talk. I would hate you, Thermo, but I don't want to be doxxed. That's why I have multiple accounts.
It doesn't give me an sorry, I'm talking through the stream. It doesn't give me an option to set you as a host or anything. I have no ability to set you as a host.
I just sent an invite, I guess it was.
It was a request.
I have no options to do any of
request
that.
to speak.
Oh, we're busted now.
Everyone's joining.
Femo, Bandito, Costi, send invites. I've invited you to be co-hosts. Does it show anywhere? It might get any notifications now. No? No?
Yeah, I'm here. We're all good.
Hey!
Doesn't like me.
Too bad, Thermo.
Doesn't like me at all. Still says you're just a listener. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Okay, so we've established that it does work.
Yeah.
On computer. So there's absolutely no reason for the audio to be shit.
And even if it was, why didn't he have a microphone plugged into his damn phone? Even Bluetoothed a half decent sized microphone.
Like this is fucking clownery.
The complaint was iPhones. He had an iPhone.
I
and
would
the
like
iPhone
to
is
point
just
out
shit for
that he was
recording
on a
voice.
call with Elon Musk, the guy who fucking owns the platform. How the fuck? In what universe do you not both have a good audio setup? Anyway, it should have been in person and should have been in video because this is
100%.
retarded.
Should have Aiden Ross this bitch.
Like, yes, fucking go to Mar-a-Lago for God's sakes. You're a fucking billionaire. You can't take 2 hours out of your day.
You're
to
both
fucking
billionaires.
fly to Florida. You're in fucking Texas.
You're both billionaires. Like, what the fuck?
Even StreamYards or some streaming platform like that. Like
Rumble Video, Rumble Studio.
Yeah, I'm sure
But no,
Rumble
it had
would
to
have
be an X product. The X product's a shit.
Well, like I said,
understand,
you could stream it live to X.
Yeah, to a video. Yeah.
Or you don't have to fucking do it live. Why are you doing it live? It's not like you're taking fucking chats.
I think
Like,
people
it
just
was
want to
so-
hear Trump's. I think it was to hear Trump speak live. That was
Yeah,
the appeal.
you can
it
record
sounded like
an
he
entire
was-
block of time.
Not edited. No, but like hear him real time, not edited in almost in the flesh. I think
And it
that was
sounded like
the
his
appeal.
retainer was slipping out.
Yes.
It's something about the audio. It
Yeah,
makes it sound retarded.
I heard
And
the
I
claim
understand
that the
why
audio
Elon
from
wanted to
iPhones
do
is
it
shit.
live, but yeah, nice try. It doesn't. There's a lot of improvements.
Lauren
need to be
Southern
made.
says, at dinner, listening to people beside me discuss Trump Elon space, getting almost every fact wrong, talking absolute nonsense. Yes, Elon's wife, that Canadian singer, etc. He became a conspiracy theorist because their daughter is trans. CNN just released evidence Trump is mentally ill. Then proceeded to spend the rest of the convo discussing how much more intelligent they are, not an exaggeration. Everyone else just creates their own truths, not us. I don't think you understand how cooked the average mind is. Yeah.
In fairness,
Yeah.
she's Canadian, but
JD Vance and Dragons just come up. Oh god.
Yep.
But of course, the line was ready to go. Like they knew it to be glitchy. They knew to have tech issues.
Yeah.
Gavin Newsom says glitchy tech issues, uncomfortable silences, a complete failure to launch, and that's just the candidate.
Hey,
I'm pretty sure he made that same fucking line with DeSantis. Like he made the same fucking joke.
Oh, it works.
So, good stuff. Good stuff. Recycling your own retarded shit.
Comedians do that all the time, though. They have a routine that they play on tour, and next tour around, they change things
Well,
up.
makes sense. He's a fucking joke.
Hey, but
yes, that's right.
Yep.
The EU Commission was not happy with Terry Burton after he went rogue and sent an unapproved letter to Elon Musk. So he's been dragged over the coals for sending the letter, especially considering he was it was all about his discussion with someone who could potentially end up being the president of the United States again. Which would look, the EU has to be very fucking careful, because
You want to interview with our elections?
If they want to
Okay.
interview, if they fuck around and Trump wins, they will find out. All of a sudden, Mercedes-Benz cars sold to the US will have 100% tariff. Like Germany, Germany will fucking suffer. Trump has absolutely no issue, like adding like retaliatory tariffs on shit.
Yep.
So, like,
or removing the bonuses that they like we don't already tax you, so how about we start?
Yeah.
Yep, all of that fun stuff.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's
So
stick with
so-
election stuff.
Just real quick, so the EU have thrown him under the bus and said, "Oh no, he was not speaking for us."
Yeah, he was talking out of school. This is not an official thing. He overstepped his bounds.
Oh, nice.
Does Trump have the ability to raise tariffs without congressional approval? My understanding is yes. The president has the ability to like adjust a ton of tariffs
because it's international.
So
yeah, that powers with the executive.
With the executive, yeah. Ironically, because SCOTUS, he's probably got less power if he's reelected because of Chevron being overruled.
That is true.
Which would be hilarious. Because imagine Democrats using that ruling and be like, "Oh no, see, he's got less power. We've taken power away from him." Meanwhile, they were crying about it. Oh, the government's just been destroyed.
Yeah, it's meant to be, from what I understand, the tariff powers sit with Congress, but they've delegated some of that to the president.
Yeah, that's the problem. Look, fundamentally, the problem, a lot of the cause of the problems that America has is Congress. Because Congress doesn't want to do its job. So in a lot of cases, I sounded fucking English then. In a lot of cases, they have delegated their powers to the executive, which has made the executive grow and grow and grow and grow. And here we are. McKenny says, as much as I hate tariffs from a consumer benefits market standpoint, I think it'd be hilarious if Germany and France got fucked by new tariffs. Yes, 100% tariff on that bottle of Dom. Suddenly champagne
Buy
can be
locals.
suddenly champagne in the US can come from California. No more trade protection for champagne or Parmesan cheese.
Yeah, just fuck the cheese industry.
You get to have Parmesan cheese from Wisconsin.
Yeah, you get the fucking cheese that the government makes.
Well, no, there's
Pecorino Romano.
There's trade rules about how naming stuff. So champagne has to come from the Champagne region of France. Brandy has to come from the same. Or cognac has to come from the cognac region of France in order to be called cognac. Otherwise, it's just
fuck off France.
So
and
that
Parmesan
kind of
has to come from a certain area.
Yeah, Parmesan has to be made in a certain way in Italy to be called Parmesan.
Italy,
yeah. So that kind of stuff, that's in trade agreements. Well, go fuck yourself.
Oh, your $4 worth of Parmesans now costing $8. Let's see if American cheesemakers can compete.
Yeah.
America
And we'll
has
allow them
tried so
So Kamala Harris here is admitting that the immigration system is broken and that she knows how to fix it, if only she were in a position to do anything about it.
America has tried so many of those failed policies before, and like we all know, we're not going back. We will move forward and take on the biggest issues facing our nation. For example, the issue of immigration. So I was Attorney General of a border state. I went after the transnational gangs, the drug cartels, and human traffickers.
Did you hear that? She went after the trans.
What, to blow them?
No, she's not she wasn't the governor of Arizona. Who works for the cartels.
Prosecuted them in case after case, and I won.
Once, maybe twice.
So I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
We know our immigration system is broken, and we know what it takes to fix it. Comprehensive reform that includes strong border security and an earned pathway to citizenship.
Oh, yes.
Intellectual whore.
I really don't know.
No, I think literal whore.
Yeah.
Well, we know that.
like
We
a
already
literal
know that.
horse.
I was just.
Kamala Harris reveals she'll be freeing illegal aliens from detention centers in the U.S. if she becomes president.
Hi, my name is Sally Hartman. I'm a volunteer with the Center for Worker Justice. I want to know, when you become president, would you be committing to close immigration detention centers?
Absolutely, on day one. On day one. And thank you for...
Why wait?
there you
Do
go.
it now.
She'll be closing them on day one. So
What do you mean can't? You can totally convince a Alzheimer's patient to sign something.
yeah, that's right. Look, if she thinks she's not running the fucking show, then
Of course she's
no,
running
see,
the show.
The thing is, if she did it now, then she wouldn't
have
anything
it to
to
run
campaign
on.
Yeah, exactly. That too.
So
Why are you
What
using
are
facts on
what
me?
what are the community notes? That seems like there's nothing you could really add to that. Like,
as much as I'd like it to be true, the full video shows she's speaking about privately owned centers.
That
what she
wasn't
said
the
there.
question. And that was in
I'm Sally Hartman. I'm a volunteer with the Center for Worker Justice. I want to know, when you become president, will you be committing to close immigration detention centers?
Absolutely, on day one. On day one. Please, and thank you for your work. You know, after I'm sure many of you saw the debates. The first debate was in Miami, and the morning after, since I was in Florida, I drove down.
Also, it's
2019.
from 2019.
Shit, we got duped.
We did get duped. Like, this is literally this should say it's from 20. Oh, there you go. Here's the fucking right one.
Oh, they put the wrong link in the
No,
note, did they?
as in this is the right. This says, as much as I'd like it to for the video, she's speaking privately about much. She's not. She is referring to privately for profit immigration centers. Sorry,
You're still
my
on
bad. Thank you. Videos from Iowa. Here's the one that says it's from. I just rated it as helpful. So hopefully moves it up a bit. But yeah.
Okie dokie. So Drew Hernandez.
And it's clear, given how fucking she's rolled back every other position in the that she's held 4 years ago, it's a safe bet she's gonna roll back this one too.
So in other words, Drew Hernandez is just as unreliable as Kamala HQ.
Well, worse.
Good to know. Good to know.
Worse because he was just quite. He was
from the Trump
quoting
war
from
room.
Trump
Yeah,
war room.
saw that too.
Ah, yes. Trump war room.
Well,
is,
okay. In fair, no. You're right. I was going to say, well, she wasn't running on that this time around, but they're saying that she basically is.
Like, this isn't even. This is from the primaries.
Yeah, this is last cycle.
This is in Iowa in 2019.
So they're all they're both got their
hella old.
This is just as bad as Kamala HQ. They're both of their propaganda accounts are full of shit.
But to be fair, is that a policy that she would still have?
You'd have to ask her.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Wired her to speak to people.
Kamala Harris just stole Trump's no tax on tips position. The press will now proclaim it as an excellent idea.
And eliminate taxes on tips for service and hospitality workers.
What's a hospitality worker?
Hospitality?
Hospitality, bro. Hospitality.
Yeah.
And of course,
no. Hang on. She's talking about hospital workers.
No, hospitality.
No, hospitality.
Hospitality? That's hospital workers, yes.
Wait, the US
tips hospital workers?
US
no.
Tips their nurses?
I tell you what,
Patients
if the US, this is the fucking thing. I think it's a nice idea. I think it's something that will not fucking happen because perverse incentives.
Yeah.
The second you don't tax tips, everybody gets paid in tips.
Yeah.
Like,
you earn more in tips.
I'm
than
a
you do in
fucking
wage
service
anyway.
worker. I provide a service to my employer. Therefore, I just get paid in tips. My employer tips me.
Your employee
you
comes
still have
around
to pay the
every Friday
minimum.
with a
It's
money
But the rest of it
bill
can be
with
paid in
100
tips.
You might as well just do a flat tax. But yeah, Trump says no tax on tips was his idea. It was a GOP candidate proposal years ago.
And who was that?
It was Ron Paul.
Peace be upon him.
Yeah, it's Rand Paul. Yeah, Ron Paul. Yeah, there you go.
It was Ron, not
Ron
Rand.
Paul introduced no tax on tips 12 years ago. Just saying.
Peace be upon him.
Harris will propose providing up to $25,000 in down payment support for first-time homeowners, with more generous support for first-generation homeowners, according to campaign officials. She'll announce
sounds a bit
tomorrow in
racist.
North Carolina,
Yeah,
along with
it is
her
a
plan
bit.
to ban corporate price gouging on groceries. Campaign officials tell me Walt's Harris administration would provide working families who have paid their rent on time for 2 years and are buying their first home up to $25,000 in down payment assistance, with more generous support for first-generation homeowners.
So blacks not apply?
What do you mean? No, only blacks. Anybody, if your family has owned a home before, then
pay
obviously
their
you're
rent
not
on time for 2 years.
Well, yeah.
Blacks don't.
See, first generation homeowners, I thought that was first generation into the country, not first generation of.
That is what it means. That is what it means. Probably.
What? No. First generation.
I can see it's
so.
As in the
If
first
you've never,
person
so
to own a home.
I presume this means you've never owned a home before.
Yeah, but really, I mean, it's going to be the migrants coming over and buying houses.
Sorry. First-time homeowners, there are people who've never owned a home before. First-generation homeowners are people from a family that's never owned a home before.
Yeah. So the first, your family's never owned a home in the US. So the migrants who had houses back in their home countries
Well, that's a good point, yeah.
Yeah, they've never...
more on Harris's housing plan. Calls for construction of 3 million new housing units. Tax incentives for building starter homes. Please,
the doctor who...
Please clean my housing unit.
Yes.
Lowering rent by taking on corporate and major landlords.
I'm
pretty sure corporations that own properties charge lower rents than the private sector, than private landlords. So I don't. Stop Wall Street investors from buying up and marking up homes in bulk. Harris proposes a $40 billion fund to help local governments find solutions to the lack of housing supply. It expands on a similar $20 billion fund proposed by the Biden administration. How about, fund to help local governments find solutions to the lack of housing supply. Wow, how do you solve the lack of housing supply? Build more fucking houses.
Or cut back the demand. Both of them, really. Both sides of the scale are fucked. Yeah.
Mass deportations.
Yep.
Opinion from, of all places, the Washington Post. When your opponent calls you a communist, maybe don't propose price controls. It's hard to exaggerate how bad Kamala Harris's price gouging proposal is. I had an argument with someone on Twitter about this because they were literally like, "Oh, you don't know what her proposal is. It's not out yet." It's like, bro, she sponsored a fucking bill in 2000. She co-sponsored a bill with Elizabeth Warren on price controls. Oh, but that was 4 years ago. Yeah, and Elizabeth Warren introduced the same fucking bill this year in February. So you think she's not supporting that bill? Like, what the fuck? You people bend over backwards to try and fucking defend her. You're going to find out tomorrow it's exactly the same bill and you're going to look fucking stupid. Price gouging is the focus of President Kamala Harris's economic agenda. She'll crack down on excessive prices and excessive corporate profits, as particularly for groceries. All right. This is not financial advice.
Handbook.
This is not financial advice, but this is financial advice. Don't invest in fucking grocery companies because their margins are lower than any other fucking company. Grocery margins are 1.25%. That's their profit. It is not a fucking profitable industry to provide groceries for fucking people.
Invest in cat food companies.
Invest in cat food companies, yes. That is not investment advice. So what level counts as excessive, you might ask, to be honest, but Harris will ban it. TBD, but Harris will ban it. That's the thing about price gouging. As has been said of hardcore pornography, you know it when you see it. It's not hard to figure out where this proposal came from. Voters want to blame someone for high groceries, and the presidential candidates have apparently decided the choices are either the Biden administration or corporate greed. Harris has chosen the latter. Shocked. And a news release Wednesday, her campaign said the first 100 days of her presidency would include the first ever federal ban on price gouging on food and groceries, setting clear rules of the road to make clear that big corporations can't unfairly exploit consumers to run up excessive corporate profits on food and groceries. What are these clear rules of the road or thresholds to determine when a price or profit level becomes excessive? The memo doesn't say. I should have said, don't know. And the campaign, don't know. Did not answer the questions I sent seeking clarification. The most likely template for Harris' proposal is a recent bill from Senator Elizabeth Warren. Harris co-sponsored similar legislation with Warren in 2020 when Harris was a senator. Warren's bill would ban any grossly excessive price during any atypical disruption of the market. Alas, no definition was provided for these terms either. Rather, the bill would empower the Federal Trade Commission to enforce bans using any metric it deemed appropriate. So that sounds great. Let's just empower the FTC to decide how much you're allowed to charge for food.
Even though that's Congress who's supposed to dictate all that crap.
No, we just have to delegate. Delegate it to the executive and let them work it out. Make the executive... It's like Congress has a feeder fetish. And they're just like, oh, let's see how much the federal government can eat. Here, just another spoonful. Come on, would you like some pie? Ooh, here's some cheesecake. Kamala Harris unveils. Now I want cheesecake. God damn it.
Thermo, you're a little too good at that.
I am a feeder, but it's myself. Kamala Harris unveils economic plan, including a whopping $1.7 trillion in handouts. Federal ban on grocery store price gouging. Just another $1.7 trillion. It's all good. It's all good. Here, deficit. Would you like another spoonful? Got some cheesecake for you. Raleigh, North Carolina, Vice President Kamala Harris on Friday unveiled the economic policies she would enact in her first 100 days in office. And it comes with a whopping estimated $1.7 trillion in handouts, as well as government price controls on groceries amid ravaging Biden-Harris administration inflation. Look, about inflation. So the Federal Reserve has got it under control. The government hasn't done shit to bring it under control. The raising interest rates slowly has put the brakes on spending already existing inflation, because it doesn't go away. Like, if you have 20% inflation in 1 month, everything's 20% more expensive just because you have 0% inflation this month. This is the problem. The people who argue, I've seen people on Twitter argue that, what are you talking about? Inflation isn't, grocery prices haven't gone up 50%. It's like, bitch, I see it. I've fucking seen it. You telling me do I have to play the fucking gaslighting?
Inflation's only
the
2%.
gaslighting definition again?
People just
the
forget.
gaslighting.
A lot of people just forget. They don't actually know what it used to cost.
No.
You know what's hilarious?
People are totally gaslighting.
So Coles magically deletes your old orders online, so you can't see them. But they email you the order with the prices of everything when you do the orders. I went back through my old orders that we did just during the start of COVID, because we used to just go down the store and get groceries. It was never an issue. Obviously, I don't keep my receipts for all that stuff, but I can 1-to-1 compare stuff, and yeah, some shit has doubled. Not everything has doubled in price. I mean, my house has, but not everything has doubled in price. Yeah, the problem is, Tim, everybody else's has too, so that doesn't help me. That doesn't help me. If my house specifically doubled in price and nobody else's did, it'd be fucking great. But that's not how that works. That's not at all how that works. But yeah, I've literally seen the stuff be twice the price that it was. And also, I've seen price double and then come down a bit. So, yeah, seasonal pricing does make it hard, but that's on fresh stuff. You don't tend to have seasonal pricing on the stuff you buy year round.
Not on staples.
Custard prices don't change seasonally.
Yeah,
most refined products, a pizza or a pack of pies doesn't change price that often. Like, it used to be $5, now it's $11. So these things have gone up, but yes, inflation is under control now, but everybody is still feeling it. Everybody is still feeling it because real wages have gone backwards. Everybody has burned through their savings. Americans have burned through the savings they had during COVID.
And their credit cards as well.
Yes. Savings are gone. Credit cards are maxed out. So something's got to give. And throwing another $1.7 trillion in handouts into the system, because I saw someone saying that $25,000 on support on a down payment doesn't translate to a house being $25,000 more expensive. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Of course it does. Because that's $25,000 less that they have to come up with to buy the house.
Meaning more people are bidding
Meaning
on
more
that,
people
that
can
house.
bid on that fucking house, which means it goes up by about $25,000. Like,
Yeah,
you're talking to an
roughly the price out
you're
those
talking
people.
You're talking to an Australian about house
Australian
prices.
knows lots why.
And inflation driving house prices. Motherfucker, we know all about that shit. You merely adopted housing inflation We
We were
lived in it.
born-
We were
we were
born
born
in it.
into it,
We
molded
bathed
by
in
it.
it. We like grew in it. We know this shit back to
Molded
front.
by it.
Talk to an Australian about house prices, and you'll get a fucking lesson.
You know, because we
Like,
have all
holy
those
shit.
incentives already.
We've had so many buyers grant systems, and we could show you on graphs where the price went up by the fucking grant. So
yeah.
And from a country that fucking almost took down the global economy because of fucking ninja loans, like it hasn't even been 20 years.
No.
God damn it. Like,
No, it hasn't.
It was 2008, motherfuckers. You telling me
Yeah.
you don't remember? You don't remember that
No,
time you fucking ninja loans almost took out the goddamn global economy?
Yeah, I had a
Bitch,
good
please.
talk. No, I had a good talk with my family over the weekend about all of this shit, about what we're gonna do, or at least about what I'm gonna do, because my parents are getting older and all that, and I'm at the point where, you know, in a couple of years I might just move in with my sister because they've got she and her partner just bought like a couple of acres, so it's like we are at the point where me and mum might just set up our own little granny flats out on the corners of their block and just go back to, you know, like a multi-generational family kind of living situation.
So what you're saying is you're building a compound.
Yes. Yes.
Nice.
Unironically.
I would love to do that. I would love to build a have like, you know, a few hectares and build a compound with a few houses on it for
because it'd be
family.
good. Like, because I have 3 little nephews who, you know, I want to be in their life as well. You know, that might be a thing. Like, because my mum and her partner now are grey nomads, and they told me over the weekend like what's going to happen because they're in their mid 60s, late 60s, and they told me, you know, if one of us dies on the road, this is what's going to happen. You know, if my stepdad dies before my mum will just go take the van and set it up on my sister's block, and she'll just retire there. And, you know, we've kind of come together as a family and decided, yeah, like if push comes to shove, we'll all just move in together on the block and go back to the old way of doing things. Yeah. Exactly. Meat candy. Exactly. That's it. And I'm single with no kids, so it's actually a perfect arrangement for me. So
Tombola says 2008 was DEI. I presume you mean DEI, not DIE.
Die
impacting housing loans. Literally, banks told lenders to buy without financial liquidity. Yeah.
Basically.
Ninja, no income, no job, loans.
Yep.
That's what a ninja loan is. Like, no income, no job. It's fine. Just pay the balloon payment in 2 years. It's all good. By that point, the house will be worth more and you could sell it. It's fine.
Yep.
Like, yeah. Her economic plan includes measures to donate $25,000 to first-time homeowners with their down payments and give up to $6,000 in tax breaks for lower and middle-income families who have a child in their first year of life. Harris did not say what income qualifies as lower or middle. That sounds very familiar. Where have I heard that before? Oh, that's right. JD Vance wants a $5,000 child tax credit or 150% more than the current child tax credit. Here's what to know. JD Vance, I'd love to see a child tax credit that's $1,500 per child, $500, $5,000 per child. Baby bonus, baby. We did that.
Yeah.
Not a fan of that. I want to hear this article talk about why that's such a bad idea, and then immediately have to go, no, it's a fantastic idea from Kamala Harris. We could easily be talking about $2 to $3 trillion in additional borrowing over the next decade. That's a tremendous amount of money. Vance didn't provide details on how he would expand the CTC, which makes it difficult to pinpoint exact costs. Vance said he would like to see an expanded CTC without income thresholds, such as the current tax credit phases out for single filers earning over $200,000 and married couples with more than $400,000 in income. You don't want a different policy for higher income families. You just want to have a pro-family child tax credit. I can understand the reasoning behind that, but I don't know. I can't get behind someone like a family on $400,000 a year, US dollars.
You have no reason, you have no business getting a child tax.
Come on, guy. Like,
you have no business getting a child. No.
I think the rate should be lower. But like, come on.
That he would like to see expanded without income thresholds. I mean, basically, he just wants everybody. He just
wants more
kids.
American children. Yeah.
Yeah. I can appreciate that. Yeah, everyone with kids gets a tax cut, no matter how rich you are. Okay, I can appreciate that.
Vance, though, didn't vote on the failed Senate bill that would have expanded the CTC to provide more benefits to low-income families. Asked on Face the Nation about this, Vance called it a show vote and added it would have failed even if he had been there. Senator Ron Wyden, a Democrat from Oregon who co-sponsored the failed bill, pointed to Vance's no vote as undermining his statements in support of an expanded CTC. Yeah, whatever. Apparently, it currently stands at $2,000, but during the pandemic, it had a temporary expansion, boosting the benefit as much as $3,600 per child. That helped lift more than 2 million children out of poverty. Well, if children worked harder, they wouldn't be in poverty. Fucking hell. And there you go, yeah. She's proposing a tax credit. So.
But no, her tax credit only is for the first year of the child.
Yeah.
Which is a worse deal than JD Vance's proposal.
Let's listen to this cringe. Pay attention to how much he dislikes spice.
Like I have white guy tacos and
What is
like
that?
black,
Like mayonnaise and tuna? What are you doing?
pretty much ground beef and cheese.
That's
and
okay. Do you put any flavor in it?
No.
Oh.
Here's the deal. No, they said to be careful and let her know this, that black pepper is the top of the spice level in Minnesota, you know?
I'm the first vice president, I believe, who has ever grown chili peppers.
I'm trying to expand
We'll figure
my
that-
my food knowledge.
You know, we've got some cantaloupes. You'll be fine.
Yeah.
He's such a fucking cop.
Wow.
To be fair, she is
He's
Indian, so she would know chili peppers. That's fair. She
Oh,
would know
yeah,
spice.
well,
She's
I guess Minnesota, the spiciest they go is black pepper, apparently. Yeah, that's interesting.
Maybe Nick can confirm that for us.
Oh, look what I found.
Oh, wait.
This,
Oh,
this
I didn't see
article
this.
This article from 2016. Recipe Representative Waltz's winning turkey taco tot hot dish. With his turkey taco tot hot dish, Tim Waltz grabbed first place at Senator Al Franken's annual Hot Dish Off on Wednesday. His recipe and a link to other recipes is at the bottom of the article. His recipe beat out 9 other congressional dishes after a taste test performed by Washington Post food critic and Minnesota native Tom Sistema, Tom's mother Dorothy, and Minnesota native Ryan Jensen, who now owns two popular coffee shops in D.C. Let's see what the recipe involves. I assume it'll just have black pepper, right? 1 pound of ground turkey, 1 large red bell pepper, 2 medium ones.
That's close
1
to a black
yellow
pepper.
onion, 1 can of sliced black olives, 1 can of diced mild green chilies, 1 bottle of taco sauce medium, 16 ounces, 1 16-ounce sour cream, 1 bag of frozen tots, 4 cups of shredded cheddar cheese, green onions, shredded iceberg lettuce, paprika, chili powder, onion powder, garlic powder.
Garlic powder?
Interesting. Let's go back to the tape.
There's a lot of spices in there.
Let's go back to the tape and hear what he was saying.
Like I have white guy tacos and
What is
like
that?
black,
Like mayonnaise and tuna? What are you doing?
pretty much ground beef and cheese.
That's
and
okay. Do you put any flavor in it?
No.
Oh.
Here's the deal. No, they said to be careful and let her know this, that black pepper is the top of the spice level in Minnesota, you know?
So apparently black pepper is the top of the spice level in Minnesota, and Tim
But
Waltz
there's
is
no black
expanding
spices in his recipe.
Expanding his cooking skill, though. He's actually an award-winning chef, so who uses
3 times winner.
such lower spice tiers like chili powder and paprika and garlic powder and onion powder below, which is
Green
apparently below
chilies.
black pepper. Fucking dipshit. That clip is from a promo that is on their you most likely to spice up your military history.
Yeah. It's basically an excuse not to talk to the press and still
Yeah.
put something out.
I think it was on their because they interviewed each other.
Which is gay and cringe.
Where is it? Show me her fucking channel. There it is.
It just sounds like he was warned not to say anything that might expose her as a fake black.
Yeah.
There's no spices. Oh, okay.
So this is where they pretend it's just, you know, cinema, like, oh, it's cinema verite. They're just oh, I'm not playing it. God damn it.
I talk about it being halftime in America. We're a touchdown down, and I kind of like the idea of being a little bit behind.
Well, I'm looking at Coach Walls right now. I'm looking at Coach Walls.
He was a high school football coach. Come on. It's not like he fucking coached the Packers.
Like I have white guy tacos and
What is
like
that?
black,
Like mayonnaise and tuna? What are you doing?
pretty much ground beef and cheese.
That's
and,
okay. Do you put any flavor in it?
No.
That's the minimum for a
Here's the
taco.
deal. No.
I don't know how that may be off the cuff. I get I get a vibe from it that it's not, but
They said to be careful and let her know this, that black pepper is the top of the spice level in Minnesota, you know.
I'm the first vice president, I believe, who has ever grown chili peppers.
Well,
You
trying
know
to
that.
expand
We'll
my
figure that-
my food knowledge.
You know, we've got some cantaloupes. You'll be fine.
they left the comments open.
Oh my god!
I called
was
you,
hoping maybe
Tim.
we wouldn't have
I
to.
called you.
Hang on, let's see.
The comments.
What the fuck?
Is this going
I
to be a
was-
video
I'm-
with the comments are way
Alright,
much better than the actual video itself?
Let's see. I'm almost 70 years old. I was molested by my stepfather as a kid, but things like that were never talked about. I didn't know that it happened to other kids. I thought I was the only one. When I was 12, I finally told my grandmother, called the sheriff, and went to court. I had no voice. His attorney was horrible to me, asked 12-year-old awkward and shy girl if I had sex with boys. I was horrified. No, I hadn't. Anyway, the only time he received was 30 days in the county jail. I went to a foster home. I was fortunate to live 4 years with a wonderful family. I love that VP Harris was able to help her skull friend and go on to be an attorney and help other children. Children need a voice. We need a voice. And a VP Harris. This is from Sheila 8730, who has 4 subscribers.
That's a bot account.
Yeah. You know what I get big vibes on? I think I said it on Twitter. I get big 2016 vibes from all of the Kamala Harris stuff. Like huge 2016 vibes. And it's not because she's a woman. I very much feel like, I don't know if anybody remembers or was on Reddit during 2016, 2015, 2016.
On Reddit? Fucking cringe.
It was before Reddit was cringe.
Reddit's always been cringe.
This was when the Donald was on Reddit. Fucking hell, man.
Still cringe.
Still cringe.
Anyway, you were
Like,
saying
it feels like the correct the record people. So Correct the Record was an organization that was funded by Hillary's campaign or one of the PACs. I think it was a PAC. Correct the Record was a PAC. And it was pro-Hillary. And what they did is they astroturfed. They astroturfed every social media platform they could get their fucking hands on. And they, quote unquote, corrected the record. So if there was some dis or misinformation or whatever about Hillary Clinton, they corrected it. I'm getting huge fucking vibes. I guarantee you there is a PAC right now that's just not obvious. They're just doing it in the... They've learned from 2016 that you don't be out about it. Like you do it fucking silently. You sneak around underneath. Because if people find out about astroturfing, then they're like, wait, this isn't real grass. I hate fake grass. So, but if they don't know it's fake grass, then they're fine with it. They're like, this is the best grass ever. So I know I really do get huge fucking vibes about this shit. Like, and like
Well,
it really feels
like I said
fake
last
fuck.
week. This is all fabricated.
Yeah.
The support is just fabricated. It's AstroTurf. So yeah.
Well, and also like fucking this shit. Gamergate's legacy lives on in attacks against Kamala Harris. Do you want Trump to win? Like this is like if you want to resurrect Gamergate, bitch, we gave you Trump. Like if you want to play the if you want to play that, gamergate misogynist, man, you're going to get fucking people turning off Counter-Strike or turning off fucking Modern Warfare and going to the polls. And monkeypox
He's Sargon from here, breathing heavily.
I'm sorry, boys, but monkeypox ain't enough to keep people away from the polls. Unless the poll workers are wiping their dicks on the fucking ballots. Like, this is retarded.
It's electronic now.
Like, I don't know if there's any more cringe in here.
Tim.
Yes.
You didn't answer, Tim.
I know. The
What happened?
The most important.
I just would look at her. Look at her lapel. That's American flag made out of fucking gold.
Fine.
Yeah.
So, I called you,
I was hoping
Tim.
maybe we wouldn't have to.
I called you, Tim.
Yes.
You didn't answer, Tim.
I know.
They even stole JD's story. JD Vance said was on with Megyn Kelly like months ago and said when Trump called him, he missed the call because he was like with his kid. And Trump left him a voicemail and was like, JD, I need you to call me back. You need to call me back right now. I got a question I gotta ask you. It's very important. And he called him back. And that's when Trump asked him. They fucking stole his story.
I know.
What happened?
The most important call of my life. It popped up, and we didn't recognize the caller ID, and it went to voicemail.
Hi, this is Jim. I'm not able to answer.
There you
go. Thank you.
Hey, Tim, it's Kamala. I really want to talk to you.
It is an amazing privilege for me. Also, I'm excited. I just want to be part of the excitement that you're generating.
Well, we're doing.
If you want to be in front of the fake excitement. Meg Candy says Kamala has convinced me she's really black, though. Her campaign style is stolen from Obama, her astroturfing is stolen from Hillary, and her best ideas are stolen from Trump Vance. Yeah, they did steal the fucking story. Like, they stole it. They fucking stole the story as well. Like,
and just changed it slightly.
Dude, it's like, oh, but see, she's on video. We don't know if Vance's is true. Like, really? Like, fuck. Like, I'm not a fucking conspiracy lunatic, but this really does feel like they're just like, I don't know what they're fucking thinking. Like, I guess they're thinking, actually, I do know what they're thinking. We can do whatever the fuck we want. The media will say it fucking smells like roses. So,
yeah.
Fucking Christ.
This is them just getting like overly confident. Thinking that the media is just going to take what they say and spew it out as the truth and fact, and just support them 100%.
Our polls say that story really resonated with voters, so maybe you should come up with one similar.
Yeah. I just want to say congratulations to the quartering. He's now apparently a Trump operative. Kamala HQ says Trump operatives. This is not 2016 Trump. He used to do 4 events a day. Now he's just playing golf instead.
He's got to get out there more now. It's time to go.
Yes.
Like, it's time to go, dude. Like, it's, I know your rallies are fun and stuff like that, but you got to go, baby. Like, Kamala's out there. He's got to go. JD Vance is not Donald Trump. I don't think sending JD Vance to Wisconsin matters as much. He's got to go.
We need 2016 Trump. You remember when he was doing like 4 events a day?
That's
he was doing like 4 MAGA rallies per day.
Yeah, he was doing, he was doing one at like 2 p.m. Then he was going to another state and he's doing he has to do that. Like, he has to get, now it's time. He played enough golf. It's go time. Like, by the end of September, he better be on the road every day. He's got to get out there more.
So yes, I replied, lol, Trump operatives, no.
No, go back to the quote. Let's go back to the quote. That
now
he used to do 4 events a day. Yeah. Now he's just playing golf instead. That's not what Quartering said.
No. But Benny Johnson is totally a Trump operative, though.
No, yeah, totally.
Yeah.
No,
Benny Johnson
he's
absolutely is. Zach, I don't know about Zach, but Quartering, no.
Benny Johnson is not a Trump.
Do you guys watch
not
the
on
Incredible
the fucking campaign? He was the fucking he was the dick rider of he was Vivek's dick rider.
Yeah, Quartering, absolutely not. Do you guys watch Chisholm?
I do.
Incredible Salt Mine?
Fallen Princess says, someone tried to blow his fucking head off less than a month ago, you fucking grifters. Let him play some golf. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Also, he needs to secure. That would mean the Secret Service would have to secure 4 locations a day.
Mm.
He is limited. He's limited in what he could do. We have to accept that.
Yeah.
Tom Bowler says bets on jail by September. I don't know.
That's when
I
the
doubt
sentencing
it.
supposed
I
to be
doubt it.
happening.
His sentencing's early September.
For Trump or Rick or Nick?
For Trump.
Oh, okay.
Yes, New York courts are utterly insane. He could appeal it straight away, and then he's free while under appeal. So
yeah, no. Jeremy's openly said that
they
he's
already
voted,
lined that shit up.
Yeah, Jeremy's openly said that he's voted for both parties at different points.
Oh yeah,
like, he's not on board with MAGA, Trump.
I can honestly say I have never voted conservative in this country ever. Because the
why? We don't
Liberal
have
Party in
conservatives.
Australia,
You voted
the
for
Liberal
the
Party of
coalition.
Australia is scumbags.
Yeah, and they're not even classically liberal. Then they're not anything remotely what their agenda purports to be. Fuck them. We don't have
They're
any truly.
neoconservatives, and fuck them.
They're not even neoconservative. They're neoliberals. Like,
nowadays,
that's
yeah.
the worst. Yeah,
Kamala Harris's rapid response director says, "Wow, this is a devastating deep dive into some of JD Vance's business ventures. Not only did this company go bankrupt, he treated workers horribly, making them work unbelievable circumstances. Just incredibly heartbreaking stories."
But
like a 9-to-5 job. How
Let's
dare
look
they?
at let's look at the notes. Quote, Vance was not named in any of the lawsuits. He left the company board in April 2021 and ran for Senate. Though at that time, he still had more than $100,000 invested in the company. Yeah, because what did JD Vance do before he ran for Senate? He was a fucking he was a venture capital guy.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
What do venture capital companies do? What do venture capitalists do? They invest in fucking companies and get a seat on the damn board. There you go. His VC firm Naya also continued to express public support for the company.
Yeah.
So he's not like these hit pieces are so fucking transparent.
Yeah, he had nothing to do with the dodgy shit that you alleged.
Just some interesting Trump stuff. Former President Trump's latest financial personal disclosures show income from some of his traditional sources, but also some new ones like the Bible. He got paid $300,000 to endorse the God Bless the USA Bible. He made $505,703 for the MAGA Journey book, $4.5 million for the Letters to Trump book, and $7.15 million in it for an NFT licensing deal. Let's not forget that NFT stands for no fucking thanks. The Trump campaign has cancelled its TV ad schedule for the Chattanooga and Jacksonville markets. So this is from Nielsen's Media Markets Map. Those who may not be familiar, though I don't know why any of you would be familiar. But yeah, as you can see, the Chattanooga cuts into a couple of states. So and Jacksonville, of course, is Florida. So Kamala's not competitive in Florida, so there's no need to run ads there. And Jacksonville's an expensive market. So yeah, they're focusing on media markets that are more expensive, but they can actually change minds in, or it matters. The interesting thing is this is the kind of thing that a campaign does when it's running tight. So maybe they're just running a lean campaign. So, but honestly, if Trump was a little more smart on his treatment of Georgia voters and Governor Kemp, maybe he wouldn't have to spend so much money to win what is a red state. So what they're seeing in Atlanta, 17 presidential campaign ads on an NBC affiliate WXIA between 5 and 7 a.m. this morning. Nearly 100% of the info flow is on Kamala. So Harris campaign, positive on the economy. MAGA Incorporated, negative, I am radical. Harris campaign, positive on the economy. Trump campaign, negative hit on border security. Harris campaign, positive on border security. MAGA negative, so on the radical ad again. The then another negative border security hit, then a positive border security hit from. So it's all, there's no pro-Trump stuff. It's all pro Harris or anti-Harris. It's just fucking 100% Harris all the time. And yeah, I wonder how. Yeah. So Trump has no positive ads. Full negative. And Kamala has yeah. It's just blanketing the fucking space. Donald Trump campaign is up on TV in battleground states with this spot hitting Kamala Harris on illegal immigration and her record as DA. So let's watch. Please don't have copyrighted music.
MS-13 gang member here illegally, robbed a pregnant woman, then released, then executed a San Francisco family, another illegal, arrested, released, then killed this young boy with a sword, illegal immigrant, convicted, released, then violently fractured a woman's skull. Who released every one of them? Liberal DA Kamala Harris. The victim's blood is on her hands.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
If you remember what I said last week, so the requirement to approve the message by the candidate, I said usually they put if it's an attack ad, they put it at the top. Yeah, Trump doesn't give a fuck. He really doesn't listen to regular political advice. It's a very, very unique candidate.
Yeah.
Here's Trump offending veterans and ruining any goodwill that might have been used to help him attack Waltz. But anyway,
I have to say, Miriam, I watched Sheldon sitting so proud in the White House when we gave Miriam the Presidential Medal of Freedom. That's the highest award you can get as a civilian. It's the equivalent of the Congressional Medal of Honor, but civilian version. It's actually much better because everyone gets the Congressional Medal of Honor. That's soldiers. They're either in very bad shape because they've been hit so many times by bullets or they're dead. She gets it, and she's a healthy, beautiful woman. It's they're rated equal.
Okay, were the veterans angry about it? What does Angry Golf say about it?
It's just...
Oh, you scroll down.
Yeah, I get what he's trying to say, but it's just only Trump. Look, this is true in normal times as being in career ender. This is one of those things that only Trump can say, but it's not great.
It's not great.
It's not great.
Technically, he won't lose the veteran.
Look, Trump's thing is this shit is baked in.
Yeah.
You know what the vibe I get from this? You know the meme of what's his name? Ben Affleck standing outside on the stoop with a cigarette in his hand, just with his eyes closed, just like, oh, that I get that vibe from this. Just like, oh,
yeah.
Come on, man. You're making my life so much harder. God.
Another one. God damn it.
A group called Swifties for Trump has been gaining much support in the last couple of days. This is huge for the Trump campaign. I don't know if this is a joke or not.
Is this a real thing?
Well,
yeah, apparently some brown guy shot at Swifty. And it wouldn't have happened if Trump was...
Well, there was the terrorismo. There was the terrorismo in the shows in Vienna in Austria that were cancelled because of a foiled terrorist plot.
Mm-hmm.
So apparently some terrorists had organized to so where is it? This is about the Wembley show, but there was a terrorist plot to kill, quote, as many people as possible in the crowd at one of the Eras tours. So she almost got Ariana Grande. So the Swifties are apparently upset about that, I guess.
Guys, I never
The
saw this
Musos wanna kill him.
on my 2024 bingo card, but the Swifties are waking up. The Swifties. I never thought I'd see the day that Swifties were rallying for Trump. I guess something with ISIS happened. There's a lot of terrorism going on. I guess she had to shut down some shows because of it. And a lot of them are just saying, You know, if Trump was in office, this would have never, ever happened.
A terrorist plot in
Vienna.
Austria wouldn't happen because Trump was in
That's-
office. I'm sorry, no.
Potentially.
Yeah.
They're waking up, but they're still retarded. Okay.
There wouldn't
Yeah.
be terrorism
They're waking up, but their brain hasn't turned on yet.
or wars going on because we had world peace before and he'll do it again. So they're finally realizing it's not about race or gender or anything of that sort. It's about our safety and the policies and a secure border. And they're
I'm gonna have to
finally
fucking mute this audio. I know it.
wild to see. Like I'm so
Actually, just as an aside, because I get easily distracted. I've noticed because I'm monetized, when you upload a video and there's music in it that is, you know, copyrighted, it sends you the notification that says, "Hey, this can't be monetized because blah blah blah. It's got music in it." It gives you an option. Do you want to remove it? And you hit the button and it mutes out just the song. So you can hear that, like, it uses some sort of filter to filter out the song, and that's it. It's gone.
Oh, that's actually pretty easy to do.
That's fucking awesome. I know, but I know I can do that. I can download the entire clip, like download the entire video, drop it into Resolve, and use Fairlight to mix it out. Using the AI stuff.
Like in the
But
past,
this stuff just does it. I hit a button, and an hour later, it's gone.
Yeah,
I just think that's
That's
great.
pretty cool that it's automatic, but
Yeah.
you can do that in Audacity.
Well,
You don't
that's
need
the thing.
anyone.
You can use any program, but the issue is you have to re-upload the
Yeah,
damn
have to
video
download
again.
the whole thing, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Download
That
it.
would
Yeah. Now with this
Now they just do
apparent
it,
feature. Oh, that's fucking awesome.
Yeah, that's very fancy.
so proud. Literally so freaking proud right now. Like, go Swifties. Like, let's fucking do this, bro. We're in it together now, baby.
They're not going to vote for Trump.
No
The
way.
best you can hope for is that they don't vote. Anyway, the U.S. Secret Service is apologizing to a Massachusetts salon owner after an agent covered her security camera with duct tape and broke into her salon by picking the lock so that its bathroom could be used by various people for a 2-hour period. After the 2-hour period, Secret Service agents left the salon unlocked and left tape covering the camera. A woman was told by others that the lead Secret Service agent was directing people to use her salon bathroom without authorization. The agents were in the neighborhood to secure the area ahead of Kamala Harris' fundraiser. The woman understood she needed to close her salon, but didn't expect the rest of what happened. Like, just what balls, man?
Well, she ain't got no balls.
Well, yeah.
Assumedly.
She's like, oh, there's a camera there. We can't possibly have a camera protecting anything.
Rip. There's a tape. Tour. Bite it off. Why are they masking her face? We've seen it. Her face is public. No, that's fine. No, don't bother digging it up. I'm just wondering why is her face blurred?
That's
I
the
think the
alarm
original-
after they broke into the building.
Yeah.
I think the original publication who got it were the ones who bought it off a salon owner. They blurred it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah, she would have had the raw footage, obviously.
Yeah.
I don't think this has the. I think this is just the one camera. I don't think it has the.
There's probably just one little ring camera sitting at the top of the.
Yeah, it is. There's a camera inside the salon because she could see the footage. I don't know if it's in the replies. Just just scroll past fucking SS logo. It's fine.
At
Hashtag
least it wasn't
Twitter in
porn.
2020. Full story. Yeah, at least it wasn't some hooer. But yeah, so that apparently she reported it to the Secret Service, and they said we don't do that. That didn't happen. We don't do that. And she's like, "Bitch, I got video."
All right, if you didn't do it, I'll just send that footage to the media.
Yeah,
and let the media deal with it.
So BOI asked Secret Service spokesperson Melissa McKenzie whether the agency invited other people to use the bathroom. She told BI that agency employees would not tell someone to enter the salon without the owner's permission. It's like, yeah. And then immediately they're like, oh, fucking hell, they got video. We're sorry. We're sorry.
Sorry, baby.
We're
sorry.
sorry.
Oh, my God.
Douchebags. Anyway, speaking of the wonderful Secret Service, dissension, toxicity plagued Trump's Secret Service detail before the assassination attempt.
Fucking, they're getting slammed at the moment.
Nick has dragged this episode out so long. Rancor recriminations and serious formal misconduct complaints have plagued all levels of the Secret Service detail, assigned to protect former President Donald Trump over the last year, distracting the team from its core mission of securing Trump from physical harm and preventing an assassination. Trump's regular detail team, a force of 60 employees, special agents, and support staff, have been beset by internal divisions, long workdays and weeks, and constant stress. Last year, the team lost one of its members to suicide. Jesus. Among the allegations are accusations of improper sexual relationships or fraternization within the team, debilitating mental health issues, non-merit-based promotions, conflict of interest issues, unfair retaliation, and the creation of inappropriate memes and social media posts. On May 15, the two top leaders of Trump detail sternly dressed down the entire 60-member staff in a virtual meeting announcing formal investigations in what they argued were serious misconduct violations. Several sources in the Secret Service with direct knowledge of the online meeting tell Real Clear Politics. Sean Curran, the detail leader and top boss of Trump's regular 60-member protective team, and his deputy, Matthew Pyant, complained of rumors, innuendo, and toxicity among the detail, as well as selfishness and immaturity. They reminded the employees that they had worked to mentor and train them, and up to this point had refrained from referring agents and support employees for discipline, even though there have been violations that could have been reported to agency headquarters for investigation. This is just detailing the conversation. Sleeping on the job in Mar-a-Lago this spring, the critics said, was especially egregious because of a series of recent security breaches across the Secret Service, including one in which a drunken intruder entered Biden National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan's home in the middle of the night. That incident occurred in April 2023, even though Sullivan has 24/7 Secret Service protective detail because of the high-profile and highly sensitive nature of his job. Yeah, agents sleeping on the job.
Okay.
And look, I think I said at the time, his detail is incredibly small for what they are asked to do. Like 60 guys, that's support staff included. That's to secure the facility, to be maybe into like, because you got to secure Trump's family as well. So Mar-a-Lago has to be permanently secure. So there's agents there all the time, even if Trump isn't there, because if you don't have agents there, someone sneaks in and puts a bomb under the bed with a remote detonator, and suddenly they're blown up. So that needs to be secure at all times. So you're securing Mar-a-Lago. You're also securing the president themselves. You've also got to have 3 times the people it takes to do those things, at least, because you need at least 3 shifts. If you're being smart, you have 4 shifts because people only do 6-hour shifts and they're fresher. So you do 6 hours on, 2 hours of paperwork, and then you go home. Then there's a 2-hour overlap for everybody. They don't have the people to do that. They don't have the manpower to do that. So, of course. And if you're protecting fucking the National Security Advisor, you're protecting fucking Kamala, her family, Biden's family, Biden's kids, Biden's grandkids, fucking, like, you've got to do this for everybody. This is an agency that has 7,800 employees. Not all of them are fucking protection detail. There are a lot of, you got to remember, the Secret Service doesn't just do protection. They also do counterfeiting investigations. You have field agents doing fucking shit every goddamn day. They do, what do they do? They also do fucking like cyber investigations as well. I don't know if that's been given to another department, but They are understaffed.
You think Homeland Security would deal with that?
Well, yeah, you would think that. Fucking hell, people only care about terrorism. That's terrorism's big money in the government now. So. So the allegations made against the site So an official briefs on the matter, but not authorized to discuss it publicly, told the RCP that the Secret Service Office of Professional Responsibility also investigated the allegations of sexual impropriety and fraternization within the Trump detail and found the allegations to be unfounded. Okay. Now, I just want to clarify that the allegations of sexual impropriety and fraternization are within the team. It has nothing to do with Trump. It's his agents and people on the team fucking each other. Yeah. Tom Boller for $5 says dinner for
Which
the late
is
shift. Thank you, man.
Yeah.
The agent in question serves. So the agent in question serves as the official agent for the July 13 Butler event that ended in an assassination attempt. Like this is fucking shit show. Like this isn't the only thing too. There was another story that Newsmax carried that a Secret Service agent abandoned her post during Donald Trump's visit to North Carolina to breastfeed her baby.
The Secret Service detail that's guarding former President Donald Trump. So this coming from Real Clear Politics reporting that a female Secret Service agent abandoned her post in North Carolina to breastfeed her baby during Trump's visit yesterday to the Tar Heel state. The report says about 5 minutes before Trump's motorcade arrived, the site agent who manages security for the entire event did a final sweep of the location.
And while walking the route, the site agent reportedly found the Secret Service special agent in question breastfeeding with 2 other family members present in a room that's supposed to be set aside for official business like an emergency involving the president. The report says the special agent did not have permission to leave her post and gave no warning prior to the event that she needed personal time. Working Secret Service agents are prohibited from bringing children or any family members, for that matter, on a protective assignment.
All right, still working on clarification and details on this, that coming from the reporter for RCP. And it comes about a month after what many consider to be the biggest Secret Service failure.
And look, that is another testament to how fucking stretched these idiots are. Like, it's just absolutely ridiculous. Like, it's retarded. Also related to the Trump plot, Thomas Crook spent months engaged in rifle training at the same facility used by DHS and multiple local and federal law enforcement agencies, according to newly released records.
Interesting.
It explains why he missed. Anyway, moving along. Apparently, the American Society of Plastic Surgeons has become the first major medical association to challenge the consensus of medical groups over gender-affirming care for minors. So, good on them. They're probably not the. Is that the Tim will probably know. Is that the major organization for plastic surgeons, or is that like?
Actually, I think I'm pretty sure this is actually legit. This is the actual.
So this is the main organization. Okay.
I want to because I remember googling it. This is the American Society of Plastic Surgeons is a professional society that represents
so
plastic surgeons.
It's not like
not a conservative
American College of Pediatricians or something.
Yeah, this is actually
the other society that isn't really the society.
It doesn't. Yeah, no. This is actually.
Dr. Pook says even in 1993, Clint Eastwood had a female boss. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
You know what's interesting? I watched Olympus Has Fallen, which is still a fucking great flick, though it doesn't really make much sense that he worked for the the director is the director of that he goes to the Treasury building because it's under DHS now. But anyway, his boss in that is a fucking woman as well. There's a black woman, so it's even more DEI. So
yay.
But yeah, so the American College of Plastic Surgeons is now like, hey, maybe we should put the brakes on these cutting kids' dicks off. So
bigots.
Yes, bigots. They're going to get cancelled. This is bad. This is sad news. Rachel Lillis, the voice, the Pokemon voice actor for Misty and Jessie, has passed away at the age of 46.
Breast cancer. Yeah.
Yeah, breast
cancer. The original voice of Misty. So if you grew up in the 90s, this was Misty and Jessie. And if you play Smash Brothers, like I do, She was the voice of Jigglypuff as well, so you will still hear her. I think she continued to be Jigglypuff even after everything changed hands.
Oh,
yeah, she was like midway, like in the
It's
late
always
2000s.
it's always sad, like
when your childhood
when someone
voices
that-
disappear. Yeah,
Well, it's always sad when someone 46
exactly
dies
that
of
too.
fucking
Like she's
cancer.
she's-
like
yeah, she, it
Well, it
was-
should on the first response should have a picture of all the characters she played. I
It
think that's
does.
what that is.
It does. And it's got Misty and Jessie most famously, and then various Pokemon voices, characters of the day and such. And Togepi's crying and poor Togepi.
Pikachu.
And she did other Alshia's Vulpix as well. You're kidding me. She did other anime voices and stuff, and that's all the other. Heap of other characters.
Candy just still would.
Bad meat candy. Bad.
In that photo, I would not as a
yeah.
corpse. That's
Bad man.
No, this
anyway,
exact
yeah. So
moment in
rest,
time.
Rip to the
very
OG.
sad. Rest in peace.
Yes.
My
I can't
sympathies
wait.
go out to the family and all the
Yeah, it
Zoomers.
sucks. Yeah. Oh,
And
millennials.
all the millennials who grew up with
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Illinois districts. Look, I just want to say, chat. You guys have been fucking champions. There's still 25 of you watching.
That's
So
crazy.
it does
That
say
is, man,
12.
crazy.
It does say 12 people are watching on X. So I don't know how real that is. Maybe some people have just left the tab open. But yeah,
Just one?
That seems fancy. But anyway, you guys are fucking champs. Illinois school district teacher sentenced to 9 years in prison for stealing $1.5 million worth of chicken wings. 68-year-old Vera Liddell pulled off the chicken wing heist from July 2020 to February 2022. Liddell would place orders for wings with a food provider for the school district, bill the district, but then would keep the wings. She ordered over 11,000 cases of wings. The heist took place during the pandemic when schools were closed, but some students would receive meal kits sent to their homes. The scheme was revealed when someone from the district found the invoices, which included wings with bones, something that is typically not served to students. So if she'd have gotten boneless, she would have fucking gotten away with it?
Oh, oh my god.
God damn. Yeah, it's funny how her plan was foiled, not because of the millions in wings ordered, but because the bones in wings are a red flag. It's fucking hilarious.
I know.
Wait a minute. These wings have bones in them.
And you know what? I ain't mad. I thought this is fucking impressive.
But yeah, that's genuinely impressive. She ate, in 2 years, she ate 11,000 boxes of wings.
That's the
That's
thing.
impressive.
I don't think she ate them all. I think she.
I
Was
hope she
giving them
sold them on the secondary market.
out. No, I think she was giving them
Probably.
out.
Kosti says, what is even a boneless wing nowadays anyway? It's rendered,
don't
rendered
ask, Sean.
chicken meat. Don't ask.
They're not Sean.
Oh yeah, that too. Yeah, even boneless wings have a chance of having bones. 90% breading, 8% oil, 2% chicken. Yeah, fair enough.
Yep.
Sounds about right.
It's judicial notice that boneless wings aren't wings. Yes, or boneless. Racist University of Kentucky student pleads guilty after singing the N-word 200 times at a black staffer in 10-minute rant. Here's how long she faces in jail. Prosecutors have demanded a year in jail and 100 hours of community service for a University of Kentucky student who assaulted staff and police officers during a prolonged tirade of racist abuse. She wasn't sentenced. She hasn't been sentenced to anything for speech. She was found guilty of assault. So
That's 1.825 days for every N
per N-word. Yeah. That's 1.825 words per nigger. Days per nigger. Was yelling as she was yelling it as she was led away by police officers she had bitten, kicked, and informed of her wealth as they tried to restrain her.
I'm rich, bitch.
Let's listen.
All right.
It would have been funnier if the cop was black.
Sorry, I'm definitely on full there. Nope.
You're almost there.
You're almost there. Just this time.
They're trying to help her to a chair. And she's just absolutely fucking plastered.
Yep.
And now picking fights.
If
What
she
does
was
she go to
smart,
class?
she'd start an OnlyFans.
Smashed. Yeah, racist OnlyFans.
That ass. My queen.
If you
It's pretty fucking irresponsible to ever get that drunk as a woman. Like, seriously. Like, in public. Being that absolutely... Like, that is so fucking dangerous. Because all it takes is someone who's not a cop. Like, some guy who's like, you know what? She'll never remember. And all of a sudden, she's in a
Regretting
bush.
things.
In a bush getting violated. So,
It seems
But
to...
the government told me we can't do that anymore.
Don't ever go out and drink by yourself, ladies. Like, it's just you're just asking for trouble.
That's victim blaming, though.
I'm victim blaming.
Victim blaming. Oh my god. Cancel
And
that.
men don't rape
Take
don't rape women. There you go.
Yep.
I've told you, don't rape. Yes, thermo is victim blaming. Yeah.
Because that always works, doesn't it?
Good news, everyone. Eternals 2 plans have been scrapped.
Nature is starting to heal.
So nature is starting to heal, yes.
So
Bad news, everybody. Yakuza TV show cast reveals they have never played the game because the team at Amazon asked them not to. We decided to do our own version.
Oh my god.
Look, this is not the first
Oh
time
my
that there's
God.
been live action Yakuza. We all know how it's going to go anyway.
Fucking Christ.
Nobody's going to watch this shit except idiots in California.
That's fucking perfect.
No, just no. This is the same series that, for the most part, has mostly not had an English dub.
Yeah.
I think their first game did, and Mark Hamill was in it, and it's like, what the fuck?
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Ugh,
but now the last 2 games, I think they've had English audio released with it as well.
I mean, Candy
And
says
it's
fucking Amazon ruining shit. Yes.
Yeah, it's just
You know what
carrying
upsets
over
me?
from that. Yeah.
You know what upsets me though, me Candy? They own Stargate now.
Fuck.
So they're gonna ruin that.
Yeah.
I just hope. You know what I hope they do? I hope they do like a remaster and release the whole thing in widescreen. That'd be fucking great.
Yeah.
Nice.
Multiple pro-Palestine protesters and other activists are occupying and have shut down the 405, causing major congestion. Nobody in Los Angeles even noticed.
Yeah.
Fallen Princess, remember when Mark didn't have TDS? Good times. I don't. So as long as TDS existed, Mark Hamill had it. Stargate needs to be remade for modern audiences. Yeah. Fuck.
Yeah.
That's going to be cringe.
No, thankfully, I think
No,
Brad
that-
Wright's... Thankfully, I think anything they do with it, they're involving Brad Wright. So he made the damn thing. So
Well, like, does Jason Momoa count as ethnic?
yes.
Yeah.
Well, then Stargate Atlantis
He's-
works,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
They still need to finish that off. So.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Stargate Atlantis was supposed to have a movie that tied up all the loose ends.
It did tie up all the loose ends. They got
What?
the shit
Atlantis
back
didn't
there.
have a movie. Yeah, that's not tying
No.
up loose ends. There's a whole bunch of
Yes,
loose
it is.
ends.
Like what?
What happened back in fucking Pegasus?
Who cares? It's Pegasus.
I never finished watching Atlantis.
Loose end
I
wrapped
did
up.
start. I liked it. I just
Yeah.
way back.
I-
in the
you know-
day,
The whole
What
bunch
I
of
want-
going to
what
an
I
Atlantis
want to
because
come
of
back-
Technology.
what
They
I
brought
want
the
to
whole
come
fucking
back-
shit back.
I want fucking Universe to come back. I thought that was great.
Stargate Universe.
Yeah, and then
Yeah.
they somehow found a way that he found a planet or some shit that or
Isn't
some
Stargate
technology as they
Universe
went
the
to
one-
sleep.
Stargate Universe, the one where they had the college kids in the ship, and they get lost in space or some shit. It's got Robert Carlyle in it.
It is, but it's not college kids. It's one college kid, I guess. Eli.
Okay. Yeah, my
And,
memory is vague.
and like
yeah.
the daughter of a senator. was
And
just
they're on a
Chloe.
planet, and
They're-
their only escape is to go to
Yeah.
the ship, which is
to
billions
dial
of
the
light years
dial
away
the
or some
ninth chevron, and yeah, then they end up on the ship, which is trying to discover the
Strange New
secrets of the
Worlds,
universe. Yeah.
A new civilization. Wait, wrong franchise.
Well, no, it's trying to discover trying to understand the pattern in the microwave background radiation. That's the entire storyline. Apparently, Brad Wright had a whole plan, and he has the answer, but he said he won't reveal it. Like he's gonna go to his grave with it. If they don't produce like something about it, he's not gonna reveal it. So.
Yeah, because unless anyone else will fuck that story up.
Yeah.
Oh, the universe had the first openly lesbian character. Okay, fuck off.
It also had the biggest boobs on television.
Ooh.
The blonde chick.
No,
Eli.
No. Christ. No, she was a soldier. She was one of the soldiers.
Yeah, the one that got pregnant.
The medic?
No. She was like a enlisted. I was this.
Oh, I have no idea who you're talking about.
This chick.
Who was the character?
Okay.
She was one of the enlisted
nice.
personnel.
Okay, I don't remember her. What? No, her face looks familiar, but I don't remember her.
Sasuga.
Lieutenant James, I think it was.
Okay. List of Stargate Universe characters. Second Lieutenant Vanessa James. Yes.
Yeah.
Julia Benson.
Oh, she was in a horror TV series called Masters of Horror, and she gets very naked. It's very good. The milk truck arrived. Yes. See, Fallen Preacher is my spirit animal. He knows it straight away.
Undoubtedly.
Is that even English?
No.
What the fuck?
Allah snack bar.
Allah snack bar. Allah snack bar. I'm gonna get a letter from the fucking what's it called?
EU.
No, from the EU. No, that's next week. The e-safety commissar. Intel axed Israeli New York City NYC engineer who complained about boss liking ex-post cheering Hamas. So his boss was Chipmunky joined Intel fired an Israeli software engineer after he reported his boss for liking social media posts cheering the deaths of Israelis and celebrating Hamas terrorists. A new lawsuit alleges Allah Badr, Intel's vice president for customer success, liked several posts on X that praised Hamas killing of Israeli forces, including an illustration of one Palestinian terror group's members pressing its foot on the neck of an Israeli soldier lying face down in the dirt. The suit claims, "Praise be to God, video. The trampling was done. May God bless you, our Qassams." Read the 29th of December post, referring to Hamas's military wing, the Al-Qassam Brigades, that Badr liked on his X account, according to a suit filed Tuesday in Manhattan's federal court. Like, Intel doesn't have enough fucking trouble. Now they've got a fucking retaliation claim.
Lawsuit. Wrongful dismissal.
Intel even turned a blind eye about his trouble social media. Well, imagine if Intel fired this guy. Intel fires, like, Palestinian fucking, like, Palestinian with a vaguely Arab-sounding name.
Oh no! Then the Palestinians won't buy the 13th and 14th gen Intel chips.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's right.
Sure.
Paramount Television Studio shut down by Paramount Global to cut costs. This is kind of disappointing because Jack Reacher was actually really good, but it had finished anyway, so I don't care. So yeah, it's been shut down. I think it's part of the sale.
Reacher or Jack Reacher?
Sorry, Jack Ryan.
I was just like the Tom Cruise.
Sorry,
one,
not Jack Reacher. Jack Ryan.
Oh,
Jack Reacher is produced. Sorry, Jack Reacher is produced by Amazon Studios. Paramount produced Jack Ryan for.
You mean the Cruise movies?
No,
Tom Cruise movies.
Reacher, as in the fucking show
on
Amazon.
I know Reacher. The show is Amazon.
Yeah, Jack Reacher. I thought was the.
Yeah,
the
I'm
Tom
talking about
Cruise
Jack
one.
Ryan, as in Tom Clancy.
Yeah, I know, which is John. Yeah, which is John Krasinski. Yes.
Yeah. Anyway,
that guy.
Him.
Sheriff condemns Kamala Harris for misusing misusing image in campaign ad.
Yeah. Just bewilders me. This is a California show.
Bordeaux disputed this claim, saying Harris never cared about the cartels and did nothing to stop illegal border crossings. He described the ad as all smoke and mirrors, accusing Harris of taking credit for local law enforcement's work. Golden State Justice, a political action committee supporting Bordeaux, echoed his sentiments, stating Harris undercut law enforcement efforts and shuttered task force is aimed at stopping gun and drug trafficking. Who would have thought?
They lied to us?
I know. Who would have thought? A politician lying?
Especially a
Wasn't that
career
eventually
politician.
part of the CBS parent merger and legal requirements for properties? I don't know. Disney Plus terms prevent allergy death lawsuit, Disney says. It's so fucking retarded. I think every Lawtuber has covered this. But yes, they ate at a restaurant that isn't in a park, but is outside the park. The restaurant isn't run by Disney. It's Ragland Road. It's an island themed pub. It's located in the complex, but not inside the park. Disney is arguing that because the husband, whose wife died of a severe allergic reaction eating at the restaurant, because the wife died, and he signed up for a Disney Plus free trial. Part of the Disney Plus free trial has a compulsory arbitration clause, so he can't sue Disney. That's their argument.
Really?
Plus, he bought tickets.
He didn't. He didn't. He did not buy tickets to the park because
he bought tickets to somewhere.
that is incorrect. Raglan Road is not inside the park. You do not have to pay to go to the restaurant. It's open to the public. It's part of the Walt Disney World complex, the greater complex, but it's not inside the park.
Yep.
So it's not that it doesn't mean he's not controlled by like terms and conditions on a park ticket. They're pure. Otherwise, they'd argue that it's not in Disney World proper. So.
Hence why they didn't use that argument. Hence they
I read
used the
somewhere
Disney
that
Plus argument.
He did buy tickets.
Yeah, because Disney Springs is like one of the resorts attached to the complex. So you could go to Disney resorts.
Well, and then go to Universal.
Well, you can go to Disney Springs just to stay at Disney Springs. So there's 94 shops, 69 restaurants, and 25 attractions. So it's like a strip mall.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, please arrive at least 60. When parking at Disney Springs, please arrive 60 minutes before any scheduled event, show, or reservation.
Well, I hope the court absolutely smacks him on the nose.
Well, I think Mindset was saying that they should be sanctioned for this. Like the fact that they even made this argument.
Yeah,
it should be sanctioned. It is such a fucking disgraceful argument to make that by signing up to a free trial of a product completely unrelated to the event is grounds to just dismiss
by someone who wasn't affected by
a lawsuit. And look, Disney's probably fine. They're probably not going to end up having to pay anything because all Disney is the landlord. Raglan Road is the company that Raglan Road is leases the property.
Yeah, and that's their strongest argument. They're just leasing the building. They're not responsible
Disney should have
for
just
the death.
should have just said nothing. Like whoever thought to do this should be sanctioned, and Disney should probably fire them.
Oh, totally.
Because this is terrible fucking PR. Like fucking terrible.
And now you're questioning the terms and conditions for services now.
Yeah, and watch a state senator or a fucking a congressman make hay out of this and turn it into I'm introducing a bill that makes all of these clauses illegal, like compulsory arbitration illegal under these circumstances. Like, someone will make hay of it on it, and it'll be a 3, 4, 5 week story, and Disney will look like a bunch of cunts on a case that probably they would have been severed from anyway.
Yeah, you made so much noise that you're actually now getting politicians involved, and then it's going to
you've made it
your
fucking
shit
worse.
over.
Absolute idiots.
Well,
Every
they
American
can make it worse,
social security number may
Good
have
for
been
us.
stolen in a new major hack, with over 2.7 billion records allegedly compromised from national public data. The stolen information includes social security numbers and physical addresses. I watched a video from Some Ordinary Gamer going through this, and he was saying that the numbers that people have checked are not valid. So I don't know how accurate that actually is. I don't think it is actually everybody's social security numbers, though that would be terrifying, because I know how important a social security number is for identifying yourself in the US. So
Yeah, that's one of the more unsecured numbers they
it's
use.
ridiculous. Like
it's
absolutely ridiculous.
I shake
So
my head
glad you don't have an
sometimes.
identity card. That'd be bad.
Yeah.
Let's
Shamed if you got assigned to this on birth.
Yeah, let's check in on California, shall we?
Allow those serving life without parole to petition for early release if they've been behind bars for at least 25 years or since 1990. This includes those charged with killing up to 2 people. Serial killers and those convicted of killing police officers would not be eligible for this. Allow those.
Oh, that's nice.
So,
wait, what?
If you kill your wife and son, hey, 2 people.
So if you killed your wife and son,
just don't do it again, you rascal.
and went to prison for life without the possibility of parole in 1995, and you've been in prison for 25 years or longer, and you only killed 2 people, it's fine. You'll be available for early release. Like, that's how desperate California is to get fucking space in their prisons. All of Michigan's 186 Rite Aid stores are closing. Just last year, Michigan was the 5th biggest Rite Aid employer in the nation, with 249 stores, and now it's dead last. Rite Aid is a pharmacy.
I wonder what happened.
So it's like CVS, I guess. So yeah. Jocelyn Benson touts panic buttons for election workers, refuses to say if any were used or the cost.
Panic buttons.
Panic buttons for election workers. It's ridiculous.
Just fucking just slam that. Just keep pushing.
See, Tim posts these stories that are very specific to his area, and then fucking disappears before we get to them. I have to put them at the top of the fucking show. The NYPD says illegal aliens are behind the Wolfpack robberies trend. Oh, I would just like to remind you all that end wokeness is POSO. Is
it's end wokeness.
End wokeness is POSO. Yeah, just a reminder. I like to remind that he was outed as end wokeness.
Like I described, the wolf pack.
Savino says the suspects in these crimes are in large groups, what he calls wolf packs, like this mugging
That
on
makes it
August
sound
1st.
way too cool.
He says they take off with
Get
things
rid
like
of wolf
wallets,
pack.
phones, and bags.
So you can imagine the feeling. Imagine the feeling of that individual, predominantly tourists or soft targets, sitting on a bench,
man, that
and
man
then
is totally
ultimately
talking
being
like he's from fucking
victimized by
Brooklyn.
these wolf
Holy
pack
shit.
type
From
robberies.
fucking Brooklyn.
It's tremendously concerning, and it's a new
He
phenomenon.
talks like the
not
guy
only
I
in
used to
Central
work
Park,
with.
but really to the area.
He says many of the suspects in these
I will
crimes
beat the
live
fucking
in
shit
city-run
out
migrant
of you.
shelters, and their average age is just 15. Police arrested an 11-year-old Tuesday night after he allegedly stole a phone from someone on the number 7 train. Assistant Chief Savino says the same kid was seen on video using credit cards stolen during a robbery in Central Park.
Although they're very young, very impressionable, they do have a big influence on this group, and that's something we haven't really readily seen. It's one of the first times I've ever seen it in my career.
Well, another tool that the NYPD plans on using are drones. We're told those will be deployed later this month. But again, for the time being, if you are in Central Park, especially after sunset, they say between that time and 1 a.m., that is when the crimes are occurring.
Fucking Christ.
The youths.
2 youths. 15 youths. Kim.com will be Kim.com will be extradited to the United States from New Zealand, the New Zealand Justice Minister says. But it's okay. He's got a plan. Tombolo's like, Tombolo. I just looked at the chat and then went Kim.com and said Tombolo. Kim.com is legit like one of the most useful idiots I have ever seen on X. Like 90% of the shit he posts is just like, what? That's not true, you fucking idiot. Like, so he was arrested. This is from when he was arrested in 2012. I remember this. I think there was footage of his house in New Zealand being raided. Because they did dynamic entry, and it's like, wow, New Zealand has a SWAT team. That's amazing. .com was arrested and charged in 2012 with engaging in a racketeering conspiracy, conspiring to commit copyright infringement, conspiracy to commit money laundering, and 2 counts of criminal copyright infringement.
Because of Mega.
Because of Mega Upload. These two charges should not be a thing. Like money laundering, okay, that's fine. Racketeering conspiracy, okay. I think racketeering is attached to the money conspiracy to commit copyright infringement and the criminal copyright infringement. Tombolo says, "I'm not Combolo." Tombolo is going to be extradited from New Zealand. So yeah, I guess we'll see what his plan is. It's probably to transition or something. Good news, I guess, if depending on how you feel about dog meat. Dog meat is finally banned in Korea. As tourists reveal what it really tastes like. Oh, and they have the saddest looking dog there. Aww. The South Korean government that bans the breeding of slaughter of dogs in dog farms and the distribution of dog meat. So they're compensating they're compensating the 5,600 businesses in the dog meat industry, including 1,500 farms and 2,200 restaurants and shops that are on the verge of shutdown. The government will make up for the cost of equipment losses and renovation costs, as well as monetary packages for meat distributors and restaurant owners before the ban fully goes into effect in February 2027. So there's still time if you want to have a tasty little canine. You can head over to fucking Korea and snap up some doggy treats. This is an unrelated image. Oh, this is a travel blogger from Vancouver. She tried the venerable dog stew called Bo Sin Tang while it was available. Has anybody checked with Mindset if he's tried Bo Sin Tang? But Melanie Ferguson said she tried a venerable. It was probably the most controversial thing I've done, she wrote in January after the bill was first passed. When I lived in South Korea, my old friend would often chide me with an Asian stereotype. Have you eaten cat yet? They would ask. No, come on, I would reply. They don't eat cat here. Koreans eat dogs. And so I did too. She said she chose Bo Sin Tang because it is revered as a source of vitality during harsh winters or on the hottest summer days. When it arrived at my table, I have to admit it looked good. After it cooled, I used my metal chopsticks to take the first bite. Ferguson described the taste as like beef, but with a dog smell to it. Tasted good too, like beef. The meat was tender and stringy. I could smell dog, but it wasn't strong, and the scent of the other stew ingredients wafted into my nose. What's the big deal? I wondered. She said, I ate until I was full. Fallen Princess says, bullshit. I bought cat in Busan too. It was greasier than dog, which was like corned beef. Disgusting. Jesus fuck. Matthew, actually, slight aside, because that's what I do now, apparently. My brother-in-law, I think I mentioned on the show, my brother-in-law was visiting. Actually, no, I think I mentioned after the show. But yeah, my brother-in-law came up, but he brought his dog, and now he has the most beautiful fucking Rottweiler that you have ever seen. Her name is, oh God, what was her name? I forgot her name. It's like a human name. And she is so beautiful.
Rebecca?
No, Becca, yes! Becca, absolutely. Fuck. How did you know?
Oh, crap.
Yes, it was Becca. It was Becca. Yeah. That's so funny that you just fucking guessed that and what, like, straight up. Yeah.
Thermo, I think RC's watching you.
RC's watching me. It's RC, and RC works at Aldi, so he has access to all the cameras and listening devices that listen to me and my wife when we discuss how we need a product, and then suddenly the next week it appears at Aldi in the middle aisle.
Yeah, I do it for you, bro.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. No, its name is not Child Chewer. Tom Bollis says, I knew a bitch called that. Yes, I knew a bitch called that too.
Yeah. I have to deal with a bitch called that.
But yeah, a beautiful dog. Like, and her temperament was great. Fuck, like it made me want to. It almost made me want to get a dog. Like I since I was a kid, I didn't want to get a dog. Like my dog died when I was younger, and I never wanted to go through that again. So my wife insisted on cats. So we got cats, but they're her cats. She looks after them. I'm hands off. I'll pat them occasionally, but yeah, and I know I'll be devastated when they die because I become attached to animals far too easily, like and feel like emotional when something happens to them. Even when I'm watching something happen to an animal, like my family had horses, and like whenever the horse was injured or had to get put down, it was always horrifying. So I love animals, but yeah, I try to avoid pets. But anyway, yes, dog, really nice dog. I don't even know how I got onto it because we were talking about eating dog. But yes, I could never eat a dog, and I don't know how anybody could. But yeah, female Rottweiler dogs, incredibly nice temperament. My brother-in-law has trained her incredibly well. And it is a testament to his talent. So it's a beautiful dog. Anyway, moving on. We're almost done. Boys. Matthew Perry's assistant Kenny Iwamasa injected fatal overdose, bought illicit drugs from MasterChef, according to the feds. Matthew Perry's personal assistant injected him with the fatal dose of ketamine that led to his death after buying a batch of illicit drugs from a MasterChef on behalf of the late star, according to federal indictment against him. Perry's live-in assistant, Kenneth Iwamasa, 59, has pleaded guilty to conspiracy to distribute ketamine causing death. The Department of Justice announced Thursday. Perry, 54, died on October 28 last year while in the hot tub of his rented home following ketamine injections administered by Iwamasa, prosecutors said. Iwamasa, who's been Perry's assistant since 1994, faces up to 15 years in prison when sentenced. I thrive in chaotic situations which call for order. I'm discreet, loyal, and honor absolute confidentiality. I love deadlines, contracts, dotting I's, and solving puzzles, situations, and projects. Iwamasa's now poignant LinkedIn biography reads. There he is. There's the alleged person who gave him the fatal overdose. Authorities have also charged street dealer Eric Fleming, 54, Jasveen Sanger, 41, an alleged drug dealer who prosecutors claim was known as the ketamine queen of Los Angeles in connection with Perry's death. Two doctors are also charged. Dr. Mark Chavez, 54, has agreed to plead guilty to one count of conspiracy to distribute ketamine. He sold ketamine to another doctor, Salvador Plasenica, 42, who stands charged with distribution of ketamine and falsifying documents related to a federal investigation, according to indictment obtained by the Post. California prosecutors announced Thursday that Iwamasa's pleaded guilty on August 7th to one count of conspiracy to distribute ketamine causing death and admitted to repeatedly injecting Perry with ketamine without medical training, including on the day he died. According to the superseding indictment unsealed Thursday, Iwamasa, 59, conspired with Sanger, Fleming, and Plasenica to illegally obtain ketamine and distribute it to Perry. According to the indictment, Iwamasa administered at least 27 shots of ketamine to Perry during his last 5 days of his life, including three final shots that prosecutors allege resulted in his death and serious bodily injury. The last photo of Perry alive. Jesus. At the time of his death, Perry had about 3.4 micrograms per milliliter of ketamine in his bloodstream, which is 3 times the normal amount. Just 4 days earlier, Fleming had traveled to Sanger's stash house and purchased 25 vials of ketamine in exchange for cash. As part of the transaction, Sanger included ketamine lollipops as an add-on for Perry's large ketamine order, the document alleges. Placentia sold the ketamine to Iwamasa for $6,000 cash, despite being informed at least 1 week earlier that Perry's ketamine addiction was spiraling out of control. Perry was seeking treatment for his mental health struggles when he fell back into active drug addiction last year. Yeah, a doctor apparently prescribed him ketamine for his depression. Good job. We allege that each of the defendants played a key role by falsely prescribing, selling, or injecting the ketamine that caused Matthew Perry's tragic death. Matthew Perry's journey began with unscrupulous donors who abused their position of trust because they saw him as a payday, to street dealers who gave him ketamine in unmarked vials. Placentia learned Perry was interested in obtaining ketamine in September 2023 and discussed how much to charge him in a text messages to Chavez. I wonder how much this moron will play. Let's find out. She offered to sell more ketamine on the day before he died. I know you mentioned taking a break. Placentia wrote to the assistant in a text message. I've been stocking up in the meantime. I'm not sure if you guys plan to resume, but in case it's when I'm out of town, I have left supplies with a nurse of mine. I can always let her know the plan. I'll be back in town Tuesday. Kerry was undergoing ketamine depression for therapy, but had been last treated over a week before he died. So yeah. Fuck these people for killing Matthew Perry. Just like the fucking doctor who killed fucking Kayla. No, there was a ketamine tablet found at the property though. Yeah, MDMA as low dose has a therapeutic effect, but people always push the limit. Also, the doctor fucking literally prescribed ketamine to someone who has a history of addiction. Like, I understand you're treating him fucking for depression, but you don't prescribe an addict fucking ketamine, like a psychedelic anesthetic to someone who has a fucking an addiction. Like, come on. It's not addictive. Yeah, it's not addictive. Yeah, it's fine. It's all good. I mean, it's
just playing.
Yeah. 4 arrested in General Hospital star Johnny Wachter's shooting death over his car's catalytic converter. 4 suspects have been charged in connection with the murder of General Hospital star Johnny Wachter, who was gunned down in May when he interrupted thieves trying to steal his car's catalytic converter. Man, LA, what a great town. What a great town.
Parcel living in a
It's just part and parcel of living in a big city, getting your catalytic converter stolen and getting murdered for it. We come to the section.
$400 they got for it was worth it.
I did this specially for you, Tim. Lauren Bobert's massive secret tattoo revealed in latest bikini pic highlighting conservative women.
Yes.
Yeah, so there you go.
Like the tattoo, but
there you go. I had no idea that she had a massive tattoo like that.
Neither did I.
I guess that's huge.
That is an advantage of having it on your torso like that.
You can hide it
because she doesn't
easily.
get out like this often. We never knew. Like,
I
pretty good.
want
for
her
a
to get
grandmother.
voted out so that she starts on OnlyFans.
Yeah. And then Anna Luna
yes.
also
and then
got
and then another one. Yes, Anna Paulina Luna's response to a video of her in a Marga swimsuit sparking a social media meltdown. So there she is. She said it proves she's a real woman. That's a nice ass.
Yes. Yes.
A real woman.
And she's wearing the knee. She's wearing the knee socks too. Yep.
Oh, I forgot to put this in the shooting section. Apparently, Thomas Matthew Crooks' body is gone and was cremated just 10 days after the assassination attempt.
Yeah, me.
That's not sus at all.
Nothing to see there. I'm guessing none of you actually looked into this. This second wind thing that I said. Does someone want to look into this and tell us about it on the show? 'Cause I don't care.
Don't care.
I thought about looking into it, but I'm like,
I don't even know what second wind is.
I don't give a. I've met Yahtzee once.
I know it's something. I know it's something to do with Ben Croshaw, like Yahtzee.
Who's?
From
Zero
you remember
Punctuation.
Zero Punctuation?
Nope.
Escapist.
Okay.
Nope. British guy. He briefly lived in Australia. Now lives in LA.
Yeah.
Nope.
He didn't play. He didn't go
matter.
through that era of YouTube.
Doesn't matter.
Mm.
Oh, here we go.
Who cares?
Anyway, moving along. Taylor Lorenz of the Washington Post calls President Biden a war criminal. Here she is taking a photo on Instagram and tagging it as war criminal. For those of you who may not remember, for those of you who may not know who Taylor Lorenz is, here's a video that'll help you remember.
This drawing has been baffling people for nearly a century. Some of us see it as a fashionable young lady, and some of us see it as the portrait of an old woman. So which is it? Young or old, or is it both? Tonight, we will be entertained by stories that will be based on reality. Others will be totally fabricated by a writer. At the end of the show, we'll tell you which is which, but be forewarned, the difference between fact and fiction may be as invisible as the difference between young and old.
I do have to say that's some very good work on my part.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yes. But yes, she's so.
No, preacher, you're fine. You're fine. You did see Anna Luna's ass. You're okay. You didn't have a stroke.
We're talking about an assassin now, Yahtzee. Yes.
No, the pics were real. The video was even
says,
better.
I feel like Thermo's trying to condition us with quick cuts between conservative rears and rogue shooters. Yes. Who said anything about a rogue shooter? I didn't say rogue shooter. I said nothing of the sort. There's nothing rogue there.
He was trained in a, federal and state law enforcement area.
Yeah, he just trained with the feds, shooting for them side by side. It's all good.
It's all good.
But yes, Taylor Lorenz says this is a digital manipulation, which has added a false caption. She was present at the Creators Summit at the White House, but did not caption her pic. She's saying that because the Washington Post is reviewing her jab at Joe Biden, because she's realized, well, she's just discovered that the one person you can't insult is the person they protect. So yes, senior editors of the Washington Post are reviewing a prominent tech columnist's private story on social media, which appears to label Biden a war criminal. So yes, it's been proven that no, it's not. People actually saw it live and screenshotted it. So she's fucked, which I think is hilarious. So R.I.P. to Taylor Lorenz. You're gonna get all these people. This is fucking hilarious. I really can't wait until she's cancelled, because she has all facilitated the cancellation of so many fucking people. It is just astounding. She's basically the canceller in chief at this point. And her to be fucking cancelled over calling Joe Biden a fucking war criminal would be fucking gold. That would be fucking gold.
Great.
Be like Jewish revenge. Like, oh, we cancel you now. Ah, ha, ha, ha.
What are they?
And that's it. That's the end. We're done. At 5 hours left, we're done. Chat. That's
done.
That's the show for this week. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, chat. Thank you to the 12 silent people on Twitter who've said nothing in the chat, I guess. So I don't know if you're real or not, but thank you for making the number look bigger than it actually is.
We didn't get a chat storm this week.
Yeah, we didn't get retards storming in. I guess that's because there weren't enough people here or something. I don't know.
No, I was watching EVS, and he had a chat storm as well. So
Tombola says hearing the
bots.
Currawong call.
Yeah.
Thanks all. Yeah, that'll be that's Baldo. Baldo's out in the wilderness.
Nature's calling.
Dude, don't apologize. It's fine.
It's 5 hours in, man.
It's
Nature's
the
calling.
fake sound. It's the fake sound.
Don't wrap it up.
It's the fake sound we put into the show so people think we're in Australia. Costy says didn't have retards in chat. I don't know.
I don't know about that.
I read the chat. I don't know about that.
I saw some people.
I'm a window licker. Thank you very much. Yeah. So I'll play the outro and then we'll pull up stumps and we'll be back next week. I'm on call for the next 2 weeks, so I'll be up at 5 a.m. So that's gonna be fun.
Yeah,
anyway,
and I won't be here next week.
It's all the EU commissioners listening on X, yes, and the commissar. Shout out to my friends at the E-Safety Commission. And just remember...
don't forget to watch what you say online. And remember, we're always watching.
You know what's funny? I made that as a joke. Now the fucking UK is literally doing that as a campaign. Like, watch what you say online.
It's ridiculous.
Like, no cap, as the kids say. Anyway, thanks everybody. And yeah, have a great week. Thanks for watching. Let's play out with the Ballad of Baldo.
In a place where whiskey flows like rivers wide, lived a man named Nick with a heart full of pride. He drank all day and snored all night. His life was a party, his future was bright. Oh, Nick threw the one on the ground, thought he was above the law, speeding round the town with a bottle in his hand and a nose full of wine. He drank through his troubles with a reckless delight. He stared at the ceiling with his head held high, a self-proclaimed king with a Baldo in his wife. But his kingdom was crumbling, his throne was on fire. He ignored the warning signs and his daughter paid the price. Oh, Nick threw the one on the ground, thought he was above the law, speeding round the town with a bottle in his hand and a nose full of wine. He drank through his troubles with a reckless delight. He charmed the ladies with a silver tongue, but they'd leave in the morning when he couldn't come. He'd wake up alone with tears in his eyes, his heart filled with sorrow, for he really loved guys. Oh, Nick threw the one on the ground, thought he was above the law, speeding round the town with a bottle in his hand and a nose full of wine. He drank through his troubles with a reckless delight. He poured out a glass, cleaned the bottle with his tongue, but his bottle was empty, spilled over on the ground. He invited the demon medallion, proudly hung, but his crowd would dwindle as the trials had gone. Oh, Nick threw the one on the ground, thought he was above the law, speeding round the town with a bottle in his hand and a nose full of wine. He drank through his troubles with a reckless delight. Now his story's been told of his rise and his fall, from a king to a shadow, from glory to wall. He threw the warrant on the ground, but it caught up with him one day, and now he's in a cell with nothing to say. So here's to Nick, the wild one, he'll never learn, he's having fun. But when life's a mess and you're alone, remember, it's your own fault, Nick, you're on your own.